playoffs, potentially going to make Masters Toronto. I think it's been such a turnaround for the organization.
I have a lukewarm take. I like the fact you mentioned they've gone international.
Yeah, there we
but
go.
in my opinion, their best player is still a Turkish player.
Okay.
And it is not Levin. It is sociable. The oldest rookie in the entire world.
Big day.
Fluent in English. Beautiful English.
Winners go to Toronto.
And just for me, it's been a long time coming.
Absolutely. I think that
Heretics pick
I was asking him the other day, maybe he didn't understand the question of, I think he's definitely in the running for being one of the best tejos, because the most important thing about teams is when you peak, right? Is you're going to have a moment where you're at your best.
This is for you, or is
the
this?
Performance. And I feel like for BBL, we're still not there.
As
you were saying, Billy, they haven't lost a map in over a month.
What the hell is this?
I've got onions on my mouse pad.
Dude, they were trying to check they were trying to work out the game, and this is going on. What the hell?
I wanna get Turkish players to just be a bit more
cast.
explosive, but troll every now and then.
Yeah, and it's very important that we make that differentiation there, right? Between the duelist that comes from Turkey that is going to be explosive.
Dude,
and
if she
someone
doesn't do
plays
that
in an initiator
for
role,
Liquid,
that
though,
has that potential to clutch and has that in the moment decision making that has made sociable what he is. And also look at your screen. Magnum the other day also had such a day, especially when the map went deeper and deeper, the better his performance was getting.
Yeah, I have to agree. He had a great performance yesterday, and it's people like that. We're talking about Social being a rookie, but Magnum, as someone that's been here, has played in these pressure moments, he's going to be all guns blazing in this qualification match today.
Yeah,
searching on Google how to ban me from my own channel, mate. That ain't gonna work.
Gobby, you know, he likes to yap a little bit more. I love that. And speaking of yapping, obviously we have a couple of Turkish players on the other side as well,
me, HERETICS,
and there were some
don't
pretty wholesome moments with this particular one between Sociable and Vut as well. I mean, wisdom, right? How do you say this in Spanish? Is there a saying in Spanish for this?
Well, I only think of Miley Cyrus when I see this quote, but I will have to think of one.
There will be one.
I'm sure there is one, but it's also in response to what Sociable said about Heretics. They are the mountain to be climbed.
Is it new comp for Ascent? Wait, they're running double duelist on Ascent? Heretics are running Yoru and Jet on Ascent.
The funny thing is, when he said this, I had to ask Bea. I was like, what does he mean by that? Like, am I reading into
What did they
this
run
a
last
little
time?
bit
They
too
had
much?
the
It's
Waylay,
true.
right?
If you want to be the best, you have to be able to beat the best. And so I think Sociable coming out here, saying that in his first interview with us here in VCT EMEA, honestly, hats off to him.
Yeah, you gotta love him for that. And of course, the stakes for BBL simple, right? They want to go to Toronto. But for Heretics, we already mentioned it a little bit. They have to win, not just today, but a day after, next week, and all the way to the grand finals. It almost feels like
BBL,
a failure at this point if they don't
BBL kind of take a risk here,
yeah,
though.
I think that at least getting to the final, maybe getting their
They're
first
trying
trophy
to,
after all of the finals.
They're more going to Ascent.
Just
because they think it's a bad map for Heretics.
Bare minimum.
Absolutely.
Which might be right.
Especially for what we've been seeing for the past month. They owe that to us.
Yeah, and they haven't lost.
If we're initiator against double duelist, yeah, it's going to get weird.
Heretics right now, if they lose today, it's just not great. Like, they are
Conductor,
our best
we
shot
have a problem.
right now, in
The
my
train was
opinion.
always meant to stop here.
I don't know.
This was all planned for.
I'm not sure about this one. No, I'm kidding. But BBL, they have never made a global event before, but they are one win away from changing that. All they have to do is take down Team Heretics, who still have not lost a single game this split. It's time to get down to business and send it down to the stage.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You play it hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said
How was Paper X RQ? It was pretty good. There were definitely two maps that were very, very close. And everything else was relatively convincing. And we got a leak of how they coordinate the fist bump.
Never seen BBL make it this far in a tournament before. They are just one away from Masters Toronto. But as both of you said, for Heretics, they have to win today. They are still the favorites. They've not lost a single game this entire split. Will it start today?
Do it
We'll
on
see
the
at
beat,
end of
yeah.
the map vetoes, because there's a few different places we could go, right? Where would you like to see?
Whoever wins goes to
Absolutely.
Masters.
I mean,
Yeah, that's right.
there's a couple. I mean, I think for me depends on what BBL are going to be banning and how Team Heretics is going to react to that.
Heretics then got rid of power, right?
Take the Lotus out. They've done this in the past, even though they've also had some showings. I think this just leaves the door open to go and see exactly that. Icebox, Ascend and Icebox. This is
I think the
very
Heretics
interesting first two
Icebox
maps.
pick
They remember
is
they're Turkish.
good.
Nice. No, see, I like this. I wanted to see BBL.
I mean, there's a good
pick
chance we
into
get over
Ascent,
towards third
given
map
that
here.
when we saw
I
Team
don't.
Heretics play, it
I
didn't
mean, this
look
is a
great,
giant
right?
question mark for
Apex
Heretics.
managed to push them over the edge with that one. However, in saying
And I don't
that
think
was in
BBL look
week
good at
1 of
Icebox.
the regular season. Knowing Team Heretics, they will have 100% gotten that Ascent up to scratch by now.
I'm in the camp of it's not a lie to say that Heretics' worst map by
Was
a
Heretics
long,
on
long,
Ascent?
long
Pretty
shot
awful
is
when we
Ascent.
saw it.
Considering they
They had a Waylay comp, and
they
honestly,
actually-
it only
they
looked good when
actually
Waylay had
permanent
all.
for an entire year. It's a map that it's never been their
But apparently they're
comfort
playing
zone,
double
and as you're saying,
duelists.
Billy, the
I
showing
say
that we
apparently.
saw
They're playing
back
double
in week
duelists.
1 didn't go their way. But if you are Team Heretics and you've had that extra time to prepare for today, you know that there is 2 chances for you to go. There's not that many options that BBL can take
press
to
the
break you down.
pause
And
feature?
Ascent
No,
has
not yet.
looked like a weakness on the side
probably
of
should have,
Icebox
it's
as
on
well.
that time yet.
Mini was going to be extremely unleashed. I think that if you're a
Which
BBL,
duelist?
you need to shut that
You're a
down
Jet,
as soon as
apparently.
possible.
I heavily
Again, I said
favor
apparently, we know
Levin
it's it.
and BBL on Ascent. I think Heretics, I think we're going to get all 3 maps.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
I think we
Haven,
might
the
get all
last
3
one,
maps. I think
isn't
that might
it?
be right.
Haven is...
Unless they got a lot
that's
of fault
bad
down to this
service.
one, but the
I
fact they're
think
playing
I'd be
double
happy-
duelists makes me feel like
I
they're
don't
kind
care
of just
who wins
relying
today,
on
I just wanted to
individuals
make it to the
to
map three.
Do you really not care who
carry
wins
them
today?
through. I will say the Yoru Jet is
I'm
pretty
gonna be
strong.
completely honest.
They
I
can do a
love
couple
the
of flash
storylines for
dashes
both
that
of
probably
them.
people aren't ready
Heretics,
for with this
I
comp
freaking
as well.
love them to have a flawless run, make it into Toronto, smash all them noobs.
Yeah.
I want that. But on the other side, BBL and what they've
The
done
2
this
favorite
year,
teams,
looking so
yeah.
unstoppable today.
Dude, that's what,
beating Heretics.
That's what Sonya had the other
Everyone
day.
in Spain, you said
It is
that. I'm
statement
telling
if they
everyone.
were to do that.
Let's take a look at the agent select here, and we have
So, yeah.
some changes. And
Double duelist.
So
I love it.
this
I
is
like
the
this.
triple
I like this a
initiator
lot. I'm
comp.
glad that they've taken Mini Boot
Which
off
hasn't
that
looked
Waylay.
too
It
bad
didn't
since
look
they
like
changed it
something
up.
that they were 100%
First
comfortable
first
with when we
iteration
last
wasn't
saw them
good,
play
second one
Ascent.
looking
Like I
alright.
said, I was
This one,
expecting to
double
see
duelist
Fresh
on
way
this
into
map. You
this.
got
We have Woods playing the Jet.
Cypher,
I'm here for
Omen,
it.
Sova.
Absolutely. I
mean, you
the
kind of have
Turkish
everything you
Jet,
need.
Ascent,
Literally.
loving this combination.
It's just like the
loving
old
Team
school
Heretics
comp with a Phoenix, but
doubling
instead of a
down
Phoenix
on this
using a
double duelist.
Yoru.
I really want to see how the dynamic is going to be, especially on the defense. The possibilities
I mean, you should
for
probably lean
aggression
into a
from
tail while
3
it's there,
players that
but
I'm seeing right now.
if we're
Also
prepping for the
comboed
future,
with
this isn't too bad.
A Sentinel like Benji Fishy and Rians, just Rians. It's amazing.
we have a very tasty best of 3 coming up. And just in case you haven't had your lunch yet and you're still hungry, fresh out the booth and
The
toasted
KO,
to
yeah, I mean,
perfection.
BBL
It's
can
panini.
run a lot of fast strats.
Thank you so much,
And
the desk there, kind of leading us
I
into
think
this
the
one.
comp's kind of.
Obviously, the agent change up here has caught our eye.
I mean,
but we
double
wanna
duelist
start
isn't the
that
best
step
against
before
fast
with
stuff.
the veto mini. There's a lot to be said about this.
Mini's gonna
But
hate the
kind
comp
of-
probably.
I feel like BBL have known their win cons here. They are the underdogs coming up against the undefeated Heretics thus far. But have they found enough room with Ascent being first?
I think Ascent is the absolute map that BBL needs to pick here to test Heretics' map pool.
Yes.
We've been saying this about some other teams not being
Absolutely.
tested, but BBL have chosen the right map here. Heretics have avoided this map. They've lost on it to Apex of all
yes.
teams. And the
Oh
rest
my
of the
goodness,
maps
Mi's
got
already getting the
Icebox,
flames
which
in.
Heretics Icebox is beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
It doesn't tick my boxes as a coach, but like, it doesn't matter. Like,
Yep.
if I'm saying it's beautiful, despite not ticking my own boxes, it must be beautiful. And then Haven, like,
If we get
Okay.
there, we can start that
yeah,
conversation.
there's so
Heretics
many-
on
I
defense.
just- both teams
BBL
play
on
beautiful
attack.
Valorant, and these maps are the maps I want to see.
These
in
are the 2
Yeah,
best
and
pistol
we can now
teams.
start
BBL
looking towards the
61%,
change up that
Heretics
went for here.
58.
That
This
Waylay
was
just didn't look
71,
quite
but then
good.
they lost.
That was featured in that series
lost all
up
their
against
pistols.
Apex earlier on. It didn't look like it suited them by any means, but we focus on the game for now. We'll touch back in on this role, well, not even role swap, but the agent change up coming through.
OLED,
But
what
it
the
will
hell
be,
have
of
you?
course, Heretics on
I'm
the
not
defending
reading
side.
that, man.
Heretics
I
are
started
ready for
reading it
this
and I'm
mid.
not reading it anymore.
Well, there's one thing to be ready, it's one thing to deal with it. Mini Boo saved
I mean, the
by
bo-
Ruth there,
the
but
bait-in is
patience
incredible.
pays off.
Dude, I'm
Takes the
surprised he
TP
doesn't stick
out,
around
and
for
it's a
more
great
there.
first strike.
Yeah, surprised how BBL have all this utility with the triple initiator and walking straight through the smoke.
Almost
Caught off
creepy.
guard.
You know, trying to save all that util potentially.
Yeah, I mean, they
punished off the back.
So
They're
many
left with
ghosts, they
3
didn't actually
standing.
have that much util.
Sociable, Levin, Profek, still able to maybe navigate some options. You see a very passive hold on this A site.
Yeah, we'll come down to Boo here, just alone on this A site. Does have the paranoia. Oh, this is nice.
Timing. Oh, the shot's real nice as well from Benji. Quick trade though, but they don't know about
guys, really?
Boo. And look at this man, so ready for it. Waiting patiently, and
Why
he
did they
gets
think there was
his
no on
reward.
site? Omen's still alive.
Sociable now trying to maybe cut off the support system, but they can play the numbers now. Even Miniboo waiting there. It's
This looks a little rough for BBL. Like what Mini said, a lot of util walking for a smoke. Salvos were
Yeah, if
late.
we want to talk about the compositions a little
And
bit.
then
the triple initiator is,
they
in my
don't
opinion, is
really
an attack-sided composition on this map. You have all the utility to take
expect
all the
an
space you
Omen
possibly
to be
want.
playing the side
If
that
the
Omen only
opposing team
anchors.
tries to re-clear you, it doesn't matter. You can just util back. All this recharge utility just gives you so much space. Didn't quite work out on the pistol round. And the opposite side, Heretics' comp isn't supposed to be an amazing defense comp. It's got double duelist, which traditionally is going on attack. If they can start getting some rounds on this defense side,
Keep an eye on the pistols, 1-0. We get a sheriff for 11, that's about it.
Mentally, I'd check out a little bit in these rounds, but we have been seeing these back and forth moments. Maybe not so much with these two teams as such, but I do want to keep a little bit of a close eye on it. It seems very all in for now. Going to have to go through their protocols though, because we can see the setup in place.
Tap
now,
of
got
the
one just
orb,
I imagine,
and this shock dart did so
potentially, or
much
actually, no, it
damage.
doesn't even look like the
Is it a
assist
best
was
of
on that
3?
one,
Yeah,
so
it's a
maybe
best
just
of
shot
3.
in the dark, but rewarded nonetheless. And this approach is already not finding what they want.
yeah, that approach from Heretics felt reminiscent of last year. The Benji Cypher, Rian, Soba on the same site.
Deadly duo.
Yep, recons, wall bangs, everything going on.
And speaking of Benji, what a return to form for him as of late. A lot more of
Yeah,
that
he
kind
had
of
a rough
clutch
kickoff.
potential rising up. You roll your mind back to the kind of sunset days. This guy was getting 2-3 Ks every time, it felt like, closing out rounds for Heretics. Starting to see a little bit more of that from him as well.
Yeah,
Love to
looking
see
like
that
they
kind of
head
coming
over
back
towards
into
Woot
form.
to clean them up.
And for Heretics, it has been this road of recovery. Kickoff was
Do
a
they
disaster.
get any kills?
Yeah.
So for them, what a return of
Probably
some of
not.
these elements. And I think that's one of the things we're impressed with this team, is the resilience overall.
No dash.
30 seconds left.
This is looking simple stuff. Oh!
Oh, okay, hold
he's
up
put it on the
too.
show for us, but maybe Sociable, he gets another.
Ah,
Yeah,
not
well,
too bad.
it was a nice try, making something out of nothing, took 2 players down.
Yeah, we didn't quite touch on Woot yet.
Been the game for the
but
last Master
he
Spot should be a
switched
best
out
of
on the pro
5.
as well for the double duelist.
I don't mind it
Again,
being a
not
best of 3.
Traditionally, not kind of the thing that you expect.
I think we have
from team
a
like
good amount of
Heretics,
best of 5s.
but I can't doubt Woot is basically how that goes.
Yeah.
Woot and Miniboo this stage have been phenomenal.
No,
Like beyond phenomenal.
And it feels like they're almost sometimes underrated for what they're doing, statistically, even just visually, how good they are here. Certainly deserving their flowers.
Too many best of
throughout this
5s is
run.
annoying. Yeah,
However,
I agree with
buys
that.
come in here for BBL, gonna have to deal with what remains with Heretics on Heretics' bonus here. The Bulldogs, the Guardians, and it looks simplistic.
Dude, our first big buy round, we
very
insta just
singular
hit
in
over
approach
towards
here.
A.
Boo gonna be forced off from
Okay,
the high
5v5
flash.
retake, and
I
we've
think
got
that should
a
at least allow them the sight.
instant push over
No
towards
Sentinel
middle.
on the attack side for BBL means
Yeah,
that Miniboo can
Miniboo's
get this
here
flank
really early.
undetected.
But honestly, Magnum's in such an off angle that. Whoa, okay.
Magnum sat back down.
That's a
Miniboo
great
so
adjustment
swift
from
with
him.
it. And now they've got problems, right? Nowhere feels safe, so BBL maybe looking for some security. A quick dash to split the ideas of where they want to push from and hold from, but Benji there. Gonna find Yampi. There is not much going right for BBL in this one, and this strangling hold of this site is gonna get harder and harder to breathe against. Rien's now taking the steps.
No
It's
way,
Miniboo
man. They
to
made that
clear
look
the last
easy.
2.
Dude,
And
Miniboo
Heretics
winning
look
this out just made that
very,
one of the
very
easiest
comfortable on that
retakes ever.
retake.
Yeah, that's a worrying round for BBL.
What do you reckon?
They're
Because
playing
they
to their
saw the
comp strength
fade
to
eye get
some
thrown
degree
from
with the
far
tail
back, the
bursting
comms were
in.
good enough that he
But
knew someone
Heretics
was
have
close to
identified
him.
Already one of the major weaknesses
I
it
want to
has.
say that's what happened. I'd be impressed if
Like I
that
said
is
before,
true.
This is going to need to be a big attack side for BBL in this composition match.
He's turning the corner like he's really confident someone's close behind. Maybe it's something they
Again,
always do
early
because they
on
got no
Sentinel,
no info sentinel as well. Do they always have
think I can
someone
live read that, but
holding over
the
towards
early
A main?
identification and even the fact that they're pressuring those backlines so early, you know, that first buy round coming in, they've already ripped that away
Yeah,
from
yeah,
BBL.
I think
The
that's
fact that
right.
Miniboo's on that
Routine.
backline pushing in, taking away Magnum, And it's a cold start for BBL here. Look, we know they're the underdogs in this regard. We know they're coming in on the back foot if you're up against basically a flawless run team, but they need something to work out for them here. Some of these players yet to even get on the board. It feels very cold.
Yeah.
I feel like the more I watch Heretics, the more my confidence goes higher and higher with them.
Highest rated player of this stage, I believe, so far.
It would be nice to actually have faith in the EMEA team for Toronto, to be honest.
This is the map choice of BBL, so this somewhat frozen start when you know that Icebox is looming. That could be recipe for disaster.
Hello, mate.
However, we wait to see if there's more life in them yet. We've been giving a lot of credit to BBL, playing within their means perfectly, if not over-delivering in some aspects. Some very talented individuals, the coaching staff, everything about them.
Even with little time. I mean, it's pretty much down to whoever gets first seed, in my opinion.
An overmatch here.
Yeah, I have to agree with all of that. There's some teams, I think, in our league that can learn a lot from BBL right now. But Heretics looking different levels right now.
Benji. I like this.
Yeah, insta setup.
Slipping back towards stairs to supplement the site.
Oh, what a flash that is.
The flash was,
Imagine he gets an extra back of sight here. Yumpy's low, he probably does it, right?
Magnum, can they still get under the skin? I don't
Very
think so.
nice,
Absolutely
man.
not. Heretics making them look, you know, near on college level, amateur at this point. Nothing seems to be going right for BBL. I need to see them with a bye. I need to see them back firing here.
Yeah, and that's the big problem. When you lose that pistol, lose that bonus, you start to look a little bit silly. Like, we're looking at essentially the first real gun round of the game is already 4-0 down. I'm surprised BBL on that bonus round going for
winners in the train yesterday. I mean, the Paper games were really fun, man.
Triple initiator, sorry, taking a bit more of that map control. I wonder if they're going to switch back to that style.
It was fun because everyone was so invested as well.
This all-in style. It looks like they're going to continue with the
like everyone was incredibly invested. Even the hate watchers,
here,
aka Sideshow.
Still Benji to have to handle. If he suppressed, that'd be marvelous, but I don't think that's going to be the case here. Levin looking for anyone, but for now, struggling to get cleanly on the site. Already hindered slightly, but halfway open.
Perfect Storm, yeah, it really kind of all came together, right?
Locked in visually.
It's a great ult. It's a great ult, it's a great fade eye. Ben just to kill 2. 3? Almost.
Kills, but BBL fighting through. They've got potentially a plan here. They have numbers
okay,
advantage.
Woot shouldn't be winning
what the doctor ordered.
But he's pretty much getting 3 1v1s, and 2 of them are low. So if we can take down Yumpy and win this 1v1, this is incredibly doable. Okay, well, nice shot from Yumpy. I tried to build it up a little bit, but
this time able to make it through onto the site.
Yumpy just owned it.
Yeah, BBL, it seems like they've changed game plan completely. It's going to be an all-in style with this composition, trying to overwhelm the sites with Teo. I liked Heretics' approach and reaction, though, again, playing a bit more of a retake style, knowing that holding these sites is going to be a little bit difficult. The flooding didn't quite work, though.
That haunt was lovely that came through. Starting to see that more and more.
To have Sentinel preference on this map.
The
solo Sentinel? Probably say, honestly, solo Sentinel, I'm really on board with the Vice these days. Double Sentinel, I just want a deadlock, and then I don't mind the Cypher or the
Vice. Anti-KO ult setup here for Heretics. Expecting Yumpy to use the KO ult early.
It's going to be Woot then standing to attention. Does he get punished early on here? Yeah, he absolutely is. But Rien still holding the line. Oh! What is that for
Dude, it's their buy round. It's their buy round to reset their money. And he's gone and peeked and 2-tapped him. Oh boy.
Apparently, no pressure for this man. Where's that pressure coming from A main though? Yumpy didn't need the support until then. Miniboo left on his own. Does go down, leaving Profik in a 1v2. He's sprayed down.
Very nice, man. The trip wrecked him.
There is little to be done in that, it felt like. Even in all that chaos, Heretics still looking like they're in control.
Oh, they're very much in control.
Heretics reading the KO ult beautifully, knowing that it's likely going to be a fast round using that KO ult. Rien's got some beautiful kills. Wu, in a very awkward position, still manages to do damage.
Dude, that shot is...
Yeah, the fact he's still able to fire off from there. Bloody hell.
Heretics look like they've been practicing Ascent.
And we were kind of talking about this. This is a BBL timeout. Do not fear, the stage will not be going red just yet. But it was something that kind of reminded me, I hate to bring up FNATIC.
Sideshow, respond to the allegations. I mean, we've already spoken about that. But I would say Sideshow will use every excuse to explain why he was wrong in his picks. Everyone's playing bad
let's
against
say,
Paper
towards a
X,
qualifier.
apparently.
Not sandbagging, but kind of to try and round out their veto process,
I
right? Because when you
imagine
get to those
that's
bigger
what I'll say
events,
for every
all
game
these
they
teams
win
will be
going
looking at your
forward.
veto process. Obviously, Fracture's not high up
It's just
for
too
Heretics at all,
predictable.
No.
and Ascent has also not been a good map. So having 2 of those unavailable wouldn't be acceptable if you're going to those bigger
Double
events.
duelist on Ascent?
So to
I
see them
mean,
try and maybe
it used to be a
bolster
thing
that
back
here,
in the
putting
day.
work here feels like this is an indicator to not just BBL, but every other team.
Yeah, I think the context is just slightly different in the Fnatic instance. We already qualified, so we're just doing a little bit of trolling.
Yeah, you're like, well, why not?
He
But in this
complimented
instance, yeah, you're
Paper X
absolutely
today.
right.
Wait, what?
They
Is
have
that just
2
purely because they
clear
lost, or
maps
is it before they
technically
lost?
this game? So they need to make one of them at least look good.
Yeah, and I think this is so far. I feel like they found the right reactions. I like this kind of double duelist here. It looks nice. I do want to see if BBL, though, come in maybe a little bit hotter after this timeout, maybe readjust mentality. Because so far they haven't really been testing Heretics.
No, it's been a very direct approach. Heretics
Can't break
haven't
trips?
had
Wait,
any
what
problems
team
with
you saying can't break trips?
Swoop gonna put on a show for us here.
They've got
Right, up
everything to
towards
break
heaven.
trips and find the trips.
You can see the utility
And
coming
they
in.
got
This we
probably
have
the
by
best for
Swoop.
breaking
And
the
away
trips. Oh my
we
goodness.
go! 11 brought out of the sky. And
Can I
this
say
is
they
just a
can't break
simple
trips? They
purchase,
could
but
make.
it's
They got a
made it
good
look
comp
lovely
against
for
the.
Woot. Back-to-back impact. He's still firing a feel-good round.
Bro.
All around.
Wait, all of Heretics individually is.
Has a look. Oh, come off it. Easy, Tiger.
Okay, well, I was about to compliment
an
you.
opportunity, but you can see it instantly being shut.
They do all look
They
good,
are
though.
Flying in Profec. It ain't gonna happen. Heretics.
Nice shots. Pick
About
up
to
the
hit
op
that
as
Brazil
well.
number real soon.
Yeah, BBL trying again. They were faking towards the B side of the map, but whilst they were faking, they executed at the same time. So the fake wasn't
Would you
really
raise the important
coming
usage
through.
of
There, yeah.
break
And
trips?
then
I mean, you
another
pretty
signal
much
for
do
Heretics, if none of
default.
this
So
refresh
what
utility
happens
from
is
BBL at the start of the round,
you end up doing
there's gonna be
default
some
util. So
red
I'll use
flags, like,
the
why is there no
I'll use the
util
A
being
chip
used?
for
Essentially,
example.
they're going to be grouping up an X
Right, so what you
so
do is you're taking over
Heretics
towards A as your default. So what you're doing is you would do damage that leaks over towards the right side here that would break this, but also covers
BBL.
this.
One away from 11 though, so
And
that
that
could
would
be
be
nice
part
to
of your
have,
default.
but on the other side, starting to really build
Like
that
you,
full
it's
hand
so
up.
like the
Benji's
Teo,
got his, Woot's
the
got
Teo
his.
util is good
This is
for
a must-win round for BBL.
good for
Also like the
a
difference
default,
between
and it can
blowout
break the
or
chip.
maybe, you know, get enough rounds on
Teo's
this
are
side.
good
but
at
you're already talking
everything,
about
man.
the comp, how it suits this side, and they should be trying to get as many as
Okay,
possible.
another round for BBL. If they
But
lose, they
Woot
got to
once
eco.
again, right place,
Oh, boy.
right time. 11 on the receiving end of that 3-3-8 more
Heretics are
often than not.
doing a good
And
job
this
of
is just gonna
mixing
start
up
feeling
their
so
setups
uphill.
to work out where the
I
op is
didn't
at the
realize how
moment.
good Woot was with his operator.
But he's just
Been phenomenal.
And he's everywhere. It feels like you're not getting away from him. There's something very oppressive about having to deal with someone on this op who's just constantly around the map. We've seen him in the previous round over towards A Heaven.
Yep.
We've now seen him towards B Main. This needs to be added to the checklist for BBL to remove that, identify it. But right now, this checklist feels like it's already missing steps.
Usually with initiators
say
are
her
supposed
again?
to stop the
Yes.
operator. They've got 3 of them. It's not happening right
They
now.
didn't spot the
Here again.
Cypher,
Omnipresent.
so they're gonna flash this guy off the angle.
And whoa,
But
just
then
caught
they
the
don't
flash
know
in
about
the
the
end, but then
Cypher.
Benji allowed to swing.
The great
It's
fade
still a
eye.
nice combination, still effective trading for Heretics. As
Sociable
BBL
can win the round.
trying to take those next steps in towards
But
the
he's
site.
gotta win-
Once again, they're going to at
he's
least
gotta win the
get
duel,
towards
yeah.
a plan here. Sociable, the only one disconnected from this.
He's got to get 2, to be honest. I think.
Still standing on 8. Manageable with the operator. Utility for the post plant. I mean, Sociable's
There we
there,
go.
but he's got a lot of work on his hands. Sacrificial on the first swing. Fu goes down.
Is it
Rien's
enough?
traded.
27 HP,
Again,
8 HP.
Numbers still on their side, but the HP is becoming a factor. Rien's on 27. Yampi's patience. The
Very nice from
discipline there
Yampi.
from Yampi. Just gorgeous. Did he get both? And it was a needed round. They might just get it. Woot, though, not going to
Okay,
work
nice.
out.
Dude,
Back
is this
them in
2
the
rounds
end.
from BBL, Yampi
Gonna
3K,
secure
Yampi 2K, I
BBL
think,
their
right?
second. And a vital round.
And the reason for both
Yeah,
their
Yampi
rounds.
there leading from the front. It's going to be difficult to replicate that round specifically, but buys them a little bit more time to figure out what's going wrong on this attack.
Cool. These are the sort of games, though, you look to your likes of Yampis, your big boy players who've got that experience, who can keep them mentally in this game, focused up.
What is this one?
Coming out with the op as well.
To set up the op?
For Heretics.
Let's see what
Something
game
fast,
plan is.
potentially.
Well, speaking
Wait,
of
what?
fast,
They swapped
Levin's
places.
off. He's not going to go
No
well
way.
here,
This
though. Heretics already have
Dude, I was
guys
looking
down
at the
the
minimap
deep
like,
bottom
wait,
of
hold up.
mid.
They're
Profec removes
kind of staring
Boot,
at
but
each other.
Look at Mini Boo. Gonna use this as almost a get out of jail here, but at this point the damage once again done. Number advantage.
everything Heretics are doing just seems to be working. Like another set round this time, aggression, and BBL are caught off guard.
And I quite like that. It feels very disruptive to pull out a really aggressive round, almost like a Hail Mary at those sort of points. Momentum completely then just gets put off track.
Yeah, it's a beautiful variation on the traditional vision strikers, using the Euro almost to TP in there.
It worked well.
The hell is this?
Jungle camp from Benji.
That's interesting.
Here now in the foliage, we see young Benji Fishy having a little look at some feet.
You get the sound these days, so he's like looking around for it.
Remove some of this utility, and in the meantime, BBL taking steps towards middle. And Heretics already kind of understanding that space has been left somewhat neglected. You can see Boo's reposition, you can see Rien shouldering that angle. So awareness is there, and there is no pressure through B main. So it all comes through market.
I mean, Boo just owns this round, man. There's no way they think he's B main. Why would he smoke himself off if he's B main is what they're thinking.
Boo striking off the back. Lovely little synergy, a 1-2 between them. Yampy, you got a clutch for me here. He knows Boo's waiting. Similar scenes on either side. Ult there. And Yampy, this would be magic for him. But it ain't gonna be easy. First one not gonna happen. Heretics is 3.
All right.
Striding back in on the
Win one,
site.
lose the next.
Yeah, one thing I want to touch on here is that we were praising BBL for simplifying with the Jet picks. Like, Levin's been very good since simplifying to Jet. The teams look better. On the map where you see Jet's farm quite a lot, Levin having a poor performance so far. I'm not going to put it all on his back necessarily, but he's not being set up for success here.
And I mean, if we talk about that, let's...
Very clean, boys. Let's go.
It does look mechanical, doesn't it? But if we talk about that bigger picture here as well, we can't ignore the fact that Heretics were the one that put the likes of Durka in, back in his box on Icebox. That was one of those where they're very good at handling these jets, handling these traditional plays, these aggressive plays. Certainly not the first instance we've seen them achieve this. Let's see if Levin can once again try and approach this.
Okay, into the drone over towards short. They follow up, they get a bit of space. Smoke over towards middle. They pretty much forced into this one, which is, I mean, it shows desperation. They got double stinger.
Last time around, Rien's actually to find the double
leg shot.
That looked like a leg, it is. Magnum down to only 30. Rien's now takes his time and strikes. Magnum gone, but they take away mini boost, so the site is
Dude, they still got double kill trips. It's a good little anti-chaos setup. They still don't know about the trips, right?
Spike now being shuffled in, and oh my word, Boo, he knows his angles, and already a pre-take here. Woo wants all eyes on him and wait for the others to come through as well, but BBL fighting
There's no,
back.
oh dude, I was gonna say, if he gets that A main kill, I'm gonna lose my mind.
The back line's doing wonders, leaving just Benji alive. Praise that clutching coming back on for them, but the time is low here. Not an easy scenario. Can he find one? He absolutely cannot. BBL.
Dude, Benji's sense looks so high, I swear, it looks insane.
And because of Yampy's performance so far, it means he gets that
okay, can they actually get 2 in a row?
KO and Ascent being one of the most powerful ults in the game. Heretics had the read again, how to play around it. Maybe doing the exact same setup wasn't the play, but they were ready for it. BBL able to convert off the KO ult.
A little bit more of that from Yampy too.
He uses 0.28 800. It's not that high at all.
This is first time we're seeing this.
This is the first time he's used an AWP this split.
They don't need heroics or a KO ult to win some rounds, BBL now.
Early control over towards B main though being showed here by Heretics. Putting pressure towards it.
Okay, same thing as earlier.
No
smoke, drone. It's just basically just their split A.
I think they're getting here with Rien's.
It's a great Omen flash hits too.
Boo forced off this, but Woot out in no man's land. Can he make it his own? He absolutely can. Trying to find a little bit of a corner to play from, and he's got it. He's not been traded.
Okay.
He's not gone down.
Dude, that was unlucky though. I like the pathing on that.
Rien's and Miniboo still fighting from the site. Got Heretics what they need this time, willing to take the challenge on the site itself.
Yeah, that's smart.
Not sitting so passive, but Miniboo popping a lot of damage here. Prophet's got Spike's down in a precarious position.
Oh, dude, they can't get multiple rounds in a row.
Time to work.
What a nightmare this is. Spike down short. They have their ult though, so they can go over towards B and then just get it. I feel like Heretics have just spoken about it now. That's why Benji's starting to beeline over towards B. He's got his camera as well to get early info if they do.
They can leave it.
Just check now.
3-1, 2-2. They could
They
do
do
whatever
want to
they
go
want.
B. Because of the pressure of the ult, they know that someone has to be anchoring B.
But can they split their attention? Prophet trying to take steps in here. Minibu to the right here. There's the eyes draw. Now we got to look towards Sociable. Can he get the kill in time? There's going to be the salvos going through. Force them off the angle, but they don't know about Minibu until then. Great from Sociable, but time.
15 seconds.
It's time to get a wiggle on. Gotta go fast, boys. 9
Wait, they got a
seconds,
plan?
door
Wait,
shut.
they made this insanely
Still
doable.
game on here. And now they know the post-spawn position.
Good
At least
smoke.
for Profek.
Oh,
Smoke comes through.
Sociable, mate, you're in trouble.
Can they stand on their own 2 feet? The crossfire now negated. A tap on the spike draws Sociable out, leaving just Profek in the 1v3. Incredibly hard to handle now, but great damage on Benji. They're not safe yet, Heretics. And he knows the spike's not being diffused. Can he keep his cool? Can he keep his nerve? The second try now for Heretics.
Oh my
what a try from Profek!
Oh my god.
Boo in the end stays
He
as
got
cold
a lot more
under all
shots
the
off than I
pressure.
thought he was
It
going
gets
to.
the defuse.
Really well played round at the end there for both teams. The Cedar
Oh,
dive
Minnie's
put into
complimenting
Heretics line
teams.
with the Omino, and then Sociable Profek just kind of ping-ponging off of each other there. Just beautiful play. But unfortunately, 8-3 down right now for BBL. It's not looking great.
Yeah, you can feel it was close, but still, again, that scoreline ever present here.
Okay, change up of the
Heretics
op now
firmly in the
over
lead, and
towards
BBL still looking for
Miniboo.
more.
And late peek
Round
over
fire, all
towards
the
short
stops
for
as Woot's
him.
gonna instantly invest the knives.
Yeah, Woot's creativity. I even forgot that round went on for so long. His creativity in that round, the ways he's playing is not like a Jet I've seen before.
I like the synergy with Miniboo as well. Already seeing them work
Miniboo's the
together.
operator player.
Yeah, and this drone can't see him because he's too far
Sociable.
away.
He didn't even
This is
know it.
nice.
He didn't even know it was
I like a
walking
lot
to
of
his
their.
death, and it feels
They've
like
done a good
Heretics
amount of
wants
mid
to
stuff as well
get these
because obviously
man
they don't
advantages
have
early,
like the
and there's
camera
no
info
trades to
or
it.
like the turret info that you'd normally get from
Again, Miniboo
the
here.
info
Can you
sentinel.
escape him?
Once again, you see Yampi trying his best to do some kind of distraction towards B main, but this isn't a good enough tactic.
No, it isn't.
Good amount of pressure over
Miniboo will
towards here,
stand.
but doesn't cause much of a
How long
rotate.
will he
Nice
stand
shot.
long enough?
Doesn't cause much of a
Again.
rotate because
Oh my
they
God, I thought that was on, but Magnum from afar still gonna do work.
Ooh.
Profek
they
saving
instantly
him.
fade it
They're
after,
digging
so
in on this one, a 3v3.
there wasn't a rotate
Gotta know that
really.
Yaku's
The timing was a little bit off. That's a
disconnected.
great shot, man. What the hell's
Look
going
where
on?
we're heading.
Ah, he's right clicking this. He's dashing right
Now
clicking,
Woot
surely.
plays it forward. This is looking lethal. It's lovely from Woot. As Yampi late to the party. Doors shut on him. This is a tough task here. Gotta face it, and he actually gets his man, but look at what he takes for it. Down to 4. A valiant
Ooh.
attempt, but not enough. Heretics now
But
sitting
Heretics
safe
look
at
good,
9-3, Mini.
Yeah, 9-3 on
The
defense.
individuals
there.
have to
The side that I
perform on
had
this
more
comp,
doubts on
but
the numbers for Heretics, but
both of the individuals in terms of the
the
double
Wu-Tang
duelists look
Miniboo
really good. Look really
Look,
on
we've got a little
form.
bit of a treat here hearing from Miniboo, so let's head over to that. It's behind the wall. They've walked in late to this. FNATIC having to dig deep here. But Rien's doing the dance on the back of the site, and there's a problem. Miniboo swings. Oh, and he's focusing the back lines. It is divine work.
I think we have everything, like games that we play. I think we play like really methodical. But if it gets like a 1v3, any player from Team Heretics can flash this and just hit like some insane shots. And we can be really chaotic or really slow paced, depending on the enemy we play against. So what's needed to win the game, we're gonna do that.
Did I pick BBL today? Nah, I went for... Dude, I have Heretics winning every game.
This year, sadly,
in
we
EMEA.
started as a
And the
third place
final.
and we didn't qualify to Bangkok. So it was a little sad, and a reality check that like international events are not given and you need to reach for them. So I mean, it would be nice to get back to internationals, you know, like just a feeling of going to Toronto would be amazing, you know?
And it is a reminder that this isn't just another
Liquid, I'm
game
Liquid
for
second.
Heretics. This is to set the records right for them here. Bangkok obviously weighing heavy on them. A disappointment
But I
in
think
the
that
start of the
I think
year.
that FNATIC game
To come back now
in my
on
head
their
is going to be
flawless
incredibly
run.
close
Now, a map and a
because
half
they
away
like the
from
same
Toronto.
maps.
yeah, if they can make a
And I don't know what
statement in
FNATIC
this game,
picks. That's what I was trying to ask
looking
Milan
into
earlier.
Toronto,
I think they
they're
pick
gonna be one of
Icebox,
the
but I'm not
favorites,
sure
like
because they never
always
really
are
played
going into those
Icebox.
global events.
Certainly are, and it takes a lot
But
to stop that level of dedication
I think they
and
pick it
want.
Viva's one of the only two teams to have a positive match record against Team Heretics.
How deep can you dig here? That's the real
I mean, there was a year where they were free, though.
Levin's had a brutal game.
When was it,
It's not been easy
2023?
for him. He's got to activate now. We've got to see all of them firing on all cylinders.
And they're playing in a with no Sentinel on the defense. It's going to be very difficult. They're going to be hitting shots, and that initiator utility is going to be having to get the information that the Sentinel would not be usually getting.
Show me how much you can do already. Good info early on here. At least of some sort of presence. Whether there's commitment behind, we're yet to see. But it seems this slow build towards A is happening.
Yeah, Miniboo TPing across so he can set up his TP lineup for the A split here. Oh, it looks like a crunch into Garden.
This is nice though to offset the tempo.
Oh, that's beautiful.
It's an assassination! Magnum instantly deleted. I could watch that all day long. But you want shots to be hit and they're doing it.
Damn.
Oh, there he is.
I liked how calm he was though for that shot. He had a rough first half. It's nice to see him that calm after that.
Likely. Prophet, safe work from
dude, it's still a nice pistol from Heretics though, to be honest, as well.
Heretics coming in with the beautiful micro
1-1
play there.
on the
Whenever
pistols.
they change their comps, you can expect it, but it's all on Levin. Tripling his kills in the pistol round.
I mean, he needed
You can
that,
hear
right?
the smile on Mini when he says that one.
Bit of a reminder of who he is, but watching this back, I'm sure we'll see it at the start.
He was smiling so
That little
heavy.
crunch.
He almost
It
let
was
out a
so
laugh.
systematic, that destruction.
Nice, boys! Nice again!
There he is as well. If you want to see someone pumped up, you kind of want to see Yampy being one of those players, right? He is that emotional leader.
Yeah, it's good to see that despite being so far down, it's not dissuaded him at all.
Nope. He's the most hot-blooded Finn I've ever seen. Normally ice cold, but this guy does get the people going. Once again, right place. Ooh, tries to do the dodge, good damage. I mean, it's not ideal, but you'll take it at this point. That's nice, though. He's playing
Damn, dude. It's like whack-a-mole.
And he's setting the high score. Just down a woot now.
That was sick.
1v3. Not impossible, just improbable. Especially when the spy came with you. It feels like they're tracking his every move here. Yeah, he's been caught. BBL now. Another clear step. This is what they needed.
Yeah, Levin did do a lot of damage there, but I was 0-0ing because I wanted to just see him get that momentum going. If you get a couple more kills,
Then you're feeling it, right?
Eco Cobra momentum can lead on into these gun rounds. It would be a potentially better half for BBL here. Sociable here.
Sociable's a treat to watch there. It feels like you put any aimer in that position, they do well. It's like Demon 1 comes to mind back in the day, this now.
It's just a pure headshot.
It is, it's real nice to watch. So, bonus round is looking pretty tasty here for BBL. A lot of rifles, not a lot missing. Of course, on the other side.
Yeah, let's see what their default is. Late recon, flash,
BBL's
smoke,
economy's not
deep.
looking too shabby either.
Okay, so they, I mean, that can get punished at one point, but I imagine they changed their recon up.
Really trying to peacock that presence.
But they don't have to do it yet, first time that people are seeing the comp.
Usually, Miniboo in that kind of situation is looking to break the Sentinel utility. Nothing there to break, just distracting a little bit. Feeling out the map for Boo's call. Looks like they're expecting some kind of aggression, but it's not going to be
Yampy
happening.
saves a good amount of money. This can be an op next round.
And again, Boo for me, there's been a lot of discussions about mid-rounding IGLs, how well they're doing across regions here, but Boo to me is still one of the brilliant ones. A great mind for the game.
Absolutely.
See how well he handles this. Obviously, BBL, as much as they may be underdogs, they are certainly in the limelight today. Yampy will be forced to fall back here. This feels very tentative across the map. We're down to 35 seconds.
Yeah, but they're gambling with the right sight here.
Maybe just the one smoke for Boo. He used the smoke earlier on A. Maybe
See what
wait for the
Yampy
second
can get.
round to execute.
Bulldog.
It's going to be all on
No
Yampy's
eco.
shoulders on this B side of the map. Tough spot for him.
This ain't going to be easy. Sociable now noted they've getting a good read of where these players are, and here it comes. And there goes Yampy, unable to really put up a fight, but with 13 seconds it felt dicey. But Heretics slowing down the tempos worked wonderfully for them. This bonus not finding the damage that BBL would have been dreaming of, and that's a little out there.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't know for sure if there was like 4 over towards site. They knew that at least one was middle. Maybe they're thinking one's B main and they can try. Get the nice.
Okay,
get the 3 on site.
Hold on. You're going to make me pay attention to this, Prophet. Let's
Surely
see.
not.
How far can you take this? Not far enough. Rien's there. Make sure it doesn't go too far. Another weapon lost. That could have been a conversation. For now, though, they get to 10.
BBL just trying to do a little bit economic damage there. They knew if they could flood into that site, get the retake
Forsaken,
going, it was
hello,
so
mate.
important to the context of this half.
Unlucky today, but the main win was done, man. It's lovely progression,
A
mate.
bit unsure there for BBL's side why Yampi was alone on the B side. Maybe that one smoke that Boo threw towards the A side of the map was enough for
Did the hard
BBL
part,
to
yeah,
over-rotate
for sure.
towards that side.
Yeah,
Train continues in Toronto. You're not wrong.
There's one of our
You're not
commentators.
wrong, man. People are already building the tracks. We're getting the coal.
Yep.
It's all good.
Try-cast
You
button.
guys have good comps for it as well. No,
But
Teo.
a big swing point here now, because this feels like if BBL get the next, then you're starting to look at the ults coming online. Then you're starting to look at that money getting a little bit more robust. And
see
it feels
Paperx
like the momentum
against
doesn't
them.
get taken away.
Who can
Heretics
they
have
get?
done
They
kind
can
of
get
what you'd expect in the
Sentinels,
fact
Billy
that, yeah, they
Billy,
lost the pistol, that's fine,
and then
but they
whoever
win
comes
out
second
on their
here.
first buy round. So far, kind of
First game.
following traditional trend. This next one, though, is key to me. There's no massive ults here yet, though, either for Heretics.
Big thing for me though, if BBL were able to win that round, the operator could have come online for 11, and that
Sentinels,
now they're
Paperx.
playing a
Does feel like it's
very
going to be
important
that.
round
Don't know why.
without an operator.
It
For
does
a
just
Sentinel
sound right,
defense,
doesn't
that
it?
is one of the win conditions.
It
Paperx
could have
Sunset.
changed a lot of the
Paperx
outcome.
Sentinels.
At least
On
with maybe even
Sunset,
confidence
third
levels
map.
coming into this, but pause to
Get
get
that Sage
minds
back.
set right.
I wonder what else Heretics have got up their sleeves. They've clearly been cooking some stuff, so maybe some more set rounds that BBL aren't going to be able to predict.
For now, they can kind of play it out as they see it, but this is, you kind of feel like this is either opens or shuts the door in this
Man,
one
in the
moment.
nicest way possible, though. You would love Billy Billy. Either good Sentinels or Billy Billy. I'd be loving Billy Billy.
Rian's just choosing which lineup he needs. Yeah, it looks like Heretics just playing it very slow. Their game
That's
plan
more
is
of a
just
compliment to
slow,
Sentinels than it is a
methodical
flame.
letting Boo work those mid-rank calls later on. A main's going to be denied from BBL.
In response, so they have got at least a shoulder on B
Okay,
main.
big, important
Yeah,
round.
I do worry if he's left so isolated.
BBL
so
lose
often,
this, the map's
but
done.
I'm sure there'll be adjustment.
Nice little attempt there from BBL. They threw the KO flash over from the B side with the Haunt, trying to catch someone out of middle. Nice to see that micro there. Doesn't catch anyone though.
Dust somewhat settling from these early moves on the board. Has Sociable seen Benji, or has Benji seen Sociable? Doing the dance back and forth here.
Dude, you guys don't have the most time.
Yeah, there it is. Pixels shown, and
Well.
Benji's got it. That's a big pick here. That opens up middle, but it does leave it in the 2-2. So it's not like they have a huge advantage until, well, we look towards the side.
Magnum can win the
Another boost in
round.
corner. Magnum, this is a tough position. The paranoia flies by. But Profeg,
Oh,
wait, he's
dude.
got 2 out
Should've
of
said-
this. How's
should've
he
said
just found
Profeg,
2?
to be honest.
And they don't clear
Has he done that? Has he
Oh,
done that?
it's game on. Surely. A 1v3 needed from Benji.
Wait, how's he done that?
He's
good for.
Their patience is in the right
He baited in
place.
his teammate as well while
Profeg's
doing it.
someone I've been highlighting all year as a potential one of the best smokers in our region, I believe.
Wow,
and I
big
thought that
compliment.
I thought him and Ruxic were going to be those players coming up from tier 2, and he's having a game right now
Yeah,
on the
absolutely
defense
is.
side.
19-12.
It was so sick. I
Oh,
don't know if
nice.
this was on purpose from Heretics, but they reconned on top of Mini Boo's clone and sent in him like a droning recon. I hope that was on purpose.
Was that?
Yeah, I think it was.
I hope it was. If not,
That is sick.
Rian's is being flamed a little bit here, but
I mean, if it is intentional, if EVS, if
Okay,
we could ever
this
find
could
out,
get a little
I'd
bit
love
close.
you guys endlessly. I know I'm being a pain in the ass, but for now, Heretics, hey, here's the change point. We were saying how critical that last round was. Well, now you're seeing it. Now you're seeing the Sheriffs. Now you're seeing the Hero Guardian for Woot. That's about it.
I mean, at one
Still
point,
deadly.
because of the no Sentinel, they have to have like a
See that
punish
recon
over towards
flash
middle.
coming in again.
What the hell is
Oh,
this?
yeah.
Flash
See
over the
it!
top to
You
peak
said
middle
before it
with
didn't
the
catch.
recon.
This time, Sociable gets his man.
Hey, this was kind of cool.
Lovely from
They flashed
BBL.
from B over the
reward
top,
there now.
recon over the top, double peek
Boo
through
and
mid,
Benji gotta face the
especially kind of
music.
like making use of the smoke that goes down. It's in like the enemy smoke. That's nice. Whoa. Okay, it wasn't him.
Bad.
I was gonna say, yeah, it didn't land on my
Easy now,
screen.
Easy now, there we go, 11. Okay, step by step, we gotta close the game now. Heretics.
Yeah, that was a
not
nice
having
little
the
play
run of
though.
the house here. And I'm very impressed. Couple ults now getting very close by. And it looks like there's going to be a timeout already. And here it, yes, it kind of looks
Yeah,
like it was.
that's for
set
sure on
there.
purpose.
The recon drone. I love you, EVS. Americas could never. They could never. honestly. But okay, let's kind of take stock then. After I've absolutely glazed the EVS team, they'll be saying,
Sure.
yeah, boy. We got ults coming in, and we've got a big momentum change, right? BBL
America's Flame, yeah. The problem is they got
HERETICS, not one to turn
they
down
got
the
a lot of
challenge,
ammo.
though, right? This is now gonna be them
Got 4
put
hours
under
of
the
tech
pressure
pause
step
ammo
up
to use
the
against
plate.
the
We've seen a
EMEA.
good defensive side.
Can't be firing too
in
many
some
shots out here.
regards coming out. So where do we sit on them handling this? You know, what's the look back here for HERETICS?
I think for HERETICS, they don't need to be too worried yet. I think a lot of this is looking like, again, a pistol loss and then Profik having an insane round.
Yes.
To me, I haven't seen anything yet that has made me too worried for HERETICS.
Okay.
Obviously, if they start losing a couple more, then it's,
Then it's,
you know.
ooh, yeah.
The one thing is, though, again, I don't think BBL can afford that operator. And when that starts getting into play too, that's just another angle that BBL have to potentially shut down HERETICS. This round, I expect HERETICS to just work around the Sova ult they have.
Yep.
Keep it simple.
Keep it simple, stupid. It's a classic. 1 away from Woot's ult, 2 away from Mini Boo's though. 1 off from Sociables, 1 away from Magnums. A lot cycling
is the
through
plan?
11 as well. This
Another
round
big
could really heat up.
bounce, especially for
once again,
HERETICS.
pace change though, a little bit earlier, a little bit more aggressive on taking this control.
Oh,
And
they
BBL
wanted to
challenging some of
they want to
these.
fight this as well.
A bit of a different position.
Dude, they got some
too,
nice
and
fade
actually
eyes going on.
willingly forcing further on A main.
Yeah, BBL can always do this with their composition. They can always go for these refights
Yeah,
because they
they're
have so
deeper
much
smoke.
utility.
I'm
There's
pretty
a
sure
utility
what's meant to
disparity
happen
between
here. I think
HERETICS.
Profek's meant to
If HERETICS wanna
TP into
fight
this
that one-on-one,
into this
BBL are
smoke.
going to refresh their utility.
From what I can tell, and they fade eye on top, and he's trying to combo. Just the fact they got hit early.
Sociable spotted.
Drone going out. Drone is down.
All eyes. Did he get away with this? I wouldn't say HERETICS are a lazy, clear team. Oh, but he's found the timing
Lovely
just
on
right.
that.
And he gets his reward, marks his man.
Did he
Mini
take
Boo's
down
gone.
one entry?
Okay, I mean, I'm starting to believe a little bit here in BBL. They've been convincing me round by round. That smoke holding back basically the majority of HERETICS.
Yeah, HERETICS has a very clear plan of what they do this round with the Yoru ult orb, but
I know exactly where you
30 seconds left.
11 in the middle, nothing. Okay.
He's trying to play this out. Oh, the faith in the reveal. But ends up middle. They brought it back to a 3v3. Benji low, boosted alive, and Rien's
Damn,
there.
that's the kill,
Levin
though.
still fighting, and Levin coming online. We said we needed it, and we
His
got
defense
it.
looks kind of solid though.
Levin
Dude,
after a
the fade
disastrous
util right now
first
is looking really
finding
strong.
his footing when BBL needed it.
Yeah, that's everything for BBL. And now Operator Economy comes online. Levin can lean into that too. A hell of a turnaround for him. Only 1 kill on that attack side. Up to 9 already.
If we talk, we will win this game. If we don't talk, we will lose.
Keeping those comms up.
Keeping it simple.
It's as simple as that.
Love it. Oh, it's making me smile because they, I just want to close games.
Big if true.
Yeah, it seemed like HERETICS in that round, I was trying to say that like they had a very clear timeout.
Yeah.
They were getting a bit complicated, taking A, going back, taking the orb. They were going to do a kind of a Sova ult, Yoru ult combo of some sort, but the basics in that round, the fundamentals, just checking those corners, having the util there to check the corners just wasn't there.
Yeah, you've seen teams adopting this a lot more when they play against Teo at the moment. To like smoke over towards the A main to re-clear. If you don't really smoke it and you don't create pressure or a question mark over towards wine, then the Teo can just damage out and they don't have to worry about a crossfire. So this is really strong. When you do this, you kind of stop them from feeling like they can retake and re-clear over towards A.
I mean, it's not an easy task to do, right?
Because this is just pretty much a perma question mark.
But already not wanting to probably approach that B site, already hearing
I say as they knifed it to clear, but
Looking like a beast.
that's the full process.
Got,
Dude, 2 on site here. This might work well.
In with that
They don't have the guns, but if these two don't get enough,
there it is. Just denying that access towards site, slowing them
they'll
down.
pick up the guns.
Now,
The 1 KO flash. Yeah, I'm just got a big KO flash for the 2 on
and
site.
it's site time. Sociable gonna spot the barrel as
No
well.
way.
This is beautiful.
How did
Woot's
Mini
alive.
Boo go down? He's
No,
aiming at the
dead.
guy close and he
things
kills
looking
the guy
even
B
better for
main.
BBL. Levin
That's incredibly
even showing off
unlucky.
himself here, maybe unnecessarily, but fair play. With 10 seconds, do what you must. React.
Shot.
Whoa, making this look not impossible. 5 seconds.
Oh,
time
he's
is
got
a
time.
factor
Oh man, this would be one of the better 1v3s.
Is he the one to do it here?
3 bullets.
3 bullets. Oh,
that is so calm, bro. He's so calm with his aim. Dude, that's one of the better 1v3s we've seen. It really is. 10 seconds and he does that.
In those moments, saving Heretics when they're down in the momentum. They needed that round.
Oh, they bloody did. Breaks the 3 rounds back to back for BBL. And look at this one from Rienz. And it felt like it, for BBL, they
his
took
aim
their
looks
eyes
incredible.
off who they were facing for a second. These kind of individual moments. You get punished. And you can't forget about it now. They should be on red alert, but the ults are coming online, Mini. This now changes the dynamic, and it looks like it's changed the pace.
Yeah, fast now here. Sova ult AX coming in for Heretics.
Evan already expecting
different
the
pathing.
dash towards the site, but he's waiting to find a target, but it's Profek again, straight in. But Heretics trading
nice.
out better.
And he's on top of
Are
this.
you aware that you're being
Yeah.
in on
I think he
Yamp?
had him.
It's just around that corner. It looks like Rienz is
Nope.
aware, though. Oh my god, the timing. Yampy, this is a brutal fight. He wants it, he wins it. And now surrounding on both fronts. Sociable still has utility. He's got his drone. He's got bits to play with here. And he steps out on his own. Boo, tucked in towards Hell. Misses the critical shot. But Benji doesn't, leaving just Sociable alive. Hard to clear this. But his salvos now. Swings the smoke, doesn't find anything, sends the stun off to the right. He can't handle it. Benji dragging them up to 12. Heretics getting the gap they needed.
Yeah, I love that.
One round messed him.
Pace change up from Heretics there. After having a big
It was a classic though. Sova all in, the Omen can give info where the Sova ult should be hitting as well. Got insta recon for cause. Nice round.
And it all felt safe and secure for a moment, right? We were believing in that comeback from BBL.
Dude, the straight up hits now. They're probably going to get wrecked by this knife though. Does he pop his ult before the knife hits or what?
And now can BBL respond in kind.
Yeah, well, no one can really follow this up, right?
Yampy with a judge. He's not stopping. He's been seen. They know he's here. But can they remove
Surely they
him,
know
right?
he's
This one
here.
feels almost obvious, but he's still going to stand his ground.
Damn,
Takes away
he got his
Root.
one.
Good trade though. And now the site is under scrutiny. It's under pressure as well. Levin trying to backfill the space, but they know they've lost control of the site. Miniboo's there, but they can't hear him. They can't see him. And now they've dealt with them. BBL only losing Yampy after he took one with him. In all that chaos, they step up.
Yeah,
it's just praising Heretics for the pace shift, but to do it again against a composition that has that KO knife available, the KO knife just hits all of them. Not able to do anything there off of that Euro ult there, Heretics. Great flood in from BBL.
That's a confidence builder again for BBL. Quickly, okay.
So
breathe. We've still got a chance in this.
They won the round when they had better guns. 1v3
not a million miles away on the other
Sova ult.
side. Pretty far from their ults. Pretty far from a full purchase. But do
Dude,
remember
it's
how they
super
got back in
doable
this
for
game off the
BBL.
back of Rienz.
When do they get their ults back? They're miles away.
And this looks like a similar piece. We've
Absolutely
seen this before.
miles away
This
from the
time,
main
no
ults.
spam in middle.
Give that Guardian over to Rienz again.
Why wouldn't you? I mean, Woot's on 10.
There we go. Thank you, Woot.
They're listening. Coach Mini's back. This feels like the pistol round.
Oh boy. Oh god.
Oh my god.
Holy.
Hello. There's a lot of players in that smoke.
It's a cleanup.
Farming up. A feel-good moment for him.
Yeah, it's convincing.
Boo with 5 to find and a ghost to face his opponents with an in-zone flawless here. We're up to 10 now.
And I was starting to get worried that we're going to have a very one-sided affair. After we bigged it up, it's a beautiful game of Valorant between two good teams. And BBL, they're doing their best to make us not look too stupid.
And a timeout for Heretics here. Maybe time to pull out a set piece, a play, something in mind here. This is very late in the day and it's a Weber conversation rather than the Niels conversation.
Yeah, Weber usually talks a little bit more in these moments, I feel like. Has a bit more of that kind of mid-round, mid-game adaptation approach, it feels like. I think both go back and forth sometimes.
Yep.
But Weber, very good strategic mind for the game.
How much do you pay for that shout out?
I was thinking about it recently because I watched the podcast with Benji and Neil, and I remembered that, you know, I am friends with these people, so I should probably say nice things sometimes. Well, I used to be a competitor, so I actually used to hate them, you know.
Got it. Now I gotta remember, like, okay.
You know.
No, I think a lot of us have been impressed with what they've been able to achieve. Again, it's not the fact that Heretics were good once, it's the fact that they're getting back to being good. Now this half, though, is a solid reminder of the fact that BBL are dangerous. You know, we've been talking about them as the dark horses here.
It's like flaming.
Obviously not on the flawless run, but my god, you know, eye test alone, they are passing it. And they are making this work for themselves. It could be all over in a blink of an eye in one round, but for now they are going toe-to-toe with Heretics and making them work for their dinner.
Yeah, it's a good sign they're shutting down the explosivity from the double duelist. Heretics might need to now adapt and play a little bit more of a style that the double duelist isn't as good at, just to feel it out more.
Seeing the Outlaw out for Yampy, and you can see the light shields on the other side, so this is big investment and probably a valuable.
It's the Odin Towers play. Oh, that's unlucky.
Yeah, it's the EG.
Nice looks from them. I've been impressed again with BBL. These little like set pieces. Even though now going to be the one to wait and see. Are they committing? They are.
I mean, he can one-shot everyone apart from, okay, I say apart from Boo. Dude, they get a free side here. This is looking like one of their best chances, especially that kill. Is that not it? Yampy has to get that.
Big shot from Yampy opens up the retake.
Still a really hard retake. They got KO. Not that it changes too much, but they might as well do it because they've only seen one of the flashes.
Ult comes in. BBL getting closer. Haunts there. Prowler's there.
Dude, Benji's playing this so weird.
Benji looking for it, but he's blinded. He can't remove this. They've got to get going now, though. Time running short. Benji again finds Prophet.
Very, very nice. Played behind the smoke on Heaven. Dude, this got really close, though. This got really, really close. That 1v3 definitely felt like the difference maker here.
Great first map.
Yeah, beautiful first map. We highlighted this as the map that BBL could punish Heretics on, and we didn't know what to expect from Heretics. Great first half from them, and getting over the line in the end on knockdown pick.
Yeah, if this is the sign of things to come, I cannot wait for
talking about this one? He's retweeting a thing from 2024. He's really trying to get artists back into Vitality.
Nice! Let's go!
Very clean, boys. Let's go.
Ah! What's up? What? Bro! Ah! You are the best player in the world.
Let's go.
Vitality he's trying to ruin Vitality even more. Damn, dudes. Artist is a good teammate, man. I feel like that probably was a must-win for BBL. Just because Heretics arguably have the best icebox I've seen at the moment. Yeah, so, I mean, some of the Americas teams got nice as well. But
gives you wings.
Artist? Nah, he was just one of the best teammates that I had, to be honest. I think when you work every day and you do like 14, 12, whatever hours you're gonna do, when you have someone that makes it fun, they're worth so much, man. Artist was one of those, Yampy was one of those. Like, everyone looks forward to practice. Mute, it's fine, it's not the VODs, we'll get wrecked. Benji, I think there's quite a few of them in Heretics. I feel like Benji feels very positive. Okay, we'll be back in a little bit.
It's an excellent start for Team Heretics in this qualification game versus BBL. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back in the studio with Kakuka and a very special guest. Now, before I introduce you, I have a very important question. Do you think you would be able to beat 100 men? Can you take them on?
Easily.
Yeah. Welcome, Gorilla. See what I did there? See what I did? I've been sitting on that for a while. But yeah, Ascend, a great start there for Heretics. Did you expect them to beat BBL on BBL's map pick?
I think especially with the comp change, like as soon as we saw the Yoru and the Jet come out, as opposed to the Rayleigh, I think that Heretics had a much better chance, just because I know that BBL are a very prep-heavy team. So yeah, I think that kind of threw them up a bit.
I absolutely love this idea. They've been so extremely successful running the double duelists. It looks like it's kind of natural for them. You give Woods a lot of that flexibility that he also likes, but the freedom to do some crazy things.
And for a team that never plays Ascend, they bring out a comp that no one else runs. It's just their comp. But it also helps that Rians is Rians, and he probably won Kakuka the most important round of the entire map.
Absolutely. Heretics is such a momentum-based team that when we see a 1v3 like this one, in which the economy was not in their favor, he just had this Guardian using perfectly the timing for everything, even planting the spike at the last second and getting those beautiful kills is the kind of round that literally brought Heretics back on the board. BBL were getting round after round, and you know, even though he thought it was decent, everybody else was losing their minds.
How would you have dealt with that if your boys threw a 3v1 like that against Rians?
I mean, at some point you just gotta put your hands up and say well played. Like, I think Rians is one of, if not honestly, probably the best initiator we have in Europe. In the world at least.
Trent exists, but
Trent exists, but I think Rians is better. Like, that's just my opinion. So at some point, like when you have world-class players like that, they pull rounds just out of nothing.
Yeah, and they snowballed that to a win, but it also helped that Kakuka, they had such a great start to this map.
Again, it goes back to the momentum. They know this and they're aware of this. The best thing that you can do when you think about the map, you're starting on the defense. You have this double duelist, and you see a composition on the other side that does not have a sentinel. You try and abuse it, and even though this position was great from Magnum, Minibu gets the kill. And look at what happens here. This is, as I say, the bonus round. The moment that this is open, the reaction from Wood to go on the smoke dash, create that distraction, and the paranoia coming in from Boo. This shows the form that we're seeing from Team Heretics. They're so quick on the reactions, but so exceptionally right.
Kind of annoys me that they perma-banned Ascent for such a long time. If this was in their repertoire the entire time, you know.
They were saving it for today.
Yeah, they were saving it. What a great time to bring it out as well. And Gorilla, of course, you talked about the prep and maybe what they couldn't anticipate. There is no way that we would be able to predict that Wood, who has not picked up an AWP this entire year, is going to pick up an AWP, get, I think, 7 kills out of 6 rounds with it. How do you deal with that when something like that happens in the game?
Well, I mean, on one hand, when you have a triple initiator comp, especially one with a Fade, and Fade is so good at like dealing with the AWP, you've got the Prowlers, the Eyes, the Seizes, like you shouldn't be taking as many or sniper kills in general as you can. But then on the other hand, like with a comp that BBL run, they don't really have a lot of like, call them mini smokes, right? Like the Cypher cages. Yeah, they have the jet smokes here, but like it just means that Woot can just post up wherever he wants, and at some point you're gonna run out of smokes, right? You're gonna run out of util to kind of block his vision.
Very nicely done, we would say, from the side of Team Heretics. Now, they have a great opportunity to close this out 2-0, break the first seed curse, make it to Masters Toronto after missing out on Bangkok. But Kukuka, is it really that easy as we head to Icebox?
I mean, as I said, in terms of preparation, and as we're mentioning for BBL, they know that the moment that they ban Lotus, we are going to Icebox. It's a map where we've been speaking about how Miniboo has been performing the last weeks, and it's a map where he should be completely unleashed. If we add that to Wood now playing the operator and how they complement each other on this map, things only get more and more scary from there.
And I'm so glad you're here with us, Gorilla, because you faced them on Icebox already. Koi have always had a very good Icebox, so is there an Icebox you think you prefer here? Who would you be leaning towards when it comes to these two teams?
Honestly, I'm leaning towards Heretics if they're running the Neon again. Even from last year, dealing with their retakes especially, and the fact that on defense they just group up towards the center of the map and just want to flood. They don't want to let you plant. They don't want to let you get in good positions. It's so hard to deal with. Like, you've got to have a really solid game plan. But then again, on BBL side, when you have the comp change with Levin going over to the jet,
okay, let's see what the Icebox looks like. I'm going to be honest, from what I've seen,
you know,
I think this is
honestly
a
lot better than what they were running at the start of the split, but I think Heretics is just too good.
Do you anticipate more changes from BBL? Would you like to see it?
I don't think so. I think what they have going for them is probably the best with the players that they have.
I think that we also saw it coming from Foot, if I'm not mistaken. The sticking to the simple composition that gives you a very clear idea of what you want to do in the map and where your strengths are lies.
How's BBL's Icebox?
Easy to read for the opponent, but it gives you a key
it got better.
In
it did get better. It was their worst map.
Of course, plays to
and
their
then they
advantage,
changed
I
comp,
think, on the side of
and it looks a
BBL.
little better.
We see the players playing to the best of their ability and following what they've been doing on the...
Oh, wait, Heretics change it up, maybe.
That change it up.
God, do they need to change it up? I thought they had a...
I absolutely adore it. I think
that
bringing
finger.
it back from not seeing it through the entirety of the regular season to now seeing it after Navi. I believe it was Shao, the first one that did it. We're seeing a lot of teams. What do you think it is, Gorilla? What's the strength of Gecko that makes so many teams want to pick it?
I think it's the plant installation. The fact that you can just send wingman.
The Neon Icebox? No, they got some nice stuff. Dude, Nilzinho
my Spanish
loves
is
the
not
Neon
that
Icebox.
But you can send wingman to go and plant and then fight the site with it as well. And it's the same with retake, like I was saying. I think the Gecko only enhances, like, you know, that you can molly back yellow, you can molly jail, like all these positions when you're wanting to retake. Exactly.
Yeah, and I love that they've gone back to their champs comp, just plus tickle. And we remember this fondly. But here's the thing, Pansy and Mini. Heretics, they are just one map away of going to their first
global change the device, yeah. But I think changing that might have been smart.
Well, that is the question for us as well. Is this going to be over in 2, or
might
is
have,
there a fight back for BBL?
As long as they have good fort behind this, they might have just owned.
How do we feel about the comp change? I mean,
like
it's
the
not
prep
massive.
from BBL
Do you think
as
it
well.
complements what they were doing even more?
I think the Killjoy is just more efficient on this map. I think there's the turret and the alarm bot is able to cover more space on Icebox, especially towards the middle of the map on defense. So I think that it's better for Heretics as well. The Vice is a little bit more anti-stratable. BBL could come in and know that Vice was going to be used towards the middle of the map, but just trigger it every round. And so the Killjoy is a little bit harder to anti-strat in that way, I think.
Yeah, I agree with that.
One of the most beautiful maps to watch here. If you're a Heretics fan, this has been a highlight, to say the
Why
least.
did you have to say that? BBL on defense, Heretics on attack.
BBL, if there was a time to show your capability,
Knife goes over towards B, doesn't hit anyone. They might start double pushing. We'll see once they get some kind of contact over towards A. They wait for the rotate back over towards middle and then drone all the way through.
They're pretty good at doing
They
these
pretty much clear everything here.
Retakes, but looks like they're going to be flooding in here on B.
Wait, Yumpy, you're
He tried to get ahead of it. It was actually Prophet to take the head off of Miniboo. So if they're able to deny Miniboo here, this does change the matter. This is only round 1.
Blocks the top as well.
Stick around on the side here, turning the flash just perfectly for
Dude,
Yumpy.
Yumpy.
That is
Dude,
beautiful.
Yumpy's doing bits.
Doing well here, BBL.
He got the first bit of info for the first kill as well.
Boo and Benji gonna have to react in some kind. Yeah, they got a stall on this plant though. Boo's gonna have to try and back away a little bit here. Still wants to do a bit of damage if he could, but actually threading the needle going forward. I like this. Boo Nice try.
Yeah, really nice though. It's a good pistol for them.
5 alive, Mini. They seem aware.
Yeah, BBL.
2-1.
Like we're told about Heretics and their beautiful icebox, but BBL are no slouches on icebox either. What I like from them is their confidence or maturity to leave the A site open sometimes.
And not even get to see over the top.
Yampy sat at that back site with the KO flashes fighting out if they really need it, but sometimes they just let it go.
Yep.
Play for those retakes, play with those pre-flanks.
In-zone flawless to start things off.
What's Magnum doing with his monitor, man? Yampy's going crazy though.
Heretics gonna just have to go through the motions. Look, we know what Heretics are good at in this map.
Okay, everyone can get one shot obviously from the Outlaw, and who is close to that ult? Who's getting snowballs? I mean, not really anyone.
It looks like they've got a game plan in mind from
probably from Heretics try to get a couple of orbs and
watch
Rians.
the next couple of rounds. I want to see BBL try and keep this clean though.
Yeah, I was looking for Heretics to do one of their set rounds here, but I'm not sure what they're planning here.
Yeah,
Looks
it's
like maybe
fast split B. Make a lot of sound over towards here as the Neon sends it through.
Running under tube.
Wall at the top.
Creating a distraction towards B.
Yeah.
Trying to get up close and personal with the classics at some point.
Do I like Neon on Icebox? I think most stuff works on Icebox. As long as you have this and this, I'm probably going to like it on Icebox. It's one of the maps that's the most open, man.
But Levin's still training towards main. Miniboo trying to cause as much of a distraction, but Levin unfazed by it, unmoved by it. Down to 3 now. Oh, it's just unreal from Levin. Miniboo still being a nuisance, but it feels like he's only going to be a nuisance here. Yes, handled. BBL.
Yeah, very nice.
Make it up to 2.
Yeah, cheeky idea, using the salvos to try and break the turret. The turret didn't get destroyed for some reason, so...
When I left, was Yampy still on Liquid? Yeah. We got Yampy in...
What is that?
Beginning of 2021.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
I'm actually sorry
Feb,
about that one.
I think.
Okay, bonus. What do we have? Full armor coming up Heretics. I mean, they heard. They were in the receiving end of that that Outlaw, so don't blame them for that. But bonus here. Let's see.
I mean, I was the person that asked Yampy to come over from
get
CS.
a miracle from this, or the Heretics get back on track. This is a necessary round. Denial of removing the turret early.
It's just standard A default here for Heretics. Using the salvos early to deny the space, getting up close.
Yampy a bit unorthodox. Has a little bit of a deeper look, but doesn't see much yet. One of the only EMEA players to really flourish with the Stinger so far.
Not our strong point.
Nope. It's fine. Americas do make it look like a, you know, essentially another rifle. This is enough utility now going through. They should be feeling like someone's trying to make a bit of a play. Now they've identified Yampy early.
They see the KO close. So you know if KO is taking first contact, then we don't have a jet here. Unless there's some kind of crazy bait.
It's going to be this A finish though.
The great knife on that.
Yeah.
Good little stun as well, dude. 4, they give you so much info.
At least another player, maybe 2 even.
4 over towards the A site now for BBL.
Yeah, dude, now we get a basically just get a 9-person duel over towards site. They still got wall double mollies as well. The great flash. Dude, it felt like everyone but Boo ate that flash.
So he didn't get caught on the flash, but Sociable going to try and tuck down and survive. But Miniboo doing what Mini does best. And he, oh my god, wait, Sociable, you serious?
Hey, he did pretty good though.
We
got one person that can get one shot from the Outlaw. So Magnum kind of has to do it all.
This is not going to be easy. 3 players already line up. That makes it much easier.
Dude, he did a little bit of damage. Now everyone can get one shot.
Oh, okay, well. Making that near on impossible. Magnum still going walkabout. Oh,
hey, it was a good go at it. That was a really good go at it. It's a nice bonus though from BBL. They did so much damage here.
Heretics only make it out with 1 player left alive.
Yeah, BBL losing that round, but I'd be happy with that result there.
Yeah.
Lots of economic damage coming through. I do love that slide up Miniboo, that slide up onto the fridge. Like, no, fridge? I don't know what people call it. We call it fridge.
Would you rather have your jet getting kills on eco to get momentum or initiator? And probably initiator, but I mean, honestly, I don't mind. Whoever gets kills out of those two, like in pistol, you just snowball them anyway. It's fine. Because the good thing about like jet knives is that you just don't really give them much of a backup gun, maybe a Bucky or something, and your econ's good. Like both of the ults are good to begin with.
Stanzo, look at the damage that they've done already towards Miniboot, taking him down
I would
to
hope that my
semi-5,
jet's good
forcing him
enough
away.
that
So
I'm just fine getting them all.
It's a chess game right now. BBL, no.
Oh! Tried to steady the aim for the second, but it wasn't to be. But already a nice little 1-for-1 here. They've fought out at least for the front of the site. I don't think they can really gather the back unless they swing perfectly in unison. Woot taking a lot of damage here. Desperate to try and deal with the players by Dice, but BBL holding the line so well.
It's nicely done. He did a really good job
I feel like we might
of
actually have a game here.
Yeah, the chess
their
match
backs.
is coming in. Heretics identified from their preparation that BBL like to play off of that A site, play more for retakes and have that flank coming in.
Yeah, they're fighting on
BBL
Simon.
changing up the style, keeping one deep on B. We keep seeing a push on B. And
This
then
is just
four
a big
people
win in
stacked on the
general,
back
right?
of
So
that A site,
they
just ready
force
to
them
brawl
down
Heretics every
to an
time.
eco, first of all, that's everything. But also like winning that
early
fight
testing
over
period
towards
almost,
A,
both kind of getting a
it's
feel
such an
for each
important
other,
win.
figuring out
Because
what's
if you
going
lose
on.
that fight over
Obviously, the
towards A
A-site
and teams get the
simulator
confidence that
carrying
they
on
can
here, but
keep
maybe this
hitting
time
this
we do get a
site,
bit of variety.
it becomes an absolute nightmare.
As we do see Sheriff's out.
I think I would like to see
that win has that round even is just so much impact into the game
just said
itself.
what I just said.
I said what I said.
Just said, like Weber and Neil, they're smart enough to say what I just said. If they did it, I would prefer it on this round right now when the ecos, so that, you know, if they take it next round, it's a little bit too close. If you know what I mean? That
Gives you time to
information.
kind of, like,
yeah, the other team's going to be
mull over.
thinking about this gun round.
Oh dear, it's not pretty for Yampi there.
Oh no.
And yeah, it's a judge recovered,
They
but
pick
it
up
is
the
a player
judge.
taken down. So it
They
does
pick up the
add a
judge and
little
there's
bit
now
of
an
worry
AWP
to
here
my
for
mind, especially
Miniboo.
if
He's
it has
super
Miniboo.
low
I mean,
HP, so they might
let's have a
not
look
want
here.
to
We know
do
there's
it,
a second string to this
but
boat, and that being Profek.
that'd be
He's been
tempting.
very solid. And he's actually got support from Sociable now, so it's not an unmanned site. Heretics aren't going to have an easy time
he
now.
decides to get it. Okay, planning ahead for Woot.
The Yampy judge always puts a smile on my face.
Why is that?
Just the Sliggy Piggy judge skin.
Cute. Now
He does use that skin,
Their
doesn't he?
resolve, and it's brilliant. I don't know if he caught it just a second before. I think Profek just knows his lines. Taking away Boot. Now Profek, yeah,
Nice
still
shot.
farming. God damn, this guy is clean. Benji, I don't think you're going to get much more here. 1 HP in a dream. Oh! A flying Magnum will do the job. Woot, 1v3. Not going to be going so good here. Singed.
Okay, dude,
and
nicely
put
handled that
down.
from BBL.
Profek very clean.
It is a
After bit of
sick start
shaky
from them.
Yeah, just
Good
the eco there
money,
for Heretics, but it's
good
nice
ults
to
now
see
online,
the
especially
aim
for
display
defense,
there. Just a
closer
bit of
to
confidence
a
building,
couple of the other good
knowing
ults
how
as well.
good you are sometimes in these rounds. That translates over to the gun rounds.
And certainly not an easy role playing on that site there. And it is now the Heretics timeout. So a little bit later and obviously giving BBL the opportunity to have a talk during this time. But as you said, you'd have preferred it a little bit earlier.
Yeah, but the problem now is that the ults are coming online and it's a completely
team is
different
the biggest
discussion.
advantage
You
in
kind of
KO
got
now.
to go into the discussion
I
saying
mean,
that
it
BBL
probably
changed
is
their
Paper X, mate.
preparation and then
They're the only team
park
that
to one
doesn't play it
side
on
and
any
then
map,
say,
right?
But there's some ults on the table. How are we going to deal with that?
Yeah, if you're talking about the ults as well, for BBL they do have
There's
Profek,
definitely
so
a couple
the
of
Viper ult
EMEA
is there.
teams.
Very, very important.
But I'm not sure those
Magnums as
EMEA
well. So
teams are
some
going to
key ones
make it
already in place
to
and only one away from Sociables. On the other side, Miniboo does have
Toronto.
his. Rienz has got his. 2 away from Boo's and Benji's, and actually 1 off from Woo.
G2,
So
mate,
yeah,
G2
the
use it on
conversation-
every single map.
Yes. So I do wonder how they're going to divide this conversation for Heretics and where they want to put their
FNATIC?
focus, because this initial 5 rounds has been waiting
FNATIC
that
use
BBL
it
banner.
on 2 maps,
And I
right?
wouldn't put it past Heretics from being able to adapt. I think that's one of their strong suits here. They don't ever feel like they're
Do they
completely
only
out
use
of
it
the
on
series,
Fracture?
but they do need a reaction now, because this is certainly not going the way they expected.
No, absolutely. And it can't just be all off the back of a Rien's clutch. I want to see it from
Ascent and Fracture,
adaptation,
okay, yeah.
strategy.
Yeah,
So you're
FNATIC
putting
are in a
on
good
Weber
spot.
and Niels.
Yeah, it's going to be all Weber and Neil's fault if they start losing this one.
Weber, Niels.
The G2 are fine anyway, just because they got
Rubbish.
that extra time.
Cool. Well, let's see. I want your judgment afterwards. Do you approve of whatever the adjustment may be?
Okay,
No,
we
it
got
looks
big ults,
somewhat like what we've seen
important
before.
rounds. We should see all the ults pretty much here as well.
Looks like ice
One away
box.
from a
Forward,
orb
towards
as well, so they might,
Yeah.
use the salvos to
Yeah,
make sure they
rinse,
can't
repeat.
get this. They don't want that
Nice
tail
game.
to
So
come
early
online.
control build
We put the
towards
turret over towards here, so
the
as soon as
backside
they
of
see
the
this
site
turret, they
Heretics
know
may
that
be
somewhere over
identifying
towards
that the
middle is
Killjoy
going to be
ult
weak.
often used
We
as a
have them
retake setup for
put the
BBL,
smoke over towards
and they would
middle
be
yet,
ranked
so a little bit unlucky. The turret isn't here because that really could lock this one down, but
the question.
we've got
Rien's
human
probably
turret
gonna use his
Yampy
Gecko ult
watching
to
middle.
Get into the site. See if Levin can catch a timing here.
Looking for it. Have to steady himself. Drones there. Steady steps towards the site, and there's the lockdown.
That's early. I'm not sure
really
what
early.
triggered that.
Oh, for this, and they get space off it as well, and they isolate one on site.
Under the Heretics banner. They've controlled this well, and the spike planted, they've got time on their side. And this post-plant becomes difficult. They've got a lot of utility to layer onto this. Miniboo just going to try and hold on and do as much damage as he possibly can. Kind of let off the leash almost. Chomping at the bit as Rien's actually going to send in the ult, and Miniboo swings off it. There's a lot of players here, but the flash is fantastic!
It's an incredible flash.
4v4,
Like that smoke, they throw from the top through the...
So much stall on the spike. They would need to get deep and get deep fast. Rien's isn't even allowing it. You can't get past go at this point. Rien's impact alone is outstanding. As the spike feels impossible. Got to half, yes, but to deny the final
maybe
three.
have to take
I don't think it's
another
happening.
with you.
It's not. If Heretics get that spike down,
this was just pretty much Heretics in the timeout.
There's so much
being a step
yeah,
ahead.
that's absolutely right. There's too much Killjoy, Gecko, Viper, and Tail all providing value. Something I missed there is
was
that
just, they got so much value for it. Isolated one, blocked off both of the chokes, and took out the Killjoy.
Tail comes in, easy post plant there for Heretics.
So Weber and Neil's off the hook for now.
Off the hook for now, yeah.
Good stuff.
But I'm a bit stupid too, so.
Well,
you know.
I wasn't going to say it. But
And then we may have
thanks
so much for the
We're looking at the cycle coming in.
Thanks for the 28
away.
months.
2 still sat with BBL.
Yeah, do that.
We did
That's
obviously
going to be a big game as well, man.
This is different.
Oh, he just moved just slightly off.
Yeah, he messed it up.
It messed with his aim.
It felt like he got too much pressure from the spam coming in, maybe feeling he'd gotten seen or something. He looked uncomfortable there, but if he'd stuck to it, probably would have had his man in the form of Miniboo. And with all of this control, they can stack bodies towards this A site, but now down a man. This makes it incredibly difficult.
Proactivity again from BBL.
Yeah, but look at
drone and flash potentially.
Oh, the angle's so nice. Yampi tried to kind of find some unison with that, but he couldn't do it as Rien's already denies him. Trying to play up close here. Magnum's in a lot of trouble. Does get away with his life though, but trying to keep some control here towards May's side. Sociable now spotted. They should have a decent read, but they don't expect Magnum to just go striding back in. Brilliant understanding of the tempo coming through, but Miniboo still alive, and Miniboo being dangerous. You got to pay attention. 38 seconds. What does he do
Perfect is
with
very
this?
fast here.
Spike down. Miniboo left alone. And he wants his man, he wants Sociable, he wants
no
to
extra
fight.
swing on this.
But
Gonna
Prophet
start
is
considering
as well,
behind.
But time is not on his side. And has he let it slip here? A fair fight found and a body dropped.
5 bullets.
Miniboo looking for heroics with 5 bullets to play with, and Sociable under pressure. Sociable chooses
very nice on Sociable there. Quiet drop with the rope.
Great attempt from Miniboo, but that round was all down to Magnum.
Yeah,
coming in as the sub for Chiwa. Some fans had their doubts.
I had doubts. I think a lot of us did.
He's been playing really good.
I had some, but I think he's the perfect substitute for this team. I don't know what the position is now, but he's been fantastic this split. And he might be playing the best Valorant of his career right now.
I tend to agree, and this map was always a great map for him too, especially on that Killjoy. Those lurks were always filthy.
Can't believe I forgot about that.
Yep. Every now and then, I do remember something. It's surprising to everyone involved. But BBL now getting a lot of ults building here, and you've got the buy on the ropes from Heretics. So BBL, look, it ain't pretty,
what is
but
this
it's
one?
working.
Trap?
But Yampi can't
Off
see
the alarm bot. Insta ult. Oh boy.
Hand. Instantaneous punish. They are losing players so early here now.
Okay, that kind of worked out right though.
Quelled denies his big springboard towards the site. Sociable, I think, is going to be spotted on that. And the lockdown going to force his hand here.
Well, they know he's swinging.
It looks like he wanted to fight.
They know he's swinging. They saw him commit early with the drone.
Such a strong advantage.
Oh, look at the C9 wall.
Wonder if Boo's going to invest the Viper ult as well here. If the spike goes down, I imagine it. Lots of ults invested this round for Heretics.
You heard it. Rattling off the voice line. You're looking at 11 to be maybe 1, but hard to make this work. Boo knows his lines as well. So Magnum are removed, and I don't even think they got halfway on that. They didn't. 11. Can you go nuclear? Can you be the one to save the day here? Tries to bounce
back
out
round
and
again.
keep them on their toes, but time is not on their side. A second attempt and a second wrap around this ult. Sees nothing, looking for a body out of place here. Another!
Oh my god!
But Benji, now the onus is on you. Now the question.
Oh, dude, is so unlucky. He did such a good go at it.
incredible back and forth at the end, but it's
these rounds are so close.
Set neon plays. That is the opener into that round. Using the Killjoy ult and the Viper ult to finish it off. Beautiful from Heretics there.
And I love this. We're seeing the best of two players here. Levin on one side, that explosive jet, and then Benji clutching up. Classic.
Come on.
Love seeing this between the two, the best of them both. 5-3 now, scoreline getting a little bit closer. Money now broken for BBL. And that timeout seemed to have
again,
found
thanks so much for the 3 months, bro. I
for
appreciate the prime.
Heretics.
Thank you for that.
But to find repetition is what we look for here.
Heretics just have so many creative plays that in those moments where the economy's not looking so good, they can pull something out. Back down to an anti-eco for a Team Heretics. It's going to be a slow round.
Maybe trying to find Yampi, and they've caught him. Just drifting towards yellow. A little lackadaisical about it all. Trying to find opportunities where maybe there aren't any. Profec's been a bit nasty though, so you've got to be cautious with him. But is that enough of an opener? Taping down Yampi, is that enough that makes them want to go towards B? It certainly caused fear among BBL. They've put 3 bodies behind it now, leaving just Profec to defend this A site.
They need to take some risk, and they've chosen the wrong site, but they've made the right choice overall, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. And you can see the layers to how hard it is to hold this site by yourself. I mean, you've got Mini Boo on the hunt. It's impossible.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of nice, though.
Lava, but it certainly feels
is that the first time we've seen this hit where they wall over towards the left and pinch through? I think that's good with what happened earlier. You know, when they were holding over towards site and there was like one here, one here, and these two are in charge of holding over towards site. Like, if they're going to start doing that pathing now on their A hit, that's really strong. Like, if BBL actually start holding site again, that probably wrecks them.
You can see it. You can see the plan from Heretics is clear as day. Deep post plants leave maybe Rien's a little closer.
I don't know if that was the on the fly thing. That was cooler.
Make it hard for BBL to work back in on. Nice from Levin, but it's small victories now.
Yeah, possible retake there, I'd say. BBL. Once again, Yampi trying to make plays with the judge. A little bit one-dimensional at this point.
Sliggy fault, I think.
Yeah, Sliggy's fault. That was Sliggy's fault, I think.
That's a Sliggy round right there.
There's an eco.
Run that one time. Wide swing.
Obsessed with the judge.
Yeah. Really flawed mentality.
Yep.
Probably why he's not a coach anymore.
Guys. I know this is bait, but I'm going to take the bait. It got nerfed twice.
Yampi's got his.
Twice.
The rest is pretty far away for BBL. On the other side for Heretics, Miniboo's got theirs. Rien's as well.
Come on.
So,
I was using it when it wasn't even nerfed.
And similar scenes, this feels repetitive, but it is Icebox, so no surprises there.
Yeah, when the middle of the map isn't...
It was both your fault? Yeah, dude, I was trying to get it nerfed. That's why I'm using it. It was broken gun. If anything, they should be thanking me.
Heretics. BBL coming over again with 4 themselves.
The problem is the Yampi should be using a Bucky now, because that's the real broken one.
Comes the ult.
The enemy is Yampi's fault.
Miniboo's found Profec, you can see it. It's just so well constructed. Dealt with by Magnum though.
Now gets his ult.
And he does have the reactionary lockdown. So this will keep them in heal here. Woot's salvo's already gone. We saw it earlier, so no opportunity to do much. And Yampi is now going to have to
they're on top of this, though. Yeah, they can't really go towards B. The re-hit back over towards A could be nice.
They've stalled them out, but it's still 50 seconds.
They, Heretics, I do think they might have to start committing their smoke consistently over towards middle, because I feel like you know they're going to go back with the smoke here.
Okay, holds for just a little longer, but he knows that his time has gone. Looking to go 11 to pick up the pace. Beautiful correction towards Rien's, but a great trade from Woot. Steps towards the site now, hard fought for 20 seconds, 3v3. This ain't easy now. Heretics not feeling safe about this, and Magnum chomping at the bit. Oh, it's gorgeous from him. Lovely little back and forth and sociable. Does he get the timing right? Oh,
they both won their ones.
Just finding some safety and security at the end.
It was looking so good for BBL, but now it's...
Yeah,
they got an eco again.
It's all about scaling and knowing how to just scale together. And Heretics doing a wonderful job scaling in, getting those trades, understanding when to take deep
with his fault was the second time. No, that is true.
It feels like there's not ever like an easy answer to that.
That
right?
game against
that
NRG
scaling
actually
so
got the gun
fundamentally
nerfed again.
solid here. For Heretics, with the utility they have, the layers to it, and just kind of knowing what to do with it. Even though they got close, you can still see what they're trying to achieve. So I'm wondering what BBL try and do as a reaction, right? Because we've got a couple more rounds to play with.
Nice, Benji.
What the?
So what is the game plan now? If you're in BBL's shoes here, 5-5, close half here, hard to handle, you're on a broken purchase, but is there something in your mind that you'd like to see them attempt?
Yeah, put the turret over towards middle if the smoke keeps getting used over towards A.
What, in my opinion, is more of an attack-sided map. 5 already on the defense, 5-5 is looking like a decent half already for BBL. So I've not disliked what they've been doing. Maybe they could explore those flank options a little bit more. We saw them pushing up B early, but never quite committing.
Yep.
Playing more of a flood style on that A side of the map. They need to disrupt that post-plant utility somehow if the plant is going to go down.
See if that
What
is
happened to
something that we
Paper X
maybe
today?
have in that
I mean, the
12
job was
round
done,
potentially.
dude.
This one-
We're not going to be putting in overtime.
Just the ego, 11 with a Marshall.
The train was always to do the initial
Crowd
job.
trying to will on BBL here.
We're just sticking with the course, that's it. John Scott with the tier 1, thank you so much for the 10 months, man. Appreciate that. Buffed KO is looking strong. The right clicks? Yeah, the right clicks look really good.
Really, it is only Magnum on this side. He's going to be joined by Profek. This utility, it has been on point. Paving the way for Heretics, and Magnum praying for his life. This is a problem. He's got a corner to play from. Profek helping him out there. How much can one man do?
Okay, big change up from BBL. Looks like they're going back to fighting over towards site. But this is where we said...
Okay, still good.
This is where we said that the pathing of the Neon going left with the wall should be pretty strong.
It's gone bad. Again, you're just witnessing the protocol list though.
Boo
Yamper's hit a
gets
good
trapped
shot there,
over
but again,
towards
it's
site.
like one shot is going to give you everything. A second might help out now. And suddenly it's game back on. They know about Profek on the site though. He's doing the dance for re-ends.
Oh, what a shot.
Benji left in the 1v2. Can you clutch again? He kept them secure before. He kept them in the round before, and Benji on 49 HP. Hasn't got an easy task here. A Phantom found for Profek. Evan's still on the backside. Benji looking for someone out of place, but they're not giving him what he wants. As a glance around here, shoulder seen. Evan still holding that same line. 30 seconds. Benji pausing to add that paranoia. Good find.
Yeah,
and the spray was right. Just at the wrong time. 20 seconds and 10 HP. Trying to work out this puzzle in front of him. Levin just needs to play calm here.
Oh.
Benji. Oh, he's desperate for someone to make a move. Oh my good God, is this how it
Nicely
goes,
done, man. Dude, good eco though. 5-person stack over towards the site was right. Dude, that
I was
shot.
just praising Heretics for those deep side
That shot back at site though.
Against the eco, Mini
Yeah,
overextending there in my opinion. And
I think Mini has to do the other pathing, but I think he doesn't want to give him their gun.
But it was, yeah.
But in my opinion there, he should probably drop his gun and do the wall pathing for the left.
That's a dream come true. Yampy on the op. Give me some of that.
Judge now op. Most weapons this map.
I mean, Profek's doing unreal things though.
Says, give me this every day of the week.
KO op.
We're gonna wander in middle now. He's active. He's wanting this. Vying for a fight, and the heartbreaking fact is they are actually going B, where he'd been posting up previous to now, but he's holding that midline. The slow build towards the B site is coming through from Heretics.
Yeah, BBL have rotated and matched them once again with numbers. Woot does have this tail ult.
Dude, why is everyone's wall missing now?
Gap there almost, but I don't think it's particularly playable, but that's a lot of players spotted. They know what's happening now. Oh. My happiness is removed. The Heretics, step by step. Oh my God, you saw it then, like a trap sprung. It was instantaneous. With a man disadvantage, they have a lot of their body still here, BBL. Oh, that's nice, Levin. The aim is on point here. Levin's gone down, but they still have at least a bit of side control. 2 tucked towards yellow, 1 off towards that B-long post plant. In a 3v3. All from side though. Woot's got ult. Does he get a chance to use it? Sprays and praise.
Oh,
Benji,
whoa.
the savior of
Bro, he's
Heretics,
insta
not
popping
again.
people. Oh my God, so many dinks. There were so many dinks here.
For this round, and bringing Heretics back up
That's
to
nice
6-6.
shots, man. Oh, they had to work for the 6 here though.
Closing out 6-6 there for Heretics. Good half from BBL though. 6 on defense, not bad.
Yeah, they are keeping this
yeah,
one
I think you'd be right with that.
and close. This is what we wanted. If you want Toronto, you gotta fight for it. And we'll be back after the half.
Oh, they could have defused that, no? Was this not a bad plant? Looked like it was leaking over slightly. I think it was. I think they got a little bit lucky with that. But it's kind of BBL's fault for not spotting it early enough. Dude, I don't know why the wall keeps missing. C9 said they used the same lineup, so maybe something happened with the Viper wall. Like, it normally works like this, because it is a lineup thing. Like, if you're... Let me mute this. Like, basically, to make sure that it doesn't leak out, you have to make sure that... So the Viper wall drops, like, little dots on the floor, and then each wall is, like, a segment of its own. And so you have to make sure that when you're doing it, you have, like, one of these dots close to the end wall. And for some reason now, I don't know, it's, like, missing a dot for most people. Like, missing a bit on the floor. So it is a lineup issue, but I don't know if they, like, randomly change Viper or something. It feels like it's the same lineup that C9 use. And C9 said they didn't change their lineup for, like, 2 years. So I don't really know. If I show the lineup, I guarantee it's the same C9 lineup. Vic was the one who's winging it. He doesn't wing it, man. He said he's got a lineup that he's used for 2 years now.
Is this what you wanted here? A nice
yeah,
close
they might
both
have decidedly
teams
changed something with the ball.
Firing up back and forth.
No
I
one's
feel like
like
we're
looked
getting
at
a
it.
great game out of these two.
Yeah, I absolutely want to see the third map. So I'm
a
little bit biased towards BBL right now.
Okay.
They play a very methodical attack side of Icebox, which might be good against Heretics because they're not going to get caught off guard, I don't think, by those neon set plays that Heretics have. They're going to be very explosive.
Probably all
at
they need to
times.
do is,
The
like,
neon
when you go up to
mini-boo's
the
gonna be
wall here, you
sliding
might
into
have to do, like, a
spaces.
step back or something.
But hopefully BBL...
Just so it can get an extra one of those dots.
just do their methodical style.
Yeah, I'm mind blank with the
Challenge
pistol
is
at the
there,
moment.
isn't it?
It's 2-1,
The
right?
opportunity is there.
That is dangerous, though. 86%
The double sheriff.
defense win rate for Heretics.
Quite high. It's quite a large number.
That is a big number.
Yeah. Ooh. Already nice early
Yeah, because,
spam
like,
there.
I can already see in
And
the
it looks
mini
like
map that
Magnum's
this is
very
a
aware, though,
wall
of
that
what Heretics
covers
might
it.
be wanting to achieve from this.
Like, their wall
Already
goes
taken
deep
away
enough.
Woot. Lovely start for him.
Like, see these little dots I was talking
And
about on the
again,
floor? There's
preventing
one, like,
Magnum on
closer
this
to the
side,
wall here.
he is pretty lethal. If he's allowed off the leash to kind of play those timings and work himself into the map, I do want to keep an eye towards his performance on here. But a 5v4 though now, and they slow down the tempo.
We can already see that. Oh, Heretics re-clearing Levin.
Yeah, that's nice.
Knowing that methodical style, they're going to be spreading the map a lot more than Heretics, which means there's weaknesses sometimes. Maybe a player off by themselves.
Though it kind of gives this display that both teams are very aware
Well,
of each
Wrangler,
other.
I think my chatters are. I like to think you're all above Immortal,
BBL taking those steps
but
towards the A site. No surprises.
sometimes I see some of the questions and I fear that
Radiohead. Flash
we're
gonna come
averaging around the
in,
gold
and
area.
Mini Boo Stop it, Mini Boo! You're not meant to get two there as Benji shutting down the round. It was also
Okay,
close
1-1
and
on every map
beautiful,
so far.
but then Mini Boo just slides in and takes him away.
Yeah, beautiful flood on A there from Heretics, knowing that that Gecko Flash can just do everything to retake. And Neon sliding in also helps.
God damn.
Dude, how's he getting two here?
Magnum can't be happy about that. He can't be happy.
Nice, let's go!
We are kind of getting the openers and closers right now for Heretics. You got the openers in the form of like Mini Boo getting so much impact, and then you got Benji shutting down rounds. Scares me. Really does scare me.
So Heretics had a really sick
stands,
defense with that old
BBL will
comp.
have to suffer through this round.
Like one of the best we've seen.
Sheriffs and odds and ends.
But I
Just a
think
couple of
most of that
sheriffs
was
at
down to the
BBL.
Vice and maybe teams
Magnum
not
exploring
knowing how to
already.
play against the Vice.
What you wanted to see?
Yep.
This is a little bit more traditional.
He's got a timing. Oh,
A
no, he
shot.
doesn't.
Wait, that's a
Well,
nice shot.
My joy is ruined. Happiness is over. And we're back.
It's Levin's go now.
Planted.
Oh. Mini Boo's tagging everyone, I think. Oh dear. Well, let's see how we do with 3 classics and 1 sheriff.
Another retake from Heretics. Gonna show their protocols off early in the first 2 rounds.
Clearing a lot of the corners out.
What
It's
the
so
hell is this?
simple for them.
Wait,
It's
what did we
so
just tune
simple.
into?
Levin, valiant attempt,
What is
but
his
finding
movement?
2 ain't gonna be enough. enough against
Did
the
he
five.
just jump round, slide through, down the rope?
Through the tube.
It looks like a TikTok reel, you know what I mean? Like, it's just ridiculous.
Those ones where they fake all the kills and it looks beautiful. Miniboo doesn't need it to be fake.
What the hell? Like a movie thing. Part of a movie, for sure.
Okay, bonus round. We saw a little bit of damage in that, so it certainly won't be the most intimidating round in the world, but it's a valuable one for BBL. Needing to get this started for themselves after a bit of a colder start. We're starting to see the strengths of Heretics start quickly here.
This is usually where you'd see Heretics do one of their set rounds, but with the Marshal, just keeping it passive. Fairly standard approach here from Heretics. BBL, knowing Heretics like that early aggression sometimes, going to be methodical and slow. Icebox here. Three towards A, defaulting out, checking all the close corners. Got the Viper and the Killjoy, just making sure that there's no B or mid push.
Yeah, just waiting for some kind of push.
BBL know how important this round is.
Every step feels so
Okay, they create a bit of pressure. Drone goes out, spots nothing. The thing is, though, we got early info here, so they pretty much need to push them off of this lane.
Oh!
Okay.
God damn.
You cursed him.
Don't you dare blame
It's your fault.
Probably that FNATIC team he was in for a while, I'd say. Ruined his confidence.
He went off by himself. He was full of confidence. It's just that Benji shot his head off.
He didn't have faith.
Okay.
But I do believe you're alright. That was...
Wait, Mini did kick him, so maybe he lost all his confidence from that. It's not wrong.
Again, when we're talking about how much they were prepared for this, Heretics seem
You
very
guess it's
aware of
over?
what BBL
Nah,
likes
not
to be
yet.
doing. Again,
It's getting
Magnum's
closer.
been
If they
called
lose
twice
this
now trying to do
rounds,
that. We saw
there's going to be one
finding
more
him over
round
towards
until we
Kitchen.
call
Now
it's
seeing
over.
Benji catching him a little bit earlier. Heretics very well prepared.
Awkward plant here. Without the Gecko, they need to get
Yeah, they got to fight over towards
sides.
sides. They got salvos, though.
Benji not getting the shot off, but Boo does. This is
Oh,
the
boy.
bonus.
Honestly, you might be right.
This could be heartbreak for BBL.
Maybe
This
it
was
is
meant to be the
over.
round that they fight back on. But as it stands, it's as clean
Nice
as
shots.
anything
Everyone
for
gets their gun
Heretics.
upgrades as well.
Upgrades aplenty.
One for everybody. Delaying the defuse to make sure everyone gets it.
This
And
is
who wants it?
looking like they are starting to eye up that Toronto ticket now.
I was giving praise for BBL's methodical style, but again, it's those individuals being caught out. Magnum should know better on an anti-bonus round.
And it's an early timeout now coming in for BBL. I think a necessary one too, because the game is
Nice woot.
about to either slip away or be brought back. Because we look at kind of map one, I guess, if you want to look at that as an example. If BBL get the opportunities they need, they work on those win conditions, they have what it takes. We saw a 13-10 map one after a deficit and then just couldn't quite keep up towards the end. Here, 6-6 on the half and how quickly it's become 6-9.
Yeah, that statistic about Heretics defense is looming over the rest of this half.
Yeah, their defense is just so good.
15-9. Could be something they're looking into here.
What do you do? It feels like they haven't quite got the beat on Heretics yet.
A break
right?
in between the
I don't
games?
feel we've even gone
Yeah, I
kind
think
of
so.
into
I
those
think they do a
deeper
30-minute
post-plans,
break
so
again, we'll see.
nothing's going effectively their way. It's
All of
very
these teams are
early.
played
It's still
now,
only
so maybe
what,
not.
Yeah.
The Pistols,
But
It's the frustration of losing to that bonus
what they've
round,
been
is that
doing.
you don't have time to... By the time we get to figure it out, there's ults up,
they just want to make sure there's no tech
and
calls again.
it's a mess.
The last one they won is that.
Oh, good. The stats
Oh
are
god, thank you.
It's not helping.
Captain Cal's really,
He's
really helping
compounding
things
the
for us.
problem.
Retake rate. Wait, that's a crate. That's
Well,
that's
well, if you're a
ridiculous.
Heretics fan,
Oh yeah,
life's
that's
good.
true.
Life's great.
I just want a third map.
I know. We're just out here wanting more VALORANT child
That's
games,
kind of
but
unheard of
we may
though.
not get it.
65%.
Everything indicating that Heretics are steps
Probably the
away
highest
now,
we've ever
rounds
seen.
away.
What is this? 2 ice
Getting
boxes?
back to they want to be at those internationals, fighting for their place at the table again. BBL left with a broken bite, and their hopes resting a lot on this round.
Yeah, just a couple of Guardians here. Worked for Heretics with Rians on Ascent. Gonna need to make it work here. Drone's gonna see nothing. It's a complete open space, but BBL haven't done anything with it, so Heretics able to retake that space.
Yeah, the question marks just kind of being erased on both sides.
There's one.
Bit of info spotted, but again, we talk about patience, and it looks like BBL is playing very slow.
Big duel on B long.
Those two players there. You can see the line they're trying to take. This is still about to bubble over. Magnum is going to find Rienz, but Boo's won out against Levin. So they lost on one side, they won on the other, but the majority of Heretics are still here, and they don't look particularly threatened or moved. The layering this time certainly not the same caliber we saw on the other side.
Benji's aim, man.
But traded in
he missed the first shot and he didn't pull down.
Okay,
very, very nice.
But Heretics trailing ahead now.
Okay, this is the round. If they don't get this, then it is
really
actually
punching
done.
up the numbers. I've got to see BBL respond now. We have to see if there's any big trump card they have to play. It's got to be now.
I think I want to see them just go into that simple icebox approach that Heretics had. Just group up, scale up together and exec. Even that round, we saw Levin by himself. And then the AX is coming in before Levin's done any work. Like, let Levin work a little bit. Give him that space. And then decide what to do.
This could be the 11th for Heretics or the build
do
back
they
for
need an ult?
BBL. How do they want to approach this standard
They
as you
definitely
like?
need an ult, I
Maybe just
think.
going to be cautious that Heretics could throw caution to the wind and pull out something a little bit more aggressive, offset the tempo. For now, not the case.
The singular Phantom, yeah. You're right.
Once
Welcome
again,
to
Heretics
EMEA.
with the Killjoy
Phantom
set towards
Hayers.
the A side of the map.
Phantom Hayers.
Leaving it completely and like
No one plays
It's a very
PAL.
interesting game from Heretics on
And
this defense.
everyone's forced to use Tail, but it looks like they don't want to use Tail.
In that secondary position, giving up towards yellow, doesn't want to stick around on his own, but he is getting put into a corner. He will need some help here. Fast rotate from Mini Boo. They've done enough to pull at least one player away, but Boo's pretty secure in his own sight. Now, if Yampi takes him down, it's a totally different scenario. Boo's still here, and they're calling the rotations. They don't know about Boo. This is going to be a horrible surprise.
Wait,
Boo's let them almost pass. He's
okay,
caught.
nice.
Massive work from Yampi. That opens up this
Timing
rotation
is
to not
insane
look
on
silly
this.
now.
I would hate for Heretics to put ults into this one.
And I think Heretics are aware of that. They gambled on that 4-1 setup. They've got to be heads up about playing this back in.
Ooh.
Plant's going to come
Honestly,
down as Profek falls.
could be tempted to use
Levin,
those ults
can
now.
you deliver? He does, in the way they need. Takes away 2 from that CT side, and now they can reinforce towards the site.
2v4 here. Not much util on the side of Heretics. Going to be a really tough retake to get in here.
Yeah, this is going to do damage
closer,
now.
though, the deadly duo themselves. Top of the board, I'm pretty sure, for Heretics, but hard to navigate through. A site still to clear and a deeper post plant. It's not happening. BBL stabilize in the key round here.
They're still in it. They're definitely still in it. It's a great round. 3K for all. Only one gun rebuy. They still got knives, so the money's going to be pretty good.
But this time, letting Levin do
They
his
just
thing.
snuck over towards B again, and you can't
Heretics have the wrong
really
read there,
repeat
stacked
that.
towards A. Boo completely caught off guard on B.
Big boy ults coming through now. The stats, again, compounding. But BBL, can you go against the odds? That is a question here. Can you rise to the occasion to pressure Heretics? One round's great. You're going to need more than that now.
Oops.
More simple approach here for
Wait,
BBL.
the knife
Scaling
just
up together.
revealed everything.
They have the KO if they want to use
Don't
it
have
to
to
get in,
use
but they're
anything
noticing
else.
The site is weak, so we're going to keep
Yeah,
that
knife
for the
cleared
post plan.
sight, drone clears
On
the
the other
rest.
side,
That's
Heretics
it.
have that tail up to retake.
Good plan on this one. No luck. Over towards B. Luck. Bottom of tube blow.
For Heretics' retake.
Profek shows his hand. Oh, it's lovely. Really controlled from Profek. He does well to
Yeah, he
buy
did
time
good
and
there.
cost them mini boot. Now Rienz does trade, so we're back down to a 4v4. Ult is here.
I mean, they got to go fast on this one. They're up against
right across
Tail.
the site, forcing the swing from BBL. And now they're still holding the ground, though. It forces them forward. Yampi's always up for the brawl. Bringing it to this 3v2. Boo and Benji now. The timing, not good enough. An eventual late lurk. Magnum. Oh dear, this actually gets really
They got it
problematic.
half.
Benji could be forced away, but he's got
Benji
half. This
just
causes
survives.
all that util to be brought on here. Benji trying to make mountains out of molehills. The Sociables utility doing everything they needed.
Yeah, a little bit of fun, but I mean, they were just
Magnum just that little bit
lower time on site here, so it's a slight bit of panic. I don't think they would have had it anyway with the ult. It looked like the ult was perfect timing on this one.
I thought Magnum had a great timing, it's just that Killjoy turret was in a very unusual position. Caught him off
Yeah,
guard.
it's the classic tail for after plant.
Difference right there.
Yeah.
Not long now until Satan's done.
Needed to secure that post plant.
Would have got one more week.
Oof.
I got so confused that I thought it was Martin lurking from mid.
I love his accent so much. It brings me so much deep joy. We do have the ult coming through from, I think that's Levin popping that. Yeah, indeed, of course. So we wait and see how that one goes through. And we talk about simple in approach. It looks simple, but it looks pacey. And Magnum's been caught again. They are reading him like a book. This simply is not working for him.
Okay, the pressure on middle at least enables them to get back of sight, and Boo is so dead.
Bits of info could be key. It is. Levin takes away Boo. And now with the plant down, they've got it back to this 4v4. Oh, that's too far.
Hey,
he did
incredible to get an extra one.
So much out of what felt like an overstep, but it's back down to a 2v2. Profek has been sharp on his aim, though. Yampi's still alive.
Don't know what kind of KO they just missed, but it didn't look great. 30 HP, 20 HP.
Oh my god, the ult's coming in as well. Profek has to be on his toes here. It's clear towards mid. He's got the green light, but can he land the shots?
Must be the easiest 1v2 of his life, right? Oh wait, the molly didn't go deep enough.
Viper Util on the site buying time. But Wingman's on the case. He's got to deal with this now. Oh, Woods! The one to take him away. 11-4 for Heretics. It got close again.
BBL on that 4v5, making it almost doable. Having to push aggressive on that B side. Magnum once again getting caught out. But it's Levin understanding that he needs to take more space on this side. In the end, Wingman securing that 2v1 retake.
Now we're looking at the ults here, still in the hands.
Interesting
Benji's
decision to clear mid. I mean, he's been lurking some of the rounds, right? So they just thought he was lurking again.
This is now getting to crunch time. 2 rounds away for Heretics.
I'm out of here.
They've got to keep their composure though.
Okay, everyone with a dot next to them, can't buy next. And
they've cancelled this stack here.
Dude, if BBL win this, it gets really close.
Yeah, with the retakes looking as good from Heretics
Lau wins. Thank you so much with the Prime, dude. Appreciate that. Like. And Aralid as well. Hello again, mate. Thank you with the Prime with the 15 months as well. Lau wins. Thank you for doing that.
He can give away a little bit of position, you know what I mean?
Appreciate the Prime usage.
Show a bit, but not fall. That would be fantastic.
That should be enough for BBL to accelerate.
That's so much info.
Now, Wu
and that's so much info, yeah. Got a free site. You hear the running here as well.
It's not Magnum this time on the low. It's sociable. And maybe that's a little bit of a misread. Maybe Woot even seeing someone along with the side with Levin, so maybe
changing up the lurker.
Lurk would have been in play. This time he's going to be cleared though. Boo goes back.
Yeah, you can definitely tell from these past 2 rounds how like Heretics have been keeping on top of who's been lurking. Looking for the lurk last round with the
plant though is a good position
official.
For
and then obviously this one as well. Find the Viper over towards site, getting the fast kill, and then they think there's just no lurk.
Miniboo gonna pop his ult as well. They want this in the bag.
It's a great knife.
Denied on the first. Magnum's gone. Profek still fighting. It's all on Yampi. He knows where the plant is. He's born a couple of seconds. Oh my god, Yampi, you absolute animal. 1v2. Oh, it's huge. And he's still Yampi, get your call, get back there in time. Can he deny it?
Ah, dude, just defused in time.
Just stolen.
He had to stay strong.
Ooh. My heart can't take too much of that.
That was rather close.
It's sociable there. He's become the lurker. These lurks have not worked at all for BBL, and we're sending a Teo now to lurk. Imagine if in that post plant they had salvos.
Yes! Let's go! What is he doing? What is he doing?
Can feel it. So close now. 1 round away.
4 chances
Toronto on the line. This is pressure now. BBL gonna feel it too. Miniboo even on the operator here. This is everything.
Dude, this is a play where you got nothing to lose here.
Lockdowns in.
Benji's winning this just from info, probably.
Force them back. Create some security, some space on the site. How far do they go?
Flash through the back to Boo the whole time, anti-flash.
And they're being denied on the first attempt. Minibu taking damage, tries to go forward. Yampy coming alive. Sociable as well. BBL making them work for this. That road to Toronto is not easy to walk. Rien's now in a 1v3. Levin, Yampy, and Sociable against him. He's got a hard fight. The first man spotted, and he ain't gonna win it. BBL not done yet.
What's their money in chat? Low, right? Has to be low.
BBL once again looking quite good on that B side of the map. Usually when they finish there, they don't have numbers going in because they're in a 4v5, but maybe that's something they end this half with, pushing into OT.
I mean, the money's broken. Heretics not gonna be able to afford much here.
So let's go, boys.
Gutek 2435. Thanks so much for your prime as well, dude.
They
Thank you
can
for doing
save
that.
these ults for the next couple of rounds, not have to use them on this
Oh, dude, this is
anti-eco.
gonna get close.
They have some win conditions.
They do.
Yeah, they're kind of far away from
so he might
some
be
of
trying
these
to be
ults.
still a little bit more involved here. Rien's gonna be calling in the support. A lot of pressure felt early. It's a long rotation here. And for BBL, this looks very likely.
Yeah, sight open for them. The flood coming in from Heretics, slide in from
Oh.
Neon.
This is nice.
Oh.
This is really nice.
Oh, no.
Minibu and Benji
No,
making
not
the
like
best
this,
of it.
guys.
The second it was denied on that spike plant. Oh, Yampy keeps his cool under pressure there. Minibu gets halted, but still a 3v3. Don't think this isn't impossible. Sociable now going to be brought in. They got to get bodies on this site. Get that plant down, and they've got it.
Oh, dude, they only have a
Oh,
sheriff.
this is so scary, so sketchy. Nice control as Boo dives on in. And it is going to be too
Sociable
standing.
took
BBL
control.
making up to double digits
They had to use
here.
the ult.
But the ults being utilized, or at least one of the two being utilized there.
They'll take it, but it's not ideal. Viper ult still to work with.
One enemy.
Nice!
Looks like a timeout coming in potentially.
Looks like a Heretics one. Want to get across that line. No mistakes now. And for BBL. they can be
Zero
the
sanity
ones
with
to
the
make
tier 1. Thank you for the
Heretics
13 months
sweat.
as well, man.
Make 'em work
Appreciate the
for
tier 1,
this.
dude.
If you want Toronto, work for it. If you want to get it into, prove you can do it. That third map, we want it. But let's see if BBL can give us what we want. Heretics
I read
here have
his
the
name
opportunity
as
to
Social
close out
B
2
for
more
so long.
rounds in regulation to play with.
Yeah, they have the tail ult to play for the retake, but Viper ult on
Second
BBL
game,
side, they're
second
not going
game's
to want to give
Liquid.
that up.
Liquid Fnatic.
Viper ult in post plant is too strong, so I'll be interested to see what Heretics' adaptation is here.
Social B.
12 to 10.
Looks like a standard defense up here for Heretics. The 3 towards A.
Okay, oh, if they get over towards
Sentinel,
site.
Viper towards B. Taking a few more duels towards this A side of the map potentially.
What are we doing? Just
Stopping
punishing the
BBL from scaling
person?
in and getting that plant down.
Or are we going aggro?
Maybe Neon slide onto Belt, maybe?
Wait, is this aggressive?
Pipes.
Okay, they tried to get a little in their face. We
Oh.
haven't seen Minibu digging this deep yet.
No.
So good burns on that utility up to force him away from this.
As long as Boo has this line on B long, they know that BBL are heavy here with numbers.
You could consider a lurk, you could consider it, but it's not here. Woot's playing a really dangerous game though.
What is this
Confident in
one?
this, and Minibu's
Tail ult with the
going.
flash
Let
in
off
front.
the leash and then put back to bed. BBL trade up here.
Oh
Rien's
man, they win out with 3.
swinging
Mate,
up now. This is huge for BBL.
this is.
They knew there was something afoot. It didn't feel right. And they were absolutely on the money. Plant now in. Boo and Benji. Okay. Break down the door on 1. Benji, you still going for more.
Oh
he is.
my.
31 HP. He's brought it back to a 2v2.
The Viper ult though, but it gives them so
Now
much
we've gotta
space
look
back at
towards
sight.
Boo. Where are you in this? Navigating the pit. Having a look. Trying to find anyone lingering in the depths. Benji got caught on the drop down now. Boo on 1 HP. The dream not looking like it's coming alive in this round. Can't find a player. They're not giving him what he wants.
Oh man, dude, Perfect's responsible for so many rounds as
One
well.
more chance in regulation to close out for Heretics. Or we're going OT.
Love that composure from BBL. It looks like they had the perfect read. It's almost like they knew that this play was coming out of Heretics.
Yeah, I mean, they reacted really well. They had so many people for it.
Team Heretics.
Wasn't the worst idea. Maybe they need to put another body behind that if they're going to go for it, but...
A broken buy for Heretics.
Rest of the side's pretty weak if you do that.
Get them there in regulation now.
Oh, stun,
Scrappy at
flash.
best. What's the plan for BBL? A lifeline given off the back of Profek being marvelous.
Okay, Benji has ult. Benji's the only ult.
Looking over towards B.
Yeah, Heretics just running between the sites right now. Earlier in this half, that looked like a good sign. Now it's not looking so much.
Magnum back to doing what he does. He's been caught here a couple of times. I need to see him play this right. Woods directly looking his way. They've given up a lot of this B site now. I mean, hard to hold with just that stinger.
Yeah, they're pushing deep here, BBL. Killjoy ult gonna come in. Magnum does get that one though.
Yeah, mate, you gotta stay alive.
He's really caused them an issue. He can fall away from this here. Play the timing, and that's what he's
BBL
doing. Taking that long road
incredible
back around
position.
B long.
Benji's looking to get his Killjoy ult.
Everyone's playing close sight, so they don't have any space to put the Killjoy down. They played this one well.
Boo, good first step. Takes a little bit of chip on the way, but Benji falling. Leaving just Boo alive in a 1v4.
Okay, dude, they handled this well. 4.
It's going the distance now. They're back in the game.
Go on, Yampy. Okay, we've got four chances for them to go to Toronto. It's not gonna be that easy.
Great sign from BBL that they can go behind, pull it back. Ascent almost to OT this time on Icebox.
BBL.
Let's go! Let's go!
What a treat to watch. Resilience in droves from them.
Morpheus United, thank you so much, dude.
They're up to the test.
Thank you for the gifted, mate. I appreciate
All the
that.
pressure was on them, and they found what they needed. But OT is a different beast now.
MC, every time I look over, I know you just have the biggest smile on your face. You have a giant smile on your face, you're actually laughing to yourself every time you comment something.
No timeouts being used for Zoto.
Every single time. I look over, I read it, I see your name next to it, and I'm like, yeah, you guys are having the best time ever.
Simple approach from Heretics. 5A this time, it looks like. And BBL rotating with 5 members.
Nothing mad on the bite.
Looking at that mid walk as well from Yampy.
Probably the most Phantoms EMEA seen.
He's not particularly playing close by. This is so quiet on the map.
This is what they were doing all the time. The smoke over towards the top works as a one-way, blocks the choke as well.
And now they're going to fight back in.
Yeah, and this was what was working for BBL, like fighting in front of this. Whoa! Whoa!
Outrageous! He just goes forward. I can't believe it.
Wait, where are we? How? Hey, I've got to see it back, man. This is the most Icebox round I've ever seen.
What just happened?
Because it looked like it was on the cards.
What are you, like, what? How are you ever meant to spectate this map, dude?
I love the play from BBL, dodging that drone and flooding in, but
I gotta have. Dude, the replay
Benji
needs to be longer than the end of the round was.
The ultimate closer. Show me this magic here. This
Okay.
really looked good, right? BBL, brilliant. On it, Benji just up. Oh my god.
Oh, nice shots, bro.
That's the Benji that strikes terror into people's hearts. 12 to 13 now, one more round for Heretics, but this was the side they couldn't quite close on. Oh, but this time Boo off to the
Good trade.
races. A 1-for-1 trade.
No timeout here from Heretics, using the momentum that they had on attack. Feeling the energy right now.
One suppressed.
Can it be suppressed? Can it be stopped? Can BBL quieten down all of that momentum?
If he gets a plank, has his ult.
Still towards yellow.
Flash to the back, but you can't really do too much. They still can't get yellow.
Benji again.
The final boss, it feels like when
took out the
raised,
Jed,
so
and they're
does
trying to
his
make it
gameplay, matching it in quality.
strong choke, this one.
Leaving just Woot here, still controlling the corner being a problem. And it looks like BBL are starting to really stall out here. They've got to make a go of this. 50 seconds, they could change their minds. But with only 3 players, what are the options?
Cooling down, shutting them down.
They're going back in. Flash through the wall, it's
Oh,
all
man, the
on
stun
this.
absolutely
Survive or
wrecked
die
him.
re-ends. Tips them forward.
Oh, nicely done from Heretics, man. Made him work for it a little bit. Definitely made him work for it.
Toronto locked in, and they have been merciless.
They look good though. They definitely still look good. Nice showing
BBL
from
made them
Heretics
work
so
for it, but
far.
Heretics are looking back to a global event, and hopefully as one of the favorites going into it.
Yeah, I think they probably are.
Outstanding from them. A close game, and as you said, fair play to BBL. They looked brilliant. A lot for them to look on and be proud of here. But the storyline, all eyes go to Heretics now. At start of the year, something they can forget as their story begins in Toronto. And how far can they take this? Bloody hell, what a performance.
Great, just a great game overall. We asked for it, we wanted 3, but they did enough in 2.
I'll take this too. This was a solid performance. And I have to say, BBL, what a surprising dark horse they've been.
Yeah.
They pushed Heretics hard there. I wish we got a map 3. But today we had vintage Benji coming out. We had Mini Bufari. Everyone was playing a fantastic game. They showed truly international quality here today. And I can't wait to see how far they can take this.
I'm so excited. Even Woot on that jet.
Oh, yeah.
The jet operator, just all of them, like you said, all of them had their moments today.
God, that has got to be such a moment for Heretics.
Yeah, it's gonna feel nice.
Hard run. Coming back
It's
into
nothing worse than
doubts
sitting
of
out of the
plenty. A lot of
Masters,
people
so.
questioning performance, looking for roster changes. No, they went back to the drawing board and they brought themselves back to business. Absolutely exceptional. And again, now we're seeing Ascent thrown into that map pool, but they don't look immovable. They do still look human. People can look at this. They've seen an icebox here that was challenged, brought to OT, an Ascent that didn't look flawless, a 13-10. This is a team that's going to have to fight for every step they're going to take.
Losing back-to-back grand finals as well. Ooh, I don't know. Ask him.
Those maps, Weber and Neil are always bringing out new
At least you're there competing.
strats. So I don't have any doubts in my mind about this team.
I'm very much with you in that. And as we wait for the interview here, just a moment to look back on this one, got to say, a proud moment for Heretics, and I can't wait to hear from them as well down on the stage.
Thank you very much, Panini. I'm now joined by Wood from Team Heretics. Welcome back to the global stage.
I missed it so much, I'm not gonna lie. I missed it so much. Like the feeling of like eating steak every day, staying in the good hotel. Of course.
You miss living the good life, the high
every
life?
day.
Yeah, like you're living in a hotel, you have infinite money for food, like it's perfect.
Have you ever been to Canada?
No.
Oh, I think you're going to have a very nice time. Now, when we saw you guys at kickoff, there were some moments where maybe Toronto seemed out of, it was too big of a dream. The kickoff team.
Did he say
Heretics.
infinite money for food?
How extra good do you feel knowing that you have
That's
to go
so
through all
funny.
of that, miss out on one global event already, and then qualify in this fashion where you didn't drop a single series?
It feels amazing, like all our, I mean, our purpose is just focusing on next games, you know, like we don't think about like Canada, we don't think about international events, we are just focusing on next games and focusing on that game. So we're working on it, and I hope and I believe my team, because my team is crazy good, like I believe we will be better than this.
Where has his Ascent been this whole time? You know, you banned it so much in the past, and then you didn't want to play it that much this split, but it was great.
I mean, last year we didn't have like time because like we qualified for every international event, and it was like so hard for us to like work on every map. But this time, like we had the time. Also, we didn't like fracture, as you see, like. But it's going away from. I mean, it's Heretics. In like 2-3 days, we can play one map. We can change comp. Like expect everything from us. And that's why we are the strongest team in the world right now.
Sunset's coming back, so you're only gonna, life is only gonna get better from here. I don't know why FNATIC are distracting you right now. They got a game to play in a minute. Texture has been very vocal about how much he misses you guys and wants to see you. Now you've made it, would you like to send him a message? I think it's that camera, down this camera.
Which one?
This one right here.
Texture, I missed you so much, Samchon. I hope we're gonna come together in Toronto and eat together again. I'll bring you Turkish dessert as well.
Oh, that's so sweet. So is Texture the player you want to face the most when you go there? Is there anyone else you want to play against?
Yeah, I think playing against Texture is like insane experience for us because I think he's one of the best duelists in the world. So yeah, this might be Texture.
Will you be confident to take him on in that op battle? Because your op today was beautiful.
Not really, bro. It's Texture. I'm not a player. I'm playing Teo.
Yeah, but then why were you opping today? It just came out of nowhere. We're already surprised.
It depends on enemy. Like, if I'm feeling the op is good against enemy, of course I will op. But against Texture, I don't have a chance. Like,
I love how humble you are. He's gonna love this answer. He's gonna love this answer. Now the job is not done because you are Team Heretics. You're always looking ahead for that trophy. There will be a trophy here in EMEA, one that kind of escaped you a couple of times last year. What do you think that you have this time around that you didn't have last year, which will give you the win?
I think for like EMEA stage, this experience, because in first hour, I mean, it was like my 4th official. It was grand final in EMEA when I joined the stage 1. Also in stage 2, we were like almost burning out, all of us. So we were so bad. But this time we are in like perfect timing. Like we didn't qualify for international event, first international. So we had the time for work and we just put everything on it, like for win it.
We've never cursed anyone, so it's coming home this time. The trophy is coming.
Inshallah.
Inshallah, inshallah. Last question. In order for you to get to that trophy, you have to go through either Liquid or FNATIC. They play next. Please, in front of them, give me your prediction. They're all listening.
I love you, Fatih. I love you. It's 1-1. Third map is gonna be delayed.
Oh, you leaving after that? In front of Paddy? You're not gonna go for them? We can't show you what Paddy said, but I'll let you off the hook. But congratulations once again. Thank you so much for joining me, and we'll see you next week.
Okay, very nice.
Heretics, they have made it, but there's one more spot up for grabs today. After the break, Liquid will be fighting FNATIC for Master Toronto.
The infinite money for food thing cracks up, man. They do give you a lot of money for food. I think when I was at Masters, it was like $120 a day or something for food. Dude, I've told this story before, but when we were in the second Iceland, because my girlfriend lived here as well, every day, so you had like $120 or $100 for food. Every day, I always had like $40 left over, and I just bought $40 of chocolate. And then I got Boaster involved as well. And then, so I literally, that after like 5-6 days, just had a cupboard full of chocolate. It was crazy. Like it was full, you'd open the cupboard and the chocolate would just fall out. I had so many people involved, like people in my team were giving me some as well, like every leftover bit. So I was like, well, I'm gonna be here. Then we just started giving chocolate to all our family and stuff. It's funny. We had so much, man. It was like a huge haul.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Chocolate margin, yeah, dude. You'd open the drawer, there'd be like 200 big chocolate bars there. It was crazy. I really made the most of it, man. Looking up and I was like, saw 100 a day. I was like, oh, dude. Okay, I'm back in a little bit, chat. We got Liquid against FNATIC. Winner goes to Toronto, same thing. Is there a long break today? It's a great question. I have no idea. I think so, but at the same time, both of these teams are played on stage, so they might not need to. I don't know. We're back in a little bit. We'll find out. If there is a longer break, I might get some food. We'll check it out.
Don't worry, Team Heretics fans, I'ma feed you good. We had Vut for an interview. I'm now joined by Rians here and Billy as well. First of all, massive congratulations. You made another global event. Vut was talking about how the one thing he was looking forward to the most was eating free food in a hotel in a different city. Is that also your favorite thing? Do you have anything else to add on top of that?
I mean, I think as a team, all of our favorite thing is to eat food like crazy, you know. Every single evening we go out as a team, like eat crazy food. And then one more good thing for me, you know, every single day in the hotel someone's cleaning my room, so it's
that's crazy. I miss being a kid. I'm gonna have to put, you know, I'm gonna stir a little bit, okay? I'm gonna instigate just a tiny bit, considering everything that's going on. Are you looking forward to potentially going up against Aspas? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But I think people want to see that.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to play because I think he's a good player, you know, and it would be really fun to like face him again after champs last year. So yeah, I would like to play against him.
All right, Billy, save us. Sorry,
yeah,
I had to just get that out of the way early.
I wanted to ask you more about like what's changed from kickoff to now, because of course kickoff it was a little bit of a shaky kind of start for you guys, but now there just seems to be a flawless run.
I think most importantly what changed in our team is we didn't have fun during the kickoff. Like we were working, but we didn't enjoy the working, you know, like every single day everyone was depressed, mostly me, I'm not gonna lie. And like it was just bad. And for me, if you can't enjoy the process, you cannot enjoy the results, you know. So what we focused on stage 1, like we had a lot of talks with like teammates, team, like coaches, everyone. And then we just fixed our problems. And then, yeah, now we're enjoying every single day, you know.
We're back.
I was going to say, you're feeling better now, right?
Yeah,
okay, good.
We are back, baby. And speaking of having fun, I don't know how you can not have fun when Benji's on your team, because this guy, he's always smiling, he's always being a little bit goofy, and he was always doing things like we saw on Icebox. I want to give me through your thoughts of what was going through your mind. How did you react to when he clutched this up in round 8 earlier?
I mean, for me, Benji is an amazing player, you know, and I always expect him to do some crazy things. Like, when I watch him, even 1v5, 1v2, 1v3, it doesn't matter. I just believe, like, he can just win, you know? He can just one-tap everyone and win. And the second map, I'm not gonna lie, not only that round, but he had also a crazy round on attack, when we were playing attack. On overtime, I think, yes.
It was, yeah,
yes,
it was
yes.
overtime.
I think overtime, and he got 3k. I think he saved us, like, it was very needed save, you know, and he saved us. Thank you, Benji Fishy. I love you.
I mean, you all take turns, I think. Sometimes it's you know, sometimes it's Boo has God knows how many crazy rounds Boo has had at this point. Earlier, we had Gorilla from Koi, Coach Gorilla, here with us, and he spoke about how you're the best initiator player in the world. You're even better than Trent. How do you feel about, you know, potentially earning that title? And do you also think that you're probably the best initiator in the world right now?
I mean, I actually don't think that I'm the best, but I'm just working hard. Like, I just try to improve myself every single day. Like, I still keep playing ranked and stuff to improve. I still watch other initiators game. For example, Trent. I mean, you already said, but like, I think Trent is like amazing player. And I said this before, but like, he was literally my idol before. Like, Sassy was the first my idol, and then the second one, when I swapped my role to Breach, I was watching all of his game on Breach. Like, he was so good. And now, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm the best, but I'm just working hard for it, you know?
Be a good matchup again, you know, when you guys play each other again, a little head-to-head, we look forward to it. And we also really liked some of the ideas you guys brought today, going back to some of the older Icebox stuff we saw at Champs. You're playing the Gecko again. We have we're showing some of this, so talk us through this.
I mean, I think our coaches like Neon, Gecko so much, and then they were keep saying that we have the best two Gecko player in our team, is Wood and me, like basically. And then like they always wanted Gecko, but I was playing Sova, and then we just decided to switch because we had a lot of great stuff from before, you know. And then we mixed the comps kind of, like Teo, Gecko, and then it was just good.
Do you have a preference between the two? Do you prefer the Sova or the Gecko?
Personally, I like Sova more, but for the team, I will say Gecko because it helps more, you know. For example, in the first comp, like, you kind of don't have flashes. I don't count Vice Flash as a flash because you cannot use it while attacking. But like Gecko is easier to attack, or like easier to do some setups on defense, for example. So I would say Gecko for the team.
I love that.
I love Gecko as well. I love Gecko on Icebox. I think there's only one person in the world that we already know what he would say if we said, oh, what would you prefer? I think Miniboo is the one that's never going to say no to a Neon, right? And somehow the Neon just looks so different on Miniboo compared to other players that pick up this Neon. With Sunset coming back, first of all, how much are you looking forward to that? Second of all, how much is Miniboo looking forward to that? And can we expect more Neon?
I mean, of course you can expect more Neon because I believe he's the best Neon player, for sure. And about Sunset, for me personally, we were like super good at some point, and then at some point it changed and we were super bad on that map. Like we lost against Vitality twice, I think, and then in Champs, EDG beat us 13-1. Like I don't have great memories lately on that map. So I would say, like, I was not...
You don't want to reclaim your throne?
I mean, that's actually, good mindset. Yeah, actually, I wanted to come back. Yeah, we will be the best again on Sunset, no problem.
I love that.
I was going to ask you about that. Do you feel like any sort of pressure now going into Masters Toronto? Because of course the last grand final that you guys would have played in is that Champs grand final. So how do you feel going into EMEA grand finals and potentially getting your first title?
I don't think we feel pressure. We're just happy, you know, and I think what we do good as a team is like we handle pressure really well. So, I mean, like it's fine. We're just gonna play every game like the same. I don't know how to explain. I'm sorry, but like.
No, it's good.
For me personally, I don't separate group stage game or playoff game. I'm always the same. Like, I always wanna win. I always wanna go like full tryhard, you know. So. It doesn't matter.
That's a good mentality to have.
It is, and EDG is not there this time, so don't worry. There's going to be no trauma past anything. But thank you very much, Rians. Congratulations once again. Have a good rest. We'll see you next week. We will see you guys, however, after the break because FNATIC are taking on Team Liquid right after this.
And while he's waiting for this.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me.
What a treat we have today. Not only will this match determine which team will be the next to make it to Masters Toronto, but it's going to be between FNATIC and Team Liquid. I'm your host, Youngsu, and I'm back here with Billy and Kakuka. I mean, where do we even start with this? We see this all the time, but it always delivers.
Yeah, it's been quite a while, but as you're saying, it always delivers, and especially with the form that we're seeing from both of the teams, the win that we saw from FNATIC, Team Liquid smashing everyone in their group, one of them, it's going to be one of the better showings that we've get. It never gets old, and it only gets better.
It's almost been a year, and we get to see it now. Yeah, I'm super excited, and I think that, like you say, they've been such titans of their groups coming into this, so yeah, I can't wait to get started.
One of them a little bit more of a titan than the other, really, in considering the Liquid will be coming into first seed. I think the stuff that we did earlier worked, at least. Heretics, yeah, first seed curse doesn't exist. Let's see if it applies to Team Liquid as well. Of course, they played against each other so many times. I think we've been there for every single one of them.
I think we have.
Yeah, I remember every single one of them fondly. Yeah, very, very fondly. But I don't think we've ever had something this important in EMEA, though. It's usually both of them go, you know? When one of them goes, they both go.
If you take a look at the ones that Team Liquid win, it's actually most of them are the grand finals, right? Like we see a final here, another. So it's when the match actually gets elongated that Team Liquid is most likely to get with the victory.
It's after they both qualify, you know?
Yeah.
They usually, Billy, don't meet each other until they both qualify. Well, so this is new. This is nice.
Well, I'm looking at that grand final in 2023, and I mean, FNATIC went on to win that Masters anyway, even though they lost that grand final to Team Liquid. And I mean, last year's results, maybe Mystic and Enzo just feeling the curse against going against their former team, so didn't pick up any last year.
I mean, I believe Kamek is the only player that has a good result so far going up against FNATIC after leaving. I could be wrong, but what I'm not wrong about is stealing some stats from Reddit. And of course, FNATIC, they are the first team in the partnership era to reach 50 wins, and they've done it with, you know, a couple of different iterations of this roster as well. And just to put into perspective how impressive that is, Kakuka, Heretics are second, and look how many wins they are behind.
I think that some people, I'm not going to say forget, because I think that the FNATIC name is still too important, but every single time that we go to a global event, most of the teams say we want to go up against FNATIC, because you cannot forget this. For the longest time, the mainstay of EMEA was FNATIC, and they're still going back into the form, so reaching those 50 wins, and especially the state in which they're coming today, only is a showing of the FNATIC that we are going to deliver this year.
5 years of Valorant, and people are still saying that they want to come up against FNATIC. If that doesn't tell you at home like who people love the most, especially within our region, I mean, FNATIC is a household name at this point.
Yeah, and before Heretics kind of came and stole our hearts, Liquid was always there with them. You know, you ask anybody, who do you like the most? Which team has the most fans? Liquid is up there. But here's the question. We've seen a lot of iteration of FNATIC. People have opinions about which is the best, which era is the strongest. I think that 2023 speaks for itself. But do you two, I'll come to you, Billy, first, believe that this Team Liquid is the best Liquid we've ever had?
I honestly think it might be, and it does hurt me to say that a little bit because I loved the former Team Liquid that we had, but genuinely, they're looking so good right now. I think as well, they've just been so ahead of the curve in terms of the meta, and just like their preparation as well. I think Coach Lohan has been doing a phenomenal job with the team. So yeah, honestly, I think this could be the best Team Liquid that we've had.
Yes. I think that for me, it's not only about the combination of the five, but if we look pound for pound at each of the individuals, Patty completely unleashed, all of them having their ups and their lows. Nats now in IGL, given the speeches that we've been showing and how well he's controlling the team. We already knew that he was brilliant, but the fact that he can also do an IGL in Camo after the year that he had in Koi, being one of the best duelists that we have in the regions here, like, I can stop me. Yeah. Stop me eventually.
I mean, Coach Lohan clear Sliggy, like every facet.
Everybody knows.
Let's be honest, how is his, you know, it's a very hard case to make to not say this is the best Team Liquid we've seen so far, but we also have a newer face coming in. Some of the other teams have been cursed making changes before this stage, but for Liquid somehow, this has been a bit of a blessing.
And also considering and following on what I was saying of having their best show in Serial, mostly playing on the Sentinel, coming into this team, feeling out a role that was already empty after coming from an international event that he was not part of, he goes out and plays the Astra for the first time. Same with the Tejo, and takes up a lot of responsibility within this roster.
Yeah, I think you have to look at the flexibility that he's had to have coming into this roster. It's crazy to me that this is a player that was playing on Chippy Chappas back in VCL East last year, but he's come in, he's done such a great job, he's been fulfilling that role in whatever role he needs to fulfill, and now the idea of him coming in at this stage and being able to make a global event with this team, it's such a success story for him.
How much pressure is on his shoulders though, Billy? Because we talk about, you know, a good group stage showing, they're seed 1, so they haven't had to play playoffs so far, but Billy straight in, and it's against FNATIC to qualify for his first global event. It's not easy.
Of course you're going to feel the pressure, but I think in that moment you can't be putting teams like FNATIC, players that are on FNATIC, you can't be putting them on a pedestal, right? You just have to take it at face value and go in and focus on your game.
And considering all of these circumstances, I think that he's going into this match as much prepared as he can. They've had their, as I said, their highs and their lows. They've been winning a lot of matches, but also losing some maps, having very close encounters, and developing their own identity. And that is so difficult to do in such little time that I really think he should feel comfortable playing within that team, because he does really fit. He's not only filling a role at this point.
Yeah, and our rookies are so confident right now, right? They're not the ones that feel shaky at all. But one guy, he's looking to make his 4th straight global event. It is HERETICS, and this is what he had to say ahead of today's game. I'm now joined by HERETICS from Team Liquid. Hello. Ahead of a very important game today. Now, been a while since you played against FNATIC, but you've traditionally not really struggled against them. You've had some really good results against them. How are you feeling this time around? And I guess with how they're doing right now as well, what kind of opponent are they today?
They are a tough opponent for sure, but I think their playstyle kind of fits us. So I think we are well prepared. It's kind of, we need to show it on the server right now, you know. But I'm thinking good. It's gonna be a good game.
Yeah, and the maps are interesting too, I think, from your strength and their strength. Yeah. There's been a lot of, I guess, opinions of the style that you play and the comps you play. You know, some people say it's fun, some people say cheese. Yeah. How would you describe some of these comps we've seen from you?
I would describe them like in your face, you know?
In your face?
Yes, because we always try to play in the opponent's face, you know? We try to always look for the game and don't let our opponents play.
Even when you play things like Deadlock, still very much in your face?
Yeah. Deadlock is like, we play in your face, and then when that doesn't work, we go back to the setups.
Okay, you have 2 different plans.
Yeah.
How do you personally fit into this setup in terms of being in your face?
Well, I'm chilling. I'm playing Tejo, you know, so most of our Pirate Agent at the moment, but he's nerfed to the ground, so I don't know what I'm gonna be doing in the next patches, but yeah, I'm chilling on Tejo right now.
And as you know, there's been a lot of talks about vibes on teams. It seems like more than ever, a team that's winning always has to have good vibes. And you guys are also a team that is known to have very good vibes. So how do you out-vibe the other side, you know?
I think by being calm, honestly. I think we found our groove by being calm. And I think when we are too calm, I think that's when I come in and kind of hype the team up. But also when we are too much, then I slow down, and then Nuts comes in with his speeches. He kind of pulls us into the motion, into the position, how we should be playing. But going up against them in the Vibes play match, I think we are winning.
I mean, there's a bit of a war right now going on Twitter. I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about between the fans. You know, there's a Cats, Kiko, Nats fans beefing a little bit with Boaster Crashies fans, you know, saying their duo is better. What does Kiko and Nats have you think that Boaster and Crashies do not have?
Oh, the Liquid duo is 100% better.
Yeah, Cats is better?
Of course.
In what sense? Sell it to me.
In every sense. In every sense. In vibes, in gameplay, in every sense.
Are you a Cats fan as well?
Oh yeah, 100%.
I love that. And very last question. This is for Masters Toronto. I don't know if you've ever been to Toronto before.
No, never been to Toronto.
But you're on a pretty hot streak when it comes to making those global events. So what would this one mean to you?
I think like it would be the most hard to get and the most valuable, honestly, because
rewarding.
Yeah. Because it would be the 4th one in a row that I would play and qualify, so it kind of means a lot.
Oh well, I can't wait to see if you can make it. Thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you.
The vibes seem pretty good with Patty, but are you on the side of Cats Nation or are you on the side of Boaster and Crashies?
Oh, it's too difficult. Are we just speaking about the vibes?
Yeah.
Just the vibes? Yeah. Then Crashies and
okay.
Just because of the vibes, yeah.
I can't believe you're actually making us choose.
I'm making you choose, yeah.
I think vibes is, Boasters and certain crashes.
The twerking, I was about to, but I'm not going to.
Honestly, look at this. They heard you.
Apparently,
oh, Kayak's getting involved.
Damn, polyamorous here. I was going to say, like, on the look, it's Gordon them. Okay,
Sorry,
yeah, different vibes for today. But I was going to briefly, before we move on to speak about FNATIC, speak about Liquid. Now that Vitality is out of the competition, they could be, I believe that within all of the regions, only G2 has made it to both events this year. So for Team Liquid, we're speaking about the getting to that grand final back at kickoff, not being able to win it, having the showing that they had just ending there in groups, and now having the possibility to get the trophy and actually make a name for themselves. There were many questions being put on their shoulders.
And the champs points is going to look very nice for them. On the other side of those, on the other side of this though, for FNATIC, we've seen them play already. What did you make of the performance against Foot? In particularly the fact that Alpha finally remembered he's Turkish. I've used that so many times.
Oh, I mean, it was a dominant performance, right? Like, I don't think there's any other words that you can realistically.
I've never seen Nats do that.
Use.
That's what I mean.
The vibes are high. I love that. I love the little heart as well. But yeah, no, I think that it was a kind of a surprise. I think that we all kind of thought that Foot were going to put up more of a fight than what they actually did. And FNATIC, they just looked so much more prepared coming into that match.
Not many teams can make Foot look the way that they did, and it's only FNATIC that has been already through that loss against Team Heretics. And speaking about it, yes, you get to play more matches, which I always think it's a big plus going into an international event, having an extra rep, and also coming off from a loss is also a process that you have to go through. They were in too hard of a streak, and as we were saying, Alpha was on a different line. We had him also for
catching strays,
and the way that he was feeling himself.
Oh no.
Yelling Camo after the year that he had in Koi, being one of the best duelists that we have in the regions here. Like, I can stop me. Yeah, stop me eventually.
I mean, Coach Lohan clear Sliggy, like every facet.
Everybody knows.
Let's be honest. How is his? You know, it's a very hard case to make to not say this is the best Team Liquid we've seen so far. But we also have a newer face coming in. Some of the other teams have
that's
been
it. Chat, that's one straight.
This stage, but for Liquid,
and honestly, Lohan's doing great over there. That's not too bad.
No, but we've been speaking about how good Alpha is from the very beginning, right? Back when he was that rookie, very fresh out the slammer, just going out against very, very strong teams in the regions, always showing up his performance time and time again, lifted trophies. As we're saying, he's still too young.
This is the best Liquid ever.
I
mean, this Liquid would beat my Liquid if you look at it that way.
Like a superstar performance from him as well, going up against Foot, and I think part of that is because he was on two of his most comfortable agents. I mean, we look at the Killjoy, and it was something that I questioned coming into this stage with the Teho meta. Are we still going to see Alpha on the Killjoy? Are they going to flex into, you know, more diverse Sentinels? But still managing to do an amazing job on the Killjoy and the Raze as well. I mean, it's always a delight to watch Alpha on the Raze.
Yeah, it is. And back to what you were saying, 19 years old when FNS retired. That is insane.
That's crazy.
That is the most insane thing ever. I know he's watching. Hi, FNS. I know. How are you doing? I know he's watching. And I hope he has some opinions on the map vetoes. I wonder where this is going to go. In your opinion, since I know FNS, you know so much about this matchup. But what do you two think? How will the map vetoes go today?
This might look like a lot, but I'm going to
map
explain
vetoes
it to
are going to be all over the place.
Easily. On the left side, you're seeing what Team Liquid, this is the regular season when they've been banning and when they've been picking. So you can see they've banned Pearl every single time, and they picked Split 4 times. The time that they picked Fracture, Split had been removed from the pool. So every single time that Split was open, they picked it. For the side of FNATIC, we'd see exactly the same. Every single time they banned the Pearl. The only one that we see up here was against Vitality, in which they did the power
so one of these teams could throw a curveball, and by one of these teams I probably mean Liquid.
And again, we see a couple of Lotus here because both Giant X and Team
third map will be
Heretics removed Split from
unless someone wants to pick
going
Split.
Into today,
we're not going to see
Split.
Split.
FNATIC could pick Lotus.
I mean, okay.
Yeah.
But Liquid could ban Lotus because they both like to ban Pearl.
Both of these teams
but
ban
FNATIC
Pearl, pick Split.
Blow
so
it
now
Pearl
it's just a question
before,
of
so
who's
maybe
going
they
to
have
that
something
Giga
for it.
Chad move of deciding to
Who gets
ban
the
it.
who gets the first?
You don't need to
who gets
ban
Team
it
A or
first
Team B?
unless
Is the
you're,
real
like, very
question.
scared of your opponent.
And I love that
who
they
has to
both
ban
ban Pearl
first?
because, as we know, when we go to global events, we do not do very well.
What if no one bans
against
Split? I mean,
other
it's going to be
region
third
teams that
map.
play
No one
Pearl,
will
so
ban
this could
Split.
already be a nice little premonition. But if we do
Liquid
see
at
the Split,
Team A?
who do
Ooh,
you
that's
favor?
rough. So do Liquid float Pearl or do they ban Pearl? I reckon Liquid ban Pearl.
Yeah, I think I favor.
Which means that FNATIC get a free ban, which then means they get to pick Lotus.
Overwhelmingly strong on it.
Well, we'll see. We'll see where the man vetoes come up. Very few rivalries run as deep as this one. FNATIC and Team Liquid have faced each other across every era of Valorant.
The coin flip here is actually pretty big.
This time,
like FNATIC get a lovely advantage, not having to ban Pearl.
Onto the stage.
They could ban Split, but I think it would be, well, honestly. When Liquid be higher seed? Nah, I think they view it as 50-50. Goes down to coin flip. It's higher seed? Wait, it's higher seed and they chose Team A? That's not a thing. I refuse to believe that. They shot themselves in the foot. Oh, that'll be madness.
Everything is on the line here. You win, you will follow Team Heretics all the way to Toronto, and if you lose, that lower bracket is looking a little bit dangerous.
It is. So Liquid got to choose Team A, Team B, and they chose Team A, so they have to ban fast and they don't float Pearl. There's no way in hell that happens. There's no way, dude. Yeah, she's saying coin toss.
Team A and ban the Pearl, and yeah, Split is there.
Yeah, I mean, that's not surprising. Like I said, this is Team Liquid's strongest map. It's got a 100% win rate in
they banned
Stage 1, but FNATIC finally decided
okay, FNATIC picked Icebox. We thought this would happen. I mean, we kind of got what we thought from these.
What did you prepare for if you're Team Liquid?
To be honest, we thought this would be
power move. You see Team Liquid being
then
like,
again, I don't know what
want
Liquid would have been picking.
Team A, so we can choose the side on that last map if we get to that, because they value that and they probably see that this is most likely going to go the distance. And also peeking the Split. Also another thing that they didn't need to do necessarily. And as you're saying, really finally seeing that Icebox coming from
FNATIC. Too bad. Dude, the Icebox is going to be interesting. Liquid got their Icebox better. It's still, in my opinion, one of their worst maps. FNATIC, we've never seen it. But we know they'd be...
It's a risk. I think it's always going to be a risk for a team to go into a high-pressure situation like this and play a map that they have not played at all this entire split. Having said that, though, it is FNATIC's Icebox. You know, it hasn't exactly been bad in the past. But let's talk about this split real quick. I'm sure that was for FNS. I'm sure he knows he's watching. Yeah, let's talk about this split first. We all talked about how we're going to see it instantly. Billy, you kind of favored Liquid coming into this, but does it change your minds at all that FNATIC are going to be starting on attack?
No, it's difficult with FNATIC, right? Because it doesn't matter what side they start. As soon as they get that 8-4 half, they're kind of chilling usually for the map. So as long as they get 8 rounds, no matter what side they start, they're going to be okay.
Oh, we've seen the Nats versus Chronicle. I know, Sue, being a Gambit fan, especially on this map. For me, Split is a very Gambit map. Seeing this head-to-head now, both
does
of them
FNATIC want to
playing on the
play
Viper.
Fracture over Lotus?
It
might be a respect thing. Because if you're Liquid, you're pretty confident that they're gonna leave Lotus for last map, so you probably would have prepped on that Lotus, so maybe don't have that much prep on Fracture. And FNATIC's Fracture doesn't look that bad.
Chronicle Nats, it's just perfect.
It's every single player going up against their storyline after storyline. You have Serial taking on one of the most seasoned Astro players we've had in the entirety of Valorant. Kiko against
Bacon, what do you want from me?
She's playing against HERETICS in EMEA. I never thought we'd see the day on land. On land.
We made it. Also, the battle of the operators, we've seen both Kayak and Camel being actually very proactive. I think that both of them making those plays have been pretty pivotal from both of those teams, and we're going to get to see that head-to-head. Also, the double duelists, the aggressions that we're seeing, all the fakes, how you're going to utilize the Euro, how are you going to get into your opponent's mind, where we're speaking about Nats was having a crazy showing this year, and Boaster one of the most experienced IGLs that we have in the
the world. And I think that's when teams have to start getting creative, right? Because there's so much footage on both of these teams playing this map. It's going to be a real test as to which IGL can adapt in the moment and can get creative.
Yeah, I think it's
you're
fine.
going to be expecting each other's
The thing is,
game
I
plans,
don't know
not
if
only when
Liquid
there's
saw
footage
it
on
coming
but
or
also
not.
running that same composition.
So
You
I
know
thought
how it's
Liquid
supposed
probably
to work
second
on this
bound
kind of
loads this, really.
Yeah, and we've heard so many other
The fact they
players,
floated it
coaches,
kinda-
so
that
on
means
so
they wanna
forth
play
talk
it.
about Liquid. They always do the same thing. Nats always does the same ult. We know exactly what they do, and yet they do not beat them. Yet nobody's actually managed to take them down, despite saying that all of the anti-strat they do, they can predict them. So you do have to wonder, is FNATIC the team that's good enough to be able to exploit some of the things we've seen a lot in the past? But that is enough from us. It's time to jump into Split and throw this over to your casters. Take it away, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Team Liquid and FNATIC.
Had a BBL look, not too bad.
Here in EMEA. We've seen them at
They didn't look that
We've
bad.
seen them at Champs. They faced each other
I think Heretics
across
look
the
good.
board, and it almost seems to be a decently high-stakes matchup. Think back to Stage 1 and Stage 2. Team Liquid's run was ended by FNATIC, and now it might not quite be elimination, but that spot on the line, the stakes are high again.
It's also it's always nice to get 2 chances, right? To make it to an international event. So the second chance doesn't feel quite as nice. A little bit more pressure, a little bit more sweat. So we're looking at both these teams wanting to get it done the first time around. And as you said, it has been a seasoned matchup. One that if you look at best of 3s.
All right, Liquid on
always
defense,
gone the way of
FNATIC on
except
attack.
events outside of the VCT. So always going to
11
be interesting,
times.
of course. This is a matchup that has happened so many times, all the way back to First Strike. So that was before even I was here.
I remember.
And I'm old.
Many weeks ago.
Now,
of course,
Your boy
Nat's been a member of a lot of those looking back at
Vital?
last
Is that what
year,
I say
but
that
it
with
was
the
a team
Prime?
that
Thank
he
you.
didn't have,
Thanks
I
so much,
guess,
bro.
the
Your boy
pressure over that
Vital.
mold in
Thank
the
you
way
with
that he
the Prime,
wanted
I
to.
appreciate doing
Now,
that.
this is his
Yeah,
team.
let's see who win the pistol.
Let's see if
Again,
he
this
can
is
lead
a
them
big
to
game. Whoever
victory
wins this goes to
over
Toronto.
FNATIC. As we're saying,
And
over
that's
it's
been
on
seen on the
VCT.
minimap.
The O3's
Wait,
gonna go their way. That's
wait.
a sneaky play
How
by
they
Nats.
traded places
Right
here.
up the
Spike
rope.
goes towards.
Goes past
Dude, what a
one,
nuts
takes
one.
it
Spike
down.
goes towards the top.
FNATIC, though, trading blows for the most part. It's left Boaster alone.
Okay, nicely done from Kiko on this one. One of the weirdest pistols we've had for a while. Dude, look, every single kill's in this little box.
I was going to say, it doesn't have the Boaster smoke to help him out in this scenario, so it will be the pistol going the way of Liquid. As it was mentioned on the desk, it is something that, especially FNATIC, have been known to have very hot starts on this map. In fact, when they started defense last time, they went 8-4, and then the time before that they started attack, and they went 8-4, and the time before that they started defense, and they went 8-4, and then the time before that they started on attack, and they went 8-4. And the time before that was attack again and 9-3, so they ruined it. But
Okay, Outlaw. Everyone can get one shot. Ghost
and actually
and
teeter out a little bit in the second half. We've seen OTs for them.
Ghost and
Liquid, on the other hand, they have only lost this map
one
once
Sheriff.
this year, 8 times played, and that was in a mega OT versus EDG. So, I mean, EDG, you know, kind of a good team.
okay, FNATIC on the eco. Try and create pressure over towards here without the smoke.
It doesn't make sense.
Make it look that they've actually crossed over towards A. And then it's going to insta-group B hit with the smoke or something? I don't know. Let's see where the smoke goes.
An opportunity,
Maybe he
especially
doesn't
looking at
use it,
Kiko, to try and farm up some orbs. Got that Outlaw in play. Shots fired. And, well, hit. He doesn't get the orb.
This is the last time we saw a double Astra on this map.
Said, very
Been a while.
It looks like the idea to pressure towards this B side, even just
Fade eye back a sight. Doesn't get shots, so you know it's clear.
No immediate reaction. Starting to get a sense for how those rotations have come through. They pressure Serial up close,
Dude,
but there's
Kiko's
the
incredible
Outlaw
with like the he just quick scopes all the time with Outlaw.
any further damage.
Speaking of Kiko, 2 away from his ult as well. Definitely gonna need to keep an eye on that. Good, try and get him closer and go be aggro on this if they want to.
Away
Don't think
already
it's
for that showstopper.
necessary.
He's definitely been a player that I think needs no introduction, but still needs to be highlighted. Like, he has had an incredible season kickoff. I think not really even arguable that he was the best player. An incredible performance from him individually, and also flexing between that controller and obviously coming up with that double.
Oh, that's a good stat. That's the kind of stat you want to have. Buy rounds, 59% win rate.
For them, but now very good in these sort of scenarios. We'll see if they can do it in the bonus.
Now we see the Outlaw again, but it's swapped hands to give Kiko a rifle. Both of those players end up falling immediately. FNATIC not pulling any punches as Boaster through the smoke drops camo. All right, well, We didn't even get to talk about potential in this round because there was quite a lot of it.
Yeah, might not even
Serial
get any kills
was
on this
one
one.
of the players coming in with a weaker weapon. He's been able
Let's
to upgrade
see.
at least.
Party and Serial will probably want to do damage. They could save.
Now leaving Patatek and himself. You say to do it all normally, but this isn't a round they're likely to win at this point.
56%. Wait, Bacon, how are you losing so many games?
Really
Pistols.
want to see some of these players fall for Fnatic. Crashy's low, 10 HP. Boaster on 55.
Wait,
There's
Nat's invested.
I think
You're
Patty
right.
as well just has to
Someone
save.
has to
Like,
save.
you look at Nat's already down on 100 credits. You at least need to hold on to one of these rifles. Probably shouldn't be the Bulldog, so Serial's going to go looking, but he is found immediately by the side of Fnatic. Around looking squeaky clean for them, as good as you can get in terms of these third-round purchases. And to be honest, my highlight going into
May
this
buy an
is...
EMEA. It's becoming more popular.
Yeah. I think he's just trying to pick off one. It's
Paper
not
X were
worth
doing
it,
it
though.
today in Pacific as well.
And an in-zone flawless comes off the back of it. Yeah, I think a gun lost in a scenario where it
Oh
really
boy. Don't be looking
have
around
that
for the
much of a
admins.
benefit. And I want to see now what that's going to do in terms of damage to the economy, because as I said, Nats did not have enough to buy into this next round.
That's because of that rifle they bought up that ends up being lost. Given it
What
to
happens
Kiko,
now?
The idea being, you know, if he just grabs that one kill, an orb maybe early on or late
Yeah,
after
it's always
control
Liquid,
is
isn't
seized,
it?
you've got a showstopper and a real opportunity to fight your way
Liquid
back
on
into
split.
the game
Actually cast.
early on to put that 3-0 on the board. It doesn't connect for them. And so they're left in this position, as we are. A technical pause called in the early stages of the game. There it is. You love the red, Tom.
Yeah, both social media managers from each of these teams are smiling, heading over to Twitter to make their memes while we sit and wait. Hopefully it's not something that's anywhere near as problematic as before.
Oh,
I don't think it will be. We haven't seen anything of the sort just yet. But I want to talk again about sort of the players we have coming into this match, because obviously this is one where you get that double duelist, and we'll always highlight
Finally the real main show is back, yeah.
versus camo battle. I think it's going to be a fun one. But I do think in this scenario the secondary duelists are actually more notable in a lot of cases. Like Kiko coming
Alpha
in,
sprinted.
no surprise.
What do you reckon?
But then I
Forgot
think
charge or
looking
something?
back to the match versus Foot, Alpha here was unbelievable. 26-10, 7-1 in
Got the
opening
charge
duels,
cable.
234 ADR, that's average damage per round, which that's madness, how much he was able to do. If he can have that same performance in this matchup, we're talking about what could be a very dangerous scenario for Liquid. At the same time, though, as I said, it has been a struggle for any team coming up against them. Trying to face off against this squad has definitely not been easy. So I do kind of want to look at this as obviously a favored map for the side of Liquid. They've picked it knowing that it's strong for their opponents, but one where I think their victories have been a lot cleaner. In fact, over this stage at least, nobody has even got to double digits versus them.
I think it was highlighted by the desk as well, though, that, you know, both teams have been allowing that split through, have been picking it. In fact, if the opportunity is given for Team Liquid, though, like you say, that the stats are at their back. It looks like somewhere that they can be able to battle successfully up against any team
hopefully he's not sick or
in the
something.
region. And man, I suppose any team at Masters as well, with EDG not being there. But the reality is as well, for Fnatic, both of these teams have had strong performances, even looking at Foot as a ballpark. Recently enough, they both played them, they both put up good defensive sides, and I think that's going to be the make or break. We talk about Fnatic having a good attack, having good at both, right?
It depends on the week.
That was a point that Billy made, like, it doesn't matter what side they start on. Fnatic are shooting for 8 because that's what they've been hitting every single time. And so Team Liquid, they get that
Reunited for the
test
wrong
right out the
reasons.
gate. This is the side that you've been performing on. This is the side we want to see those rounds go up, and I think further feeding into why we see that rifle picked up on
The only,
Kiko. It's 5-1,
the only two from
5-0
Gambit,
at the
right,
time.
that
Good chance to get the ulti there and really
are
hammer
doing
home
well,
that
I
defense
guess.
early on. That could crumble Fnatic's early
Apart from
plan,
Aang.
but it
I
wasn't
mean,
what we
even
saw
then,
go down on
7th
the
to
server.
8th.
Still, though, that showstopper's going to be lurking in the back of their minds. 1 kill, 1 orb.
I think it's hard to stay consistent in this game.
The good thing is,
There's not
because
too many
Fnatic won
players
that
from
round
back in the
so
day that are around
dominantly, with Chronicle picking up those last couple of kills,
and like
dropping
performing
that
at
last
a
rifle.
similar level.
Not only are they close to having their Viper's Pit, but also the economy is in a very, very healthy spot. Minimal reinvestments when we do get into round number 4. At that point, it should be a difficulty to break their economy.
I think also just what we have a minute, like the overall context of this veto is quite fun, because you've got Split where we have an unbelievable amount of data. We see both teams running identical compositions with what
Did I
they
pause
sort
the
of
VOD
planned to do
tonight? I
going
just
into this
tanked it,
matchup.
man.
And then you
It
have
would have been a great
Icebox,
opportunity
which is
to
the
try it,
opposite.
but
We've got FNATIC who
I'll be honest,
have not played
pretty
it
much forgot.
the entirety of this year. Haven't played it, in fact, since 2024 in July. So it's been a very, very long time. A map that historically is fantastic for them. They pretty much built the comp that ran it for a stupid amount of time and made me very upset to cast that map. And then you have Liquid on the other side who have played it a couple of times, experimented with comps, tried Waylay in the mix, have tried putting their duelist on a Gecko to try and make things work, both times failing versus squads that are already out. You're talking mates in KC, teams you'd expect them to beat, maybe even beat comfortably. So it's not a good map for them, but it's also not one that FNATIC plays. So we kind of go in blind. My expectation is we're going to see a swap up again from Liquid, and when you lose a map twice in the same stage, you're going to have like different variations, different ideas. So we'll have to see.
We will. Well, we'll have to wait a while to see, Tom, because we have a little bit of an extended tech pause, and while our league admins are working hard on fixing that, we're going to toss this over to the analyst desk.
Oh boy, that means it's a long one.
Thank you very much for that, Mitch and Tom. We do have a tech pause going on right now, but don't worry, I will keep you guys updated as soon as I hear anything else. But for now, I'm very, very, very pleased to be joined by a group of people that like to yap. So we're going to yap. We get to yap. We do this once a week. We get to yap.
I'm starting to think it's not Lauren and Mike. It's actually Tom and Mitch.
I agree. I agree. They're always at the scene of the crime.
Yeah.
You didn't get to yap earlier.
No.
So
no, I didn't.
Congratulations. You have an opportunity right now. Let's yap. You've played against Liquid on Split.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Bear and Billy were both, you know, leaning more on the Liquid camp when it comes to the split between these two
See
teams.
Linkers playing again? I mean, it stopped again, right?
I think it's just been like a staple of Liquid's map pool. Like they picked it every time that it's open. They always want to start an attack, so starting defense is like maybe a bit of a I mean, I wouldn't even say curveball because FNATIC start an attack quite
You ever thought about making educational workout content? Mate, I've got no idea what I'm doing.
They have such a solid foundation on it. It's like
I mean, that's a good idea.
Do you agree with some of the narratives other players and coaches have said that Liquid just do the same thing every week? They haven't been able to change much on Split.
Kinda, yeah. Like their defense, when we scouted them, they really just run the same round, if not the same protocols every single round, the same map, like areas of the map they want to fight for. So, yeah, kind of. But I wouldn't necessarily say it's a bad thing. It evidently works for them. They've won every split game.
Why is
that?
Like, lost it this year.
I think. Sorry, I think there's a difference between unreadable and uncounterable. You know?
That's exactly what I was going to say. If we think about it, now that we had Rians on the desk, if we think about last year and Heretics and their sunset, many people would say, "Oh my
God,
I
think we found our little niche. I'm not sure we should go
Nobody
into the
can work
bigger,
against it. So why would you don't change
bigger
it if
fields
it's not broken?
I think
of
what
workout
I
and
kind
cooking.
of took into consideration was the fact that they're
got
running the same
zero
comp, so they
experience.
should know how these type of protocols work. And FNATIC should be able to.
Who was first?
He's the guy in the
FNATIC,
couch
right? Or was
gorilla.
it Liquid that came out? No,
X-Vitality and
I
current
think it is.
boy
I mean, oh god,
coach
she's
for the
FNATIC
moment.
bias. Actually, I'm foot bias, as you can see from this graphic. But my favorite team in the league
Chamber
right now.
viable on any maps. It's gonna be way more viable once Tears out.
I think they kind of brought this
Chamber
out
Vice is
with
pretty
Gurkit,
legit as a combo.
on that Yoru, but I can't remember if they did have the Fade or the Astra. Maybe it was Omen.
Maybe it was
Omen
before
was
the
in there.
Astra buff.
Yeah,
so it was probably maybe the Omen, but
I'm not sure
don't
who
quote me on that one.
started it. It probably wasn't even our region, let's be honest. We like to nick stuff from
But this
other
was
people.
supposed to be this is going to be the test, you know, because the point that you were making, Gorilla, about every single time that it's been open.
Professional, thank you so much
team
for
that
that,
gets
mate.
picked, the same goes for
Not a
FNATIC,
chance
every
as
single
well,
time
but
that
I
they've had the
appreciate
chance,
the
they're
bits.
going to split. So,
Thank you for the suggestion, at
going
least.
into this map, going into today's match, they know that it's kind of a map that you're going to see.
Are you guys upset we're not going to see the Lotus?
A lot. So much. So much. Because of a little bit of the same reasoning as this. I want to see if somebody's going to stop Team Liquid. I think that FNATIC is a very good candidate to do so. So, especially the Lotus that we've seen with the double Sentinel. FNATIC leaning on a composition that has given them so much and they've proven they're so good at that I thought this was going to be it. But it was FNATIC that banded on the last one.
I was going to say, it was the decider. Did we go to Lotus or Fracture? And actually it was FNATIC that decided that they wanted to go to Fracture, which to me is interesting, right? Because because the last time that we saw them play Fracture, it really took a while for them to get back in it. It wasn't until Kayak jumped onto that operator that they started stringing these kind of rounds back together again.
Yeah.
So, interesting.
That was a fun game, though.
It was a fun game.
That was a fun game. Depends which team you like more. We did this last time I was allowed to come here and yap for 4 hours, but
EMEA could use the tech support. I mean, I think this one isn't there.
In just a moment.
I think this one was their fault, man.
Get debated. Back to you, Mitch and Tom. You'll never know what I was going to say.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Back we go. Back into the fray. Round 4, queued up and ready to go. Oh, no.
I hope it was questions about Gorilla's tattoos. Gorilla has a lot of cool tattoos. So I think we should just, if there's another tech pause, we should just go through all of Gorilla's tattoos.
It's a shame that is the last we see of Yinsu today. So yeah,
he's got one on his lower back. I think it's a butterfly.
So round 4, anyways, about to kick off here. Split, the map that we're on, the map we were on. Nothing's changed. The rounds are the same. There's no rollbacks.
Okay.
We can be thankful
this
for
is
that.
the important round.
With a stinger, and that's the downside
yeah,
of what
and
we
that's
saw
us to take the stinger
before.
because of
We
the
had that
early
little
round where he
break.
dropped
Is it a
Kiko.
downside? Last time he had that, he killed someone, picked up a judge and got an ace.
That is very true, isn't it? He did have his Viper's Pit to work around, this time 4 orbs away. That will be difficult to acquire, Tom.
Difficult, but not impossible.
You reckon he can do it inside the orb, perhaps?
Who knows? Nats can do anything. Already, an aggressive start to the round. Camo going looking, and it's the bait and switch, but Camo actually predicts he's ready for Chronicle. Obviously, an important part of the game plan is clearing Chronicle from that A site. Lurks around that part of the map so regularly. Because of that, you can see the immediate response from
He's just
Fnatic.
going to do a Zekken.
Some of these angles. We can't
just dominate
allow
here.
Liquid to have this much space for free.
Here. Slow push up. Evan will find nothing. Team Liquid with a super passive play towards B. You talk about map control for free, but there's nothing being taken by the defensive side. It means they're going to be a little bit more delayed in reacting to this split that's coming through. Fnatic from main and from vents with a stinger.
Okay, no B main control, so 3-pass and stack over towards B.
That's really not in the best of positions to keep this advantage in their favor. Snakebite goes down, that's going to delay them. They've got teammates coming to link up.
Yeah, and with the wall up as well and the nade, they kind of know about 3 at the moment, so rotate should come in.
This is a tough position, Nat, so he's got the close range angle. He's being spotted, the decoy blinds him. Great play by Kayak. They'll get themselves towards the site, but now the rotations are coming in, and there's only 12
Great shot, that spike, they've got to go back for that.
Pressure. Oh, and as Camo picks up
Jesus, dude, Camo's just solo own them, by the way. That first kill that drops the spike creates so much chaos as well.
I'll take that as a prediction, you know. I'll add it to the
That's how that works, Tom. I'm not going to give it to you.
A lot of people surviving for Liquid as well, so their money actually gets pretty good after this.
Chronicle's going to be isolated, so they go aggro. I say they. Camo goes aggro, finds that opener.
Nice timing from him as well.
It is basically the Camo show, just being able to hold onto that site almost solo. Moves himself up the board and breaks back immediately. Now, as you mentioned before, Fnatic managed to keep that round flawless.
Fade eye for Heaven, so see if you can take the TP or not.
They are now on their last legs once again, and look at the ultimates already for Liquid.
Okay, they fake the TP, so definitely for sure they think they're over towards Heaven, so an early Prowler goes out. And with Camo clearing the corner as well, they know that no one's crossed yet.
Cascading into the site with so little time and offering up isolated duels. I mean, Camo's eaten well when he's given those chances. This time it's not quite so easy, but he almost gets
Dude, straight up sight hit.
bullets.
Maybe they've looked into where the Yoru TP is, I'm not sure.
The rotation's already coming through. Team Liquid, 3 players towards the site, but only 1 on it, and the gate crash used to get right out of there. Showstopper fired in.
Dude, this was a little bit weird because Kiko wanted to fight site, but Camo wanted to leave site. So, both on a different page on this one, and then they just have no map control. It's a big fumble for Liquid.
With a big challenge on their hands.
Got killed through the corner of the fake out. That was a nice shot from Alfia, and while for the remaining 2, it almost seems impossible already. Yeah, I think again,
I don't know if it's like a comms issue or something between these two, but
a faster pace for Fnatic, and honestly, that has been one of my main worries when watching the squad and the attack, is they do leave it down to the wire so regularly. Like the amount of times you'll see an execution with 20, 15, sometimes even 10 seconds left on the clock. So this time, much more of a pacey take. Openers going their way, and even with the showstopper thrown in, I think it was Chronicle must have picked Kiko out of the air just after he fired it. That will be a second round on the board, and
And then
no
1-9
hunting
here.
this time for the side of Fnatic. They just want to keep their own economy strong.
1,000 on top of this, so
like
this can be a drop. This can drop this. This is a buy. This is a...
round up for Fnatic, and we talked
like,
about
they'll probably take the
being
hit.
so
4
strong.
guns,
That's why they
1
got that
judge or
second
something
bite of the
Bucky.
cherry. Round 4
Stinger.
not going their way. Wasn't a death sentence. Thanks to round 3 being so clean. That gets them on the board here early on. Keeps that scoreline tight. But Team Liquid, well, they're in a similar boat. They'll still be able to invest coming into this. The problem is if Fnatic get boots on the ground, because Chronicle has had that early start. Viper's Pit's already online. And that's going to be very difficult to fight back through. Nobody knows that better than Nats.
Opening fight for middle. Seems
Okay,
to be
1, 2, 3. Come by next.
Already the spams in towards Nats' position, but this is more of a ruse. In fact, Chronicle has placed the wall and then is already immediately rotating towards the B site.
Chat, where on earth is the Viper smoke? I can't see it. Is it this one in middle? Oh, okay. I mean, as soon as Liquid set up 1 over towards here, they're just going to keep 3 strong over towards B. Yeah, this is an absolute classic. Flash for under heaven, TP back his site. Dude, Alpha's just strolled onto the side itself. Dude, Fnatic are just ignoring middle, smoke pressure on its own, and then just sight hit. So, do you think like comms need to be pretty good once the smoke goes over towards it to try prioritize heaven?
All the way to backside, just opening up the info for
Maybe Camo can earn this round.
Put in as the pressure's applied.
He spotted everybody though.
Yeah, he knows they're all locked into sight. Keep an eye on Crashies going for the round the world.
On Crashies potentially slipping the net. He was looking to just round
Dude, Camo went for the fake Yoru clone to try get info.
I like the idea from Camo. He faked out that he was the decoy, but he couldn't quite find Chronicle. He was too deep in there. They've got him eventually, though.
Oh, it's not a good plan.
Falls with him. Crashy's now up close. Finds one. Defuse already up to half. And he knows that that player had to come off the defuse. Biding time here. Kiko trying to force the fight.
Yeah, nice. He handled from Crashies on this one.
But it's Crashies
it's a rough round for Liquid.
A Red Bull clutch to equalize.
Force him down to Nico.
Solid round from him. As said, when you had Camo going back in with that dimensional drift, he spotted everybody, but the one player that managed to slip through that pit in towards the spawn and just hold on to ground was the one that ended up winning it.
Liquid might need the timeout. They got to talk about middle at the moment.
Where Crashies ended up being, and what we really have seen sort of the... We've seen the development of him as a player. Like when he first was picked up into this roster, I definitely had doubts. But the form he has found, the maps he's even won. I look towards Fracture and individually
Insta push over towards B, and that's a nice pick. And that's a gun down as well, so there's a lot of pressure on this point at the moment. It's like this 3-person push try to pick up the gun, and you've got Boaster who needs to make a decision. Either holds this strong or... Yeah, now that's 2 guns. So definitely got an insta react over towards A. Yoru's here with a picked up gun, or one of the original guns.
He's taken a lot of damage, as has HERETICS, and the snake bites enough to finish him off. They knew Paddy's in the corner, and that's a disaster.
Something that was pretty cool from Fnatic on this one, right? They've been changing up the smoke every single round, and just as maybe you've seen 2 rounds in a row where they haven't thrown the smoke over towards Heaven, Chronicle now throws it over towards Heaven. So if they were trying to adapt on the fly without a timeout and realize that the weak spot is Heaven, they're going to get blocked off. So pretty good from Chronicle to change it up.
An individual duel. Chronicle on the angle, Prowler even put through. Well, first shot not connected, but Chronicle and Kayak will combine. Fnatic convert. Lead taken.
Liquid might do a timeout here, but I feel like Fnatic are changing so much up. I don't think they can have a good read on what's going on.
Being able to seize those players in screens again. Yeah, we start the round out, and it looks like somewhere that we didn't even see the opening pick, that's how quick it was. Somewhere that they shouldn't have too much to say, but after the opening pick, after the advantage then found so concretely, losing those 2 players in screens just puts a massive wrench in the works. And
okay, the classic Fnatic on this one is split B with Yoru.
Deep swing on screens to finish off HERETICS. We could have had a much
change up again of just a Viper smoke over towards middle to create pressure.
Showstopper as well.
Fnatic haven't even gone middle yet, right?
Pretty
sure. Apart from pistol
from the side of Fnatic, because this is again looking like a much more direct early take. They've done the same with Chronicle, already making that rotation over. This shot needs to be connected, and while Camo has to just escape.
This poor Kiko just gets left alone.
He gets the trade.
Dude, and then we're 1 pass and flooding in on our own.
Just quick enough. And now with the Cosmic Divide, there were 4 ults in this round. FNATIC have already used a couple of them. But with a post plant and a man advantage, it's a good spot. And an even better
okay.
one
They need a
found.
timeout.
Duels.
Normally the thing that we praise Liquid for a little bit is like playing together. There's been a couple of rounds, big buy rounds, where they're on different pages.
As long as you're taking the space on the back of it, that's all
Free
that
Rider
really
Tomo,
matters.
thanks so much for the Prime, bro.
But he does
Appreciate the
that and
15
then some
months.
with the
Thanks for that.
trade out and the immediate flood in from his teammates. Now Serial's obviously looking to save this rifle. They've sent out Chronicle to hunt him down.
The problem is, as soon as you call a timeout,
Serial will thread the
FNATIC
needle.
fighting you middle.
Rifle will be carried through to the next, but like you said, Tom, it looks like a weakness has been found. Blood in the water, and FNATIC are swimming straight towards it. That B site crumbling in the early round a couple times now.
Yeah, it seems like a spot that they're not only willing to fight for in most rounds, whether it be a lurk or with an aggressive take, but the second they had the ults online, you could see the whole team was built up. Chronicle again just going, okay, I'm just going to place my util and then immediately look to just go back and join the team. They had no point in that round where they knew they were going to go back. At no
I say
moment,
Crashies
they
once,
knew
it
they
might
were
be
heading
Alpha, to
straight
be
in
honest.
towards the B site, and well, with it working out wonderfully,
Really
the
nice.
late lurk through mid.
Let's keep it up. Good comms, good Razor AF here. That's what we like to see. Value.
And it really is. It's value there. Also, Kayak with a great read timing-wise on that deep swing. That could spell out doom for Team Liquid if they can't find a solution.
Yeah, I think for them, 4 rounds in a row. 5 of the last 6 after what was a solid start. We mentioned it, when it comes to this map in particular for FNATIC, 8-4 is
Do you
where
have
the
more
first
fun
half
watching or
has
playing Val?
gone.
I mean,
The
5-stack Val's pretty
3
fun.
times or 4 times, sorry, they played it, and the 5th
But
was a 9-3.
So
So
probably
they
5-stack
did
Val
end
is
up
better
losing
than
that
like
one, which
ranked.
is kind of absurd. It was the
And
BBL
then
comeback
watch
of
partying
dreams,
and
but
then ranked probably. It's the way that
but
I
now
say
at
it.
least it's proving potentially right again, because the last few rounds I don't think have been particularly close for the side of Liquid. The more direct takes with that double duelist combo, but then Chronicle has just
you
been
actually want to play
fantastic.
Bacon,
And
that's crazy.
I note as well, when
Yeah,
he's
maybe.
going with the team, that's where it seems like there's just so much impact.
Normally
Because
you never
allow
want to
this
play
guy
Bacon.
to trade out kills. That's the easy work for Chron.
The other thing that's kind of surprising is the fact that the Kiko Alpha
Should watch
head-to-head
party
has
ranked?
been
I mean,
swinging
wait,
convincingly
what?
in
Should
Kiko's
watch party
favor,
ranked?
whether it's the early
What do you want
fight
me?
or the
Me
late
jump
one.
on someone
He
else's
has been
stream and
winning
just
that
watch
duel
them?
time and time again, and the reality is for FNATIC, having Alfier be quiet or be shut down early and
Did you
still
really threw me
delivering
off for that one? I'm not gonna lie.
rounds is
Okay,
remarkable.
we got
36% chance for this round, because there is a single
Liquid
rifle once again. Kiko has
expecting
been
some kind of
set up
mid, or at least changing what they're doing in
times.
terms of a push down towards middle. We definitely need to keep an eye and see what the buy round's going to be about.
Almost looking to try and set him up, but they flash Boaster off.
Watch party your games, Des. If you're playing Sage, not a chance.
If
you play another agent, then maybe.
And on the other side of the map, they already have an awful lot of space. This fight, though, even a trade wouldn't be great here for Alfia, and yeah, immediately I like it. Just
Watch party
reposition
Artist
to a
playing
new
ranked,
spot.
mate.
Even
The
a
guy doesn't
stun
play the game.
behind it as well.
Me
But
watch partying
nobody's
Artist is going to be him in the range,
Last time
flaming
they had
people.
that one rifle, it was Kiko swinging into B main, taking that aggressive duel. So the adjustment here of saving the op, which was a last-minute decision, they did juggle it into a position where they could have that conversation. But the fact that he goes then posts up and says, all right, maybe they're going to have Kiko swing with the rifle again. I'll be waiting. And this time he would have won the duel.
I think it's a
Instead,
little bit
that
low.
rifle's towards the A site.
Not saying that Kiko should
FNATIC
use his ult,
gearing up
but
to
if this
execute
gets to
into
like
it.
15
Nats
seconds, you got to be
on
tempted
standby
to.
too. He's
They
seen
have
them.
a fair
Snake
amount
Bite's
of
gonna go
delay.
down 30
Nade.
seconds as well. This
Ooh.
utility's going to delay
Wait,
them by a little
they
bit.
could really,
I like
could
the use of
really,
the
really
dimensional
delay
drift.
this. They do for
I
a
think
good
going
amount
in
of
this
time.
later
Still not through the
round, you need
choke
to know
yet.
where your opponents are.
One isolated on site.
Trying to make things more awkward. In fact, even looks to try and take the duel. 15 seconds.
Oh, you got to be tempted to ult
Nats is
now.
the one to find
Yeah.
the kill, and even a
Literally
showstopper
exactly on the
thrown
15
in, which
seconds
does
spot, like we
eventually
said.
catch out Crashies. 10 seconds.
Good luck
FNATIC have left
buying.
it so late to try and get something done, but the spam actually helps out, and now needs a little
Okay,
bit
nicely
more,
done.
straight
Yeah,
through
they
the
just left it a little bit too late. 30 seconds trying to head over towards the site. We got Nade, got Viper Molly, had Wall up as well. Sorry, Smoke up as well.
That extra, what was it, 9% definitely helped them out.
Oh, 100%. And what really helped them out here is they didn't have the credits, but they had the ult economy. The fact that after first pick, Showstopper can be pulled through, not even acquired there. It was already online coming in, and then Viper's Pit is there. And that boxes these players in to a tiny corner. Even the attempt to body block just ends up with 2 kills going in the other direction. For Team Liquid, Well, it's not the first time we've seen an impactful late round Viper's Pit from Nats in that kind of position. This one has a different flavor to it. They have been defeated in so many of these rounds, but now they could be right back on the horse. For FNATIC, an op bot up, it's Chronicle on that lurk towards the A side.
Op. First time for FNATIC to go over towards middle. We said this would happen when it gets to buy rounds. That they're actually going to try and take over towards middle. So the first time, other than the pistol, that they've actually taken middle.
Some part of the map, and while the boom bot is going to give the
Vision
game
gets
away.
Blocked. Prowler goes out.
Sirio is still at the back of sight.
Pretty much confirmed question mark. Someone might have taken a timing. So
Mirrored once again. Just the Nightfall available for either side. But this time they've managed to find a lot of space towards middle. It's only now that it seems like some presence is being thrown in from Sirio. I think they've definitely made the realization that, okay, we could have lost Heaven, so we'll reclaim that with a Prowler. The only problem is the timing.
If Cole finally gets made to split over towards A.
Could actually be
Dude, might be another round where they struggle against the time here, especially with Patty over towards Spawn with Fatal.
Stopped across by Nats.
Got Wall to delay, you got Nade, you got Fatal, Fadeye, Teva.
Should stick around. There was a gap.
The big TP in the corner.
Nats spots them on the cross, almost loses his life for his trouble.
Fatal for Fatal.
Under heavy pressure in the back.
Guys, 15 seconds, get out of Heaven.
The shots need to land for Kiko. He'll grab one, 12 seconds again. Time pressure on for FNATIC. Players flooding into the site. The plant being stuck, and it will be acquired. But these players are out in the open. Easily taken down.
It's like we're playing 3-minute rounds, man. What are FNATIC doing?
Too much pressure on FNATIC for those
what are they doing, bro?
I said it earlier.
Is it just because they're like not given picks? They don't know what to do?
The clock very slow, especially if they don't meet any resistance. They're almost waiting for that trigger. Like that
the thing is, like, if Liquid have no ults, it's fine. If Liquid have no ults, I don't mind this at all.
That was the
But
first sort of
doing
piece of
this
the puzzle.
against a Razor,
I also
and
really
then a
like as well
Fatal.
the targets that were chosen there by Liquid, because
you saw that. I'm glad you did though.
While there are people sort of planting, a lot
So
of
the
the
Joe
time
from
when the clock
elbow
gets
to
low, you'll be
Heaven.
rushing to try and deny that. Liquid didn't do that. They went, okay, we already have a good advantage in this round. Let's take out the dangers. And the last guy still has to stick that plant. If he lets go, we win the round. So I think just good decision making in terms of the targets that they chose. And while right back up to level, the 8-4 is not happening.
And I think also great usage of the timeouts from Team Liquid. The idea to just pump brakes and wait for aggression. FNATIC were waiting, as you said, across the map, expecting aggression.
Yeah, they got to speed up a little bit. Especially as Liquid are giving them like no
that would be
picks.
their go moment. But they didn't have that. And Team Liquid perfectly reading into that, hey, they're waiting for us to make mistakes. Let's just run the clock down. Let's make them play late into the round, no info. And the most that they had really was seeing a player's screens, seeing Nats up in Heaven. Then even the player on site's going to catch you off guard, as you don't expect them to have made those heavier rotations, but those deeper plays on B.
A-B. Was it B on buy rounds?
Information kept by Serial with the more aggressive B hold. Being forced back early on by Alpha Air, it didn't actually have the impact that they wanted. It didn't force anybody to overthink, to commit to that site. Now they're going to look for another solution. I think the slow play
on buys, A on ecos.
has to be put on the back burner.
Well, B has been a really good spot for FNATIC.
Yeah, I mean, since they've lost twice over towards A as well, I think you're probably going to see them MB twice in a row anyway.
That would be my expectation. Try and challenge. Serial's had a bit of a quiet game. A lot of that is that he hasn't had many fights to take. Currently 2 and 4, which going into round number 11 is a bit of a weird scoreline to have. But now, though, it is patient from that defense. When you have the operator with vision over middle, that's been a fairly free spot on the map for FNATIC to take thus far.
Okay, with the TP being spotted as well, your TP over towards
sort of play we're looking at.
B.
Players on the extremity
and Camo.
and then aggression in middle.
My goodness.
And the reposition from Camo
That's so scary.
as he crashed out with the utility thrown his way, but
Nice
when
shot.
he swings in with that op, Crashies is there waiting. Now they've got their opportunity. A player down, but the B site that they're looking at already has reinforcements. Patatek rotated into Heaven to cover this off. Snakebite down from Nats. He's getting
It's a big gamble from Liquid on this one. Nice little fake smoke. Yeah, they get Spike here as well. Ah man, this was impressive though. Did you see them dueling all together? That was sick. Ah, that was nice team play from them. Good little plan in the 4v5 as well. Fake smoke into double swing. Heavy lean over towards B.
We've seen it so many
Dude,
times.
I'm pretty sure whoever's with Nats did no damage, by the way. It was all
I think
Nats.
he's been having a great time in
That's right.
individual form, given the speeches as well, but that timing for Crashes was unfortunate.
Patsy just took the bullet.
Your opponents have to sort of run back into your crosshair.
A beast round from Nats.
That's where Nats really is the most dangerous player, maybe in our whole region. 6-5. Liquid after being 5-3 down, take a pause, win 3 in a row, and could go in with the lead at the half.
Perfect read from Liquid as well. Once you've rotated that third player into position, your A side is so light that an aggressive play has to be made, and using the pullback smoke to catch them off guard, not just with one. We've seen Nats do that with his orb in the old version of Viper many a time, but having the second player of HERETICS there, they could push down through mid and take the info, but they didn't need to. The spike was brought to them. For FNATIC, they're stalling out.
So Prowler went over towards A, and then
I've seen Nats in these sort of
they
positions.
then end up 3-passing stacking over towards B. So they definitely feel like they got some kind of read. They're heavy leaning over towards B and gambling a little bit on A past 2 rounds.
Does still have that gate crash online, can just take the pick and escape, but it is going to come down to the timing on the clock. He's been spotted, but just decides leaving.
Yeah, okay, do they flood in together this time?
Althea will take the space on the side, but there's so many players already here.
Yeah.
Serial, Nats combining. Althea has at least been able to find one back with
Oh,
an
I don't know
aid,
about that
and
one.
I don't think they realized how deep into the site Kayak was. This leaves things level, but only for a moment. 30 seconds.
30 seconds
With
left.
Boaster low.
Nice shot.
Chronicle's the one that needs to take the fight, and while you mentioned this man,
Okay, this was a lot better though from Liquid. You see that other rounds where like Nats went on his own, just both of them pushed through the smoke through heaven, double swing towards spawn as well. It's a good recovery from what was going on.
Coming out of that half, but it can all change in the second
Abby Shop, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate that as well. Thank you so much for using prime on me.
Defense, but we know FNATIC can make it work on either side. We'll find out how their defense is going to go after the break.
One enemy.
What percentage would you have given either team prior to the game? Like 55 for Liquid, I would say, from what we've seen. 55-45. It's a very close game. Why the EMEA game so much later than other regions, mate? We got no idea. It's a good question. Yeah, it is a good question. We don't really know. Avanox with the Prime, thank you so much as well. I appreciate the 6 months. Did I finish watching the Frost podcast even? I'm like just under halfway through. Not any further than it was earlier when someone asked.
Seven to 5, Team Liquid moving on to their attack side.
Yeah,
and it's been a good display from the factors that you want to see online. Kiko early winning those battles against Alphayer.
FNATIC, I mean, yeah, they lost 2 rounds from being really
great
slow.
Calling across the board from Liquid. That timeout they took around round 8 or so, it definitely made a difference. We saw that change to punish the slower playstyle of FNATIC, and it didn't look like there was any solution being found.
But I think it's something that needs to be highlighted more. It's just the Liquid coaching staff with like their counter plays, their ideas, and what they're coming up with have been fantastic all the way through the year so far. Even implementing a new player for stage 2 and still looking like they're one of the favorites to make it to Toronto. That's what's on the line in this match. Both squads looking to play in on what Crashy's under pressure.
It's Camo going in for it, but Kayak's there to greet him and plenty of players to swing with. A big
Dude,
fight
Kayak is just solo annihilated this round.
May have pulled him across the line here. hungry for that international appearance is Serial with 32 HP.
GT3 with the Prime. Thank you so much for the 4 months, man.
Deficit. The pistol will certainly help you remedy that right off rip. With everybody on high HP, this is quite the challenge.
Trying to find an isolated duel. More Boaster is exactly that. Wow, okay. At the speed of sound, Alfia is there behind. As FNATIC to get themselves the pistol over the line. And
you were coach, did you ever suspect an opponent had scream info on you? I don't think so. Bacon? I think we had rumors that a couple of teams were doing it and we just wouldn't crack them.
I think part of it is the caliber
just
of
for
players
safety.
around him, but also just the fact
I don't
that
think
this
we ever
guy
felt
went on
like
the
that.
Ascension run. I feel like I've seen so much from him as a player. He had big boots to fill.
There was definitely word that it was happening.
Well, he has been filling them. And on the other side of things, no matter what, we will have one of our rookies making it.
Bacon gives us a no comment. Okay, well.
Masters Toronto. For now, though, not much of an investment. Nats with a little bit extra on the Ghost.
Flash.
Okay, then.
Nats doing his best Chronicle
Wait,
impression. It's not quite a classic, but it'll
TP picked
do
up the gun?
job.
Dude, they've...
With Team Liquid taking down 2. A rifle in the hands of Camo. This round is far from a certainty for the defenders. In fact, this could be a major upset to the flow of this early half. They could have bridged the gap.
No way, everyone at the back took both bullets. Dude, and you would imagine that Nats has secured this one. Good pump from over towards Heaven.
Boost. And it's only Boaster who stands in the way. I mentioned he was tied up for the highest
This
clutch
is
percentage.
it's another example of the defense maybe not buying enough. Yeah, there's quite a few of examples out there, right? Everyone's got the FPX buy, 3 guns, 2 pistols. It works on attack because you can control where you're hitting with the ghosts. The 3-2 on defense doesn't work that well. You normally have like 1 gun with 1 pistol, and then when that gun goes down and gets into the wrong hands, you basically lose the sight. So another example of it not having a good success rate. It does mean that you can buy better into this round with these two, but
wow, a huge bolster, a huge boost to the Liquid economy. This
yeah, that's a rough
far
one.
worse than just losing the pistol.
Oh no, yeah, if Serial won that clutch.
I just don't like the FPX buy on defense. It just the stats aren't great.
Right now, this is looking pretty bad for FNATIC. 1 rifle in the hands of Alpha here, the rest on
you gotta have crazy discipline, and I just think that the attackers can do so much to overwhelm that it never feels in control.
As they attempt to take control, Alpha here is going to be alone with that rifle on the
definitely keep an eye on Alpha pushing real fast with this hero. Okay.
They don't really stand a chance.
Well, at least Nats is looking out for it.
Holding his back with an outlaw.
Yeah,
it's
they're definitely going to go for this gun.
Play, but one that will drop that rifle early on.
It seems like now the goal is just to try and get it back. Nats is
yeah,
most definitely
can at least see that the gun's gone.
Running or attempting to run through the snakebite just to retrieve that gun. The question now is...
This is nice from Nats though, he's really on top of that fast.
A good choice. You want to make sure that financially you're coming in with a decent buy in the next round, and he's the one who would most likely suffer for the rest. It just comes down to trying to clear up some of these kills, and well, 2 players in the corner rather than the 1.
Ooh,
and
a little bit of damage.
Done very well from that. At least made it a little bit more costly. Guarded an extra few orbs, but ultimately 3 players will survive for the side of Liquid. And that 1 hero rifle will be kept for Boaster.
Luckily, Boaster's not doing his best impression of HERETICS at this point. He is nice and passive with that rifle. They need it for the next.
Passive tech.
I like it. I like what you did there, Tom. 9-6 for Team Liquid. Big boost in the early half. We thought FNATIC could have closed the gap, but they weren't quite able to make it up to neck and neck, and now trailing by 3. A big challenge for this defensive side. An operator pulled out early on, and the loss in this round is a step further away from that international appearance. This is a squad that we've seen win many internationals.
Dude, everyone's trying to get the scrim info. Well, Koi really farming in scrims.
You're only playing 2 games at a Masters
Bacon's
event.
doing ask me anything in chat right now.
No guarantee that they'll see any.
Leak and everything.
No surprise.
Oh, that's a
kill for Kayak.
Might be a costly miss.
Not gonna land.
Start looking at all of this. Build it up a little bit. Money's really low, obviously. Can't buy next. 3-person stack over towards B. No info anywhere.
Has taken quite a bit of damage elsewhere. So
they're like,
the early round.
FNATIC are blind of all of this. They got nothing. They feel like they need to get info. Triple push over towards B with the flash. Two-person hears this, and then they speed up over towards Heaven because they know. Dude, another one?
An awful lot of ground, and actually it's Althea that wins that first battle. In fact,
Jesus.
They're winning the majority, clearing out that backline. Well, I think the others have already been spotted. Kiko walking into Chronicle, even low, still manages to win the fight. And the only man standing,
well,
Nats.
It didn't cost him, at least.
No spike, not much HP. Probably just going to hold on to the gun.
Yeah, I think it's the right call at this point. Better off run it with full health, shields, and a few more teammates around you. For Fnatic, this is exactly what they needed. Loss in this round, as I said, this would be the final domino.
It might get kind of close now. 3,000 extra for everyone on Fnatic. Doesn't look like any kills are going to go down.
They may have had a few stumbles, but they've had answers to a lot of the problems that Fnatic are putting up for them.
Timeout here is Fnatic. No, it's okay. They went and got info over towards B main.
Fnatic in that round, like they spot that there's players waiting around B main. I am surprised how well it went though, because when you have that sort of Heaven crunch and you have players pushing B main at the same time, and you have 3 and they have 5, you kind of look at that and go, okay.
I was flaming you guys because Na'Vi had a big read on you.
Majority of the fights while fighting on both fronts at the same time, so a solid round from them.
Becky, you gonna try to defend that 10 too?
That's been the story of a lot of the rounds
We got some time, maybe.
Squeaky clean. For now, though.
You telling me they didn't have a good read?
Kayak now looking to challenge in towards middle with that operator. It's not exactly the angle I'd hold it in. Maybe just trying to sell the ultimate.
Dude, what is Kayak doing? He's
okay, there we go.
Lunatic.
I think that's an odd spot to sit.
Look at this as well. Is this some kind of read that they got?
Aware of, but I see a gate crash going towards it, and he will be right on the cusp of it.
I don't think they have any idea.
In spawn, here's the TP.
I don't think they do. You're spot on with that. And the play coming through vents.
The problem is they might look over towards him because they got to look at vents at one point.
Nat's walking up there.
Yeah, dude, nice fast kill though. It's a great trade from Crashies. Crashies got a lot to do. They know that TP's going to go in. You see that Nats has pinged it already, so he's already calmed it out. So they know that. Know there's 2-person here.
That's a great play to get them the advantage.
Look at how well Crashies has played this round. What the hell?
3 of the remaining players. Crashies has just maybe won them the round individually. He's bought time for the remainder to rotate in. Stuns, gravity wells being thrown through to slow Liquid further. And now the clock coming up to just 25 seconds left for them to try and make a move. Liquid need to get into this site. And in fact, they've teleported almost directly onto an opponent.
Dude, Crashy's unkillable. What the hell?
Still
sick round from him.
Serial once again left to try and clutch things out.
So Nats had 2 options. Can't really be angry at him for this one.
He manages to get this done, especially now. The time already gone. Crashy's the first point of contact.
So his like options. First of all, Crashy's incredible round from him. Nats has 2 options, right? When he hits a TP, he can either tuck into the corner here, get his team to make it look like they're A splitting, so that the TP goes in, so that he can actually just kill the rotate, or he tries to go for that over towards Heaven. He got unlucky, man. It's not like his decision was wrong. It's just the Crashies has hit a nut shot.
A sight lost and a round gone down the drain.
It's his re-aggression as well. He realizes, okay, if he's behind, they're going to pincer me. So I need to take a fight on one front, gets a kill, gets back to the site, then catches everybody with the Nightfall. Like, that was a one-man army. Like, without him in that round, if he's the person that gets shot, I think they still lose. Like, I think Althea gets traded out. He doesn't have the util to do what he just did. So honestly, that is a full-on Crashies round and an immediate pause call for Liquid, because we've seen it before already. As said, Fracture coming up later. There was a map where I distinctly remember the Crashies Teo. He just won it almost individually. Like, he was the only person positive on the whole team by quite a bit. So you don't want this guy to get going.
With the re-aggression as well from Crashies, there was a little bit of a fail-safe in having Kayak already there, but with an operator in elbow, he's going to be overwhelmed by the numbers. If Crashies doesn't get that kill, it could have fallen apart, but he's able to get out, and not just that, Boaster popping the smoke gives him that little bit of a safe haven, so as his opponents swing in to trade out their fallen comrade, there's a star in the way. They can't see through that smoke. Crashies is able to reset, ultimately getting all 4 to close it out. 8 on the board for
Okay,
Fnatic.
set strat. Looks like we're not all in buy-wise, but it looks like we're about to be all in alt-wise.
Straight after a pause.
Let's see what happens.
That immediately turned the tide for Liquid, and while it is a pace change, they've been very good at these sort of low buy, faster pace.
Oh my, the timing of the Astra Stun's nuts, by the way. 5 HP, that's incredibly close. If anything, the jump actually saved them.
It's actually going to be...
Yeah, gun for them to pick up. Zero has Astra ult as well if he wants to.
Well, he's gone.
Whoa.
In fact, another's gone.
Alpha stepping up when he's needed. Kayak
And
pulls
they
it
gave
back
him
into their
Jules Heaven.
favor, and again, weaknesses are there. Serial's only got himself a pistol to work with, but it's Nats. He's been here before, but now he's been spotted. They definitely have a read on his position. He'll still win the fight. They've been isolated because of that ultimate. Serial coming up into heaven, but Nats has been spotted out by Kayak. The site control theirs. Although the star will buy a
No,
little
not
bit of time.
again.
In fact, it
Not again, man. Why is it always Liquid with missed
it's a bit of a
Astra Stunts?
disaster. Either way, Chronicle lands the shot to close the round out, and we are tied up.
Comes back to haunt them again on split.
I guess a bit of an unorthodox plant, maybe not one of the positions you're normally going to put it in, and that has just gone, well, tits up, I would say, for Serial.
Don't know if they need to be fighting Heaven so much here.
But even still, they managed to make that one.
Gun disadvantaged, mana advantage, fight Heaven. You got Astra ult.
9-9. Fnatic climbing back to level once again, but this is where the rifles come in. This is where I kind of expect the pause to have
1,
had its
2,
effect.
3,
A fair
4,
few
5.
ultimates ready.
Can't buy next if they lose it.
Already
Oh my god.
Basically just had to
Shoot, they were so ready for this. By the way, 3-person stack over towards 8 ult on top of the TP.
The Prowler goes up, and when it doesn't get contact, they
Dude, he wasn't messing around here. Just popped the ult instantly.
Surprise it is as you hear that voice line delivered. And a rocket
Comes the
fired
double
into
jump.
two players down below. They've got a trap set and
No way,
sprung
just as his
with the
teammate bailed on him
silver
as well.
under their control. It's only Chronicle needed, but he had the backup, and now they've got the spike to work with for Team Liquid.
They also only shot at Chronicle. So Alfio was just the spectator. Serial finally deals with him.
Still good to get the spike though.
Found another. Now the spike, as you said, is in a horrible spot, and while with Kayak picking up Serial, it's now left all onto Paddy. Has a lot of utility, Mitch, but I don't believe in this one.
No, I mean the position's now down on bottom mid. The only thing going for him is they don't know where he's going to come from. They've set up a big swing, but it's for him coming from the attacker side. He can isolate the first duel, but he's down to 2 HP. Well handled, and Alphier, he knew he'd done damage. Maybe not that much, but confident to go out with the shorty
down
to
to
finish it
Nico.
off. Double digits for Fnatic, and the lead is now theirs.
Yeah, especially after the blip in round 2. I definitely got a little bit worried. Like, you get the start you're looking for. You think a lot of teams in that scenario might have ended up demoralized, but it's been a
double
big
controller
talking
without a
point
Viper
for
can
Fnatic
be
all
okay
year.
on this map.
Whether or not you agree this is
Who's
the
the team that
best
tried to
iteration of the roster,
do it?
this is the best vibes they've ever had. Like, you can
There's a
see
team in
every
EMEA that was
single
doing it,
replay,
right?
whether
With
they're winning, whether they're losing.
Astra Omen, where they're doing
Having a
like
good time.
stage 1
Now
smoke,
into the
stage
lead
2
on their
smokes.
opponent's map
Jacob,
choice.
Navi? Yeah, Navi sounds right.
Going into potentially the
Is
ice
it
box
both
that
of
we've
them?
not seen them play this year. It would be nice.
It was okay.
While the buy is a lot stinkier than we've seen, but we
Like, the
we
full
witnessed
process
Liquid
for it
go
was
around
pretty
with
cool.
Just a ghost, so who knows?
Catch Kayak. He's safe, and they think the player backside's the one to worry about, but it's Kayak up close. Good for
Dude,
one.
ults on the
Buys most for a bit of
eco.
time and a 1v1 that he wins out. Damage done.
Big nades.
Players holding, clinging onto life. The nade sends them to the other side. It's HERETICS alone. He won't be alone for long, rejoining his teammates in the spawn as 11 rounds found. And the streak from Fnatic continues. They are looking to put a close to this map, a map that they have chosen against many opponents. But here, it's Team Liquid's map pick, and it's not going according to plan.
The only team that beat Liquid so far this year was the reigning champions. So, you know.
Okay, this is it.
Fnatic
This is the
looking to
rounds.
add themselves to that minute list, and right now it's looking very good for them. 5 rounds in a row, no pauses anymore as well for the side of Liquid, unless one's called by the opposing side. Chronicle again has just stepped up with a double.
Dude, look at
An
Crashy's
aggressive
go, no
position, to say the
hesitation.
least, but
Dude,
with
looks like they have
Nats
pretty
and
good reads
Camo
on
gone,
this.
that It's about as good as it gets. Maybe you would have wanted
My
to
guy's
take
top
Kiko,
of sewers
and
within the
already
first
coming
20
through from
seconds.
Crashies. They have this round
Shot.
sewn up. They know exactly where their opponents are. They've trapped them into the tiniest of boxes. Or maybe if they went vents, there'd be a chance, Mitch, but they're not going vents.
So many things they could have done there, but just sending Alfie here to swing out wide.
Very strong.
Whether that was a
3
call
goes
or
at
whether
it.
he took his destiny
Still
into
got
his
their
own
ults.
hands, we'll never know. But either way, it works out
Euphoria,
wonderfully.
thank you so much for doing that, dude.
Heating
Thank
up on
you.
this defensive side. He was put in the dirt early by Kiko, but now it's Kiko who's gone missing. And FNATIC one round away with 3 chances to close out this map. Let's not forget, they're defending a title here. They won stage 1 last year. They're looking to do the same this year.
My favorite thing right now is it was
Do
mentioned
they have
by
a
the
buy?
devs
I'm in a
that
force buy-in.
This map was a Gambit or Mech map. Nat 20 and 14, Chronicle 20 and 12. Both playing the same agent, both having high impact rounds. And while Chronicle, a lot of the time, Mr. Impact has been taken out. Pressure
No
on the
way,
other
what is that?
side. No way!
Whose decision making is that? Like, who has the brain to do that? That's so crazy. It makes no sense, but he gets the kill.
The main control.
They lost
There's nobody going in that direction either.
That's absolutely wild.
We'll put another.
Okay, no info over towards B and a free B site. They know. I mean, they should know they're B main.
With the way that the round started, but getting into that post spawn, the only thing they have to worry about is main.
Can't believe they lost their pit, and Alpha just goes blast packing through, but he does pay a price. He's down to 6 HP. Crashy's falling. This round is under threat. They group up Alpha, Yer, and Kayak. 2 duelists we highlighted coming into this. Alpha is the point of contact, and he had a chance against Kiko there. Just about misses the ship. Poster falls. It's looking like this one is already done. Just 6 HP in it. And Alpha Yer, I say looking to maybe
nicely handled, and
they
Zero
don't
got
really
some
need
important
to,
kills.
They've got
What
plenty
an
of credits, and it's
off
12
did
to
I
9
just
or
watch?
12 to 10 now. 2 rounds left to play for. Credits there. Ults online. Showstopper for Alpha as well.
Of course, a very important round for the side of Liquid, denying their opponents the victory on their map choice, but I do feel like there's a moment where you lose that many buy rounds in a row.
More energy, boys. We won the round. Where is energy?
You get into a position where, sort of as Nats was saying, it's that revival. It's the revival of the energy, the confidence, the players that we know sit across from FNATIC on the stage. They've been fantastic throughout the season so far. Only a defeat in their first matchup. Other than that, it was clean. And while I said there were no more pauses for Liquid, they might be happy to get given one by FNATIC, who've decided, you know what? Okay, we've had a great half. We've been performing very well. But we do need ourselves one more.
Yeah, 6 in a row, and then you called a pause after we've just seen Chronicle get sniped straight through his pit. I mean, I guess there must have been other problems there. Maybe it was Alpha with his lunatic playstyle, but
it's also kind of just your last
Holds on the scuba sign.
Really have impact.
I think it's a good sign. I mean, the main scuba's gonna be good as a player. The main, the main focus again is just like who's gonna be IGLing, how's it gonna look. But I trust in Bonko, man. I think Bonko's one of the best.
Implement this as soon as
We'll
possible.
see what he's got.
I don't think the timing could be any
And
better.
I imagine with what's going down, he has like full control of the team now.
Lohan and Yatsen on the other side, who has said they've been impactful with them.
They announced for sure it's Ethan. I mean, yeah, if he can't IGL well with Bonko as coach, then that's probably the last go at it he'll give for IGLing.
It was somewhere that they either had
I don't want to, again, I don't want to judge from that other NRG team, man. Everything was so wrong with that. Not the FNS version like the one before he joined.
It's FNATIC with all the wind in their sails. 2 chances to close this one out. Last time they lost that vent fight, this time they won't even be taking it. The C's nade put through by Space for Camo's TP, and now they've got vents control.
Fade Eye goes deep over towards B, but was dodged.
From that defensive side because they've pushed
So
up
right
into
now,
B-main,
honestly, with what's
and they're
going on,
leaving
I think
Alpha
Liquid
Air
thinks it's
embedded.
3-8.
Problem is, the attackers are going the
Why
other
would
way.
there still be 2B after this? Unless he swung out and shot the eye, but I don't think he did.
He's been having a fantastic second half. It seems now like they do have the read. Boaster making that move as well. Edging ever closer. And with 40 seconds left, Liquid do look to build into the site, which is
rotate comes in,
slowly being stacked
3-8.
up.
Fade Eye late shots, so they know these elbow.
left that gap in
And
heaven.
that's the
They're
spike
confident
down,
that this is
30
the right
seconds,
play, and
everyone
now it's
going from
confirmed.
heaven.
Spike down, 25 seconds.
Chronicle
Flash
could win the
out,
round.
but it's Kayak to fall. Chronicle not landing his shots either, and now they're wrapping around the side. He deals with that, or tries to, but Camo with another has opened up this side. A plan secured, and a Viper's pit to play inside of Alpha Year, though. It's a target-rich environment, and he'll find one as
Holy bro,
Boaster
spike down, and this guy's just stuck in his ult. No way, man. Boaster got a double, by the way, through the smoke, through the ult. Kinda insane. If Boaster gets a double there, I'm not sure. Maybe get a replay at the end too. There we go.
A guy walks into a bar and he goes up to the barman and says, "Yo, can I get a gin and tonic, please?" And the barman serves him a gin and tonic. Yeah, it's you actually. And while he's waiting for the gin and tonic, he hears somewhere like, "Oh, nice shirt." And he's like, "What the? Who the hell said that?" And then
the weekend club tonight.
No, I don't want to. And then what he says, the barman gives him his drink. He has a few sips, and then he hears another thing. Someone saying, "Nice tie." And he said, "Who the hell is giving me all? Who's saying all this?" He goes to the barman, "Do you hear this?" And the barman says, "Yeah, it's the nuts. They're complimentary." Complimentary nuts.
You know, my father used to say to me, if you laugh in your own jokes, you need to go hospital.
Call me an ambulance.
Damn, they cooked on that. They cooked on the replay. Crashies look so happy. Dude, I mean, I'm not sure FNS will be telling jokes like that.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That's the real difference. We finally work out what it is. It's the dad jokes, basically. Okay, map 1, playoffs map 1 split. What's next? Icebox? Ooh, boy, this could be close. We haven't seen Liquid's ice. Sorry, we haven't seen FNATIC's Icebox yet. Liquid have played it twice and lost twice, 2 different comps. Okay, we'll be back in a little bit, chat. No mute now, we just tank it these days too. As long as the VOD's fine, we're okay.
A generational showdown on both teams' favorite map of Split. But it was Fnatic that edged one step closer to Masters Toronto. I am your host, Yingsu. I'm back here with Gorilla and Billy once again. That is everything we could ask for, right, Billy, on a map that we know both teams love to play. Why do you think it was Fnatic that ended up winning?
More coverage of Team Liquid, perhaps. I know that the coaching staff are really well prepared for every kind of match that they've come into, and I think that, yeah, Fnatic as well, they were just able to adapt so much more, and I don't think Team Liquid were able to adapt as quickly or react as quickly as Fnatic were doing, and that was a concern that we kind of had going into this, was our Team Liquid just going to keep doing the same old things?
Oh, look how even everything was. And Gorilla, you mentioned, you know, Liquid, they love an attack side on Split. What happened?
Honestly, I think Fnatic just had the read on them. And, you know, we saw Alfie go for those double satchels with the shorties on, you know, so it's like at the end of the day, they were confident, they were feeling it, and yeah, they had the read.
Somehow they always knew where Camo was. I don't know how they knew that, but he got picked off quite a lot in the early rounds.
Something that we had in our scouting is that we put a lot of things into Camo's TPs. He tends to have pretty much the same TPs that every other Yoru has on both sides. Like, he always has the fallback TPs rather than rotate TPs on defense, and the same Yoru TPs that every other Yoru has on Split. So it's pretty, I'd say it's pretty easy to know at least where he's going, but I think Fnatic had a really good plan on how to counter that.
They did their homework. I mean, we talked about, you know, is anyone can actually be able to counter Team Liquid finally, and it helps that we have, you know, an uncle from America here on this team, because Crashies, prime Crashies, Optic Crashies, we're seeing here, Billy, he's just doing everything right for this team right now.
I can't believe you just gave him Unk status. Like, that's...
I mean, FNC just retire, you know?
That's so funny. But yeah, I think round 6, I mean, Crashies being able to shut down Cats, he's had so many great moments, and I think on this map in particular, we know that he's such a standout Fade. We saw it throughout kickoff. This was a map that he really enjoys playing, and I think as well, being in pressure moments like this really just lives up to the sort of experience that he has coming into Fnatic.
I mean, Gorilla, you've lived through a lot of eras. You know, I'm sure you remember T1 Crashies, MV Crashies, all sorts.
With T1 food.
All sorts. Did you expect this kind of return to form from him, and how valuable is Crashies as a player?
Honestly, when Crashies got picked up by Fnatic, I wasn't expecting him to be as good as he is at the moment, especially like in stage 1, he's really coming out into form. But honestly, from the social media posts and the little snippets that you can see, he obviously brings a lot outside of the server as well in terms of his vibes and aura. And
are you an enjoyer of that? Because I know there's a certain someone currently hate watching him. So where do you sit on, you know?
I think the #1 thing, well, top 2 things is obviously team chemistry. Like, you know, having good vibes, enjoying playing the game. I think it was Colin or someone on Twitter said, oh, everyone's having fun, and that's really important. The other thing is like player quality. Fnatic have both, so it's no shock that everyone on Fnatic's playing really well at the moment.
Yeah, and we've also throwing back the years, speaking of, you know, with Nats going up against Chronicle, Nats doing Nats things, Billy, because this is what you expect from him, and this is what he does where nobody can stop him from.
The way he manages to slip through the net there, even after a Prowler just not seeing him, yeah, he manages to get Heaven control, he even manages to get a pick from this position, but it's actually Crashies again. We're on the Crashies hype train right now. His awareness to be able to trade that out, and
we're not doing this on purpose, by the way.
No, we're not doing this on purpose, but then being able to have the awareness of checking main, you know, going and getting a pick there, and then he's got his ultimate up as well, so he can just relay all of that information back to his team to come over and rotate. And I think again, it comes down to the impact that he's having, like you said, not just outside of the server, but inside the server too. And yes, maybe his stats aren't the best. If you went on VLR and checked after the game, oh, Crashies didn't really have a great performance. It's the impact that we're talking about here.
And it's so minuscule, right? Gorilla just like ulting there as well, being patient and so on and so forth. But it's also not easy to do that against Nats.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen that. When I saw this round initially, I thought of instantly the Icebox game versus G2.
Oh God!
And
my goodness.
I think Mitch and Tom were also casting that, so maybe there's some like correlation
Why
there.
Is he there?
Yeah,
kind of, you know,
exactly.
Like, how is he there? Why is he there? And this is, I mean, can we get the stat back real quick just against Chronicle? Because of course, when they used to play together, Chron, you know, was not exactly playing his current role when Nats is on your team. And we even saw a round where maybe he like got caught out doing the exact same ult that Nats likes to do, but this is such a seasoned matchup, Gorilla. Yeah. After all these years, these two, they're enemies now.
Yeah, they're Baron head-to-head. I think they're also two of the best players on Gambit. Like when I think back to the Gambit roster, Nats and Chronicle are two very big standout reasons of why they won Masters, why that 2021 was, you know, they were so good. I think Chronicle arguably a bit underrated in that. So
yeah. And they 3-0'd Envy.
And they 3-0'd Envy.
Yeah, back then as well. But let's talk about this Icebox, because this is where I personally feel like a bit of a risk. You know, you're Fnatic, you haven't played Icebox at all. And Billy, would you like to see any remnants of that old comp that they brought
Reminds
out?
me.
The ISO, you know, there was a cheeky ISO thrown in there. There was a cheeky Gecko thrown in there. It was Gecko, Sova, ISO, Viper, and Killjoy.
Ooh, I mean,
okay, we're into the unknown. We have no idea what Fnatic plays on Icebox.
ISO for me, I think I'd want to see Alpha jump onto that ISO if they were to decide to run that, because ISO's not an agent that we see Kayak play an awful lot of the time. And then when I'm thinking about the Sova and the Gecko, like, then who plays Gecko at that point too? I don't see like any of these players really being super comfortable on that.
What would you like to see?
I think I want to see Kayak on like a Jet or a Waylay. You know, I think set him free. Icebox is a map where your duelists, you just need to kind of let them loose. And I think Kayaks will be really impactful.
Yes, the first time we're going to see Fnatic play Icebox in a long time without Durka.
I lied.
It feels weird that I'm saying that out loud. Sorry, go on.
I lied, just to go back to that point. Yeah. Kayak can play Gecko. Kayak plays Gecko when he was on Apex last year. It literally just came back to my memory.
Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see that.
But if they need a Gecko player, he can. Sorry, I just totally
If you actually manifest that,
can
Billy,
both teams
like,
farm the lower
God bless you
bracket?
for manifesting that.
What's their run at the moment?
But I mean, there's a lot of options they have, right?
Yeah,
Icebox right now is a place where we're seeing like the M80 stuff from Na'Vi.
So lower bracket is Na'Vi, then BBL or FUT.
But what about the other players? So Alpha,
I mean, yeah, I think whoever drops the lows is favored to make the run.
Does he play a duelist?
I think put him on Killjoy.
Most likely BBL. Dude, Na'Vi have a couple of good
kitchen,
maps though.
You can just go shoot.
And do you want to see Liquid bring the same comp as they did before?
Yeah, I actually quite liked, again, just give Kaiko duelist. Like, yeah, Camo's really good, but he was also very impactful on that Gecko. Like, yeah, I know they lost against KC, but still, I think it's like kind of a nice switch up to what Liquid normally do.
Yeah, I think for Liquid, like, we need to see what they're going to run on Icebox and if they have changed anything, because of course the 2 times that they've played it, they've ended up losing it. And let's not forget that the only series that they lost during that regular season was against Gentlemates, and the decider map was Icebox. So it's been a bit of a pain point for them. So it's just, do they double down and kind of stick with one of the compositions that they have ran, or do they switch things up?
Yeah, and of course, both of they're also not the teams, you know, that has the Martine Omen or the Koala Omen, so maybe that is out the
You
question.
trip him thinking the Pearl isn't in the map rotation? Dude, every other region plays it. EMEA just doesn't play this map.
But when it comes
And then
down
when
to
they do
Nats
play
and
the map, we
Chronicle,
kind of
though,
remember
surely,
why
you
they
know,
don't pick it that
they're
much.
not going to be... They don't get to have fun. They just get to do what they get to do. So let's take a look at Agent Select.
Do they bring back a Sage? What year is this?
Kayak is on Sage. Gorilla, break this down for me. How do you feel about this?
I mean, here you have 2 lots of like plant installation, right? You have the Gecko Wingman and you
Sage.
have the Sage Wall as well. I'm interested to see if there's going to be any TikTok
Gecko,
walls,
Sage,
like,
Viper, Killjoy,
or maybe like
Teo.
backside, top side B.
Honestly, it looks
honestly, I don't
horrible
know really
to
how
play
I feel
against.
about it. It's kind of a throwback to the old days, you know, with the Chamber, no duelist comp, the Triple Sentinel.
How often do we see Sage these days?
Yeah,
Never.
it's quite
How
rare.
often do we see Kayak on stage?
Once.
Literally, he's
time.
only ever played this agent the once. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see how this will go. I think Crashes on the Tejo, he's had
It's
a
pretty
really
strong though.
performance on that in
You
previous
kind of play
maps,
like a
so
duelist, you're
that's no
allowed to die
surprise.
over towards the
Bolster on
site, you're in
Viper,
charge
maybe
of
Chronicle
stalling,
onto the
everyone else is in
Gecko.
charge of
It's just
making sure that they win the after plant with util.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm not even sure you can. I mean, you can't play retake against the comp, that's for sure. Can you even play site against the comp? Probably not. They got too much util. What, you got a flood against the comp, that's it?
Here, Tom.
Yeah, you're a little bit limited. You see, Nat's being very vocal after looking at the comp as well.
I thought that there was
This comp should actually be alright. There's a lot of utility.
You know what?
The thing,
I think it was Anders,
in terms of what does the comp struggle at, the comp struggles to get over towards yellow, so Liquid probably have to heavy lean over towards A more. Imagine a lot of A hits in the buy rounds from FNATIC.
I am yet to be convinced. What I am excited for is we do have that Kiko back on the jet. It didn't necessarily work out too great last time around.
Because how do they even cross the yellow? They don't. They actually don't cross the yellow.
Was on that roster.
So
wow, yeah, very.
We'll see how FNATIC covers that up. I reckon eco rounds, maybe pistol round, they go over towards B. Every buy round I'm expecting on A majority of the time.
And that's, I think, bringing a little bit of a different flair to the IGL role than what we would have seen back in that day.
Dude, Wall committed over towards A before the barrier goes down, so they have time to talk about it. Like, this A fake is crazy. Wall committed with drone. Yeah, and that's the best position to be in when there's no wall. You can just see both of the chokes.
Going back to split, but in the end, FNATIC were able to climb their way back. For now, a 4 versus 5, the same challenge for FNATIC.
Jack of all trades and master of pretty much all of them. Chronicle back on the initiator. It's always exciting to see what he can do. Potential for more aggression, but also allows
kind of sound in this comp. I mean, it's not great at getting info. You got a few.
And more importantly, the retakes. I still think that's where that Sage will.
Okay, that's what they were waiting for. That's why everyone was hiding. Wait for the knife. Take the timing. Salvos over towards A to make sure they rotate.
Kiko fight.
Oh, missed. Kiko did good to actually spot them early. Yeah, Nade's good to stop the plan as well on this, so gotta invest the wall.
A little bit of safety to get that plant in. An orb, oh, it was not quite thrown through. Poster falls, Chronicle in the same spot, and it's going to be hard for Kayak to fall back. He has to battle around this wall, and he's doing so.
Not again, bro. This guy with a sheriff is nuts, bro. They hound 2v4.
Just like that.
How on site have they done that, dude? How every single pistol this guy has a sheriff, he just farms everyone.
I think he'll be okay. You know, just
2v5, yeah, it is because of mid-jaw, right? You're right.
Like, the worst thing is as well is they knew exactly.
Oh, that first shot's lovely though.
He was stuck behind his own wall with just a crispy couple of shots.
Do you know what's even more mad?
So he didn't buy himself a sheriff. And that being recovered over, and it was exactly
what's even more mad is they know he's stuck behind the wall because the Gecko spotted him. The wingman.
Again as Scut flexes those muscles. 1-0, and they've gone for wow, was already gone, already taken out. Gone for a mixed buy here, just 2 pistols. Alfier can take a bit more of a risk. That's exactly what he's going to do. Hey, nice shots. The sheriffs are landing so far from FNATIC.
Do you know what I've realized I've missed?
What's that?
Alfier Killjoy on Icebox. Oh, it's been so long. It's been so long. I feel like I'm reminiscing. Like any time he gets near yellow, I'm just excited. I know what this man can do on this map, on this agent. Well, it doesn't seem like there's going to be any.
They got a res. Res for the first buy rounds. I don't see res on attack is pretty good. You're probably just going to see him. I mean, the most common thing with res is the jaw out over towards here. You hug the back, you fall off the bottom. It's an easy res, so you can just jaw A. So imagine what's going to happen next round.
Just based on cost alone. If they get another one quickly, we might even have to start talking about the round.
Surely not. No, there's enough time, especially with salvos gone in, to buy them that little bit of an extra window. Damage very much still on the
this
cards.
is a disgusting comp for afterplant.
Well, he can't even get close to the spike. Snakebite going through. I suppose a bit costly in terms of the utility of Snakebite going down, but 2 picks.
Dude, Liquid need to be ready for this A-jaw. Also, the other big thing at the moment is the two rounds, pistol and anti-eco, over towards B. So they've made it look like they can go over towards B when actually the comp really struggles there.
A leg up on this map.
So now starts the A. They're probably just going to jaw here again. When you got Sage res, you want to jaw off the back, you die, you fall at the bottom here, and they can just res you. So you can see everyone kind of jaw at the back here.
From Kayak, it helps when your superstar duelist plays an agent that can get a res. We've got the double up.
Oops, must have missed the slow here. Yeah, everyone dueling at the back. Nice trades. Here comes the res. Anything for this?
Second player to be here. Well, already turning it back into a 5v4 scenario. That's why we have such an aggressive start. Yeah, let's see when he gets the next one.
Literally a round 3 res. Round 3 opening fight res as well. Not bad. Not bad at all. They can afford to play that a little bit more direct because of it now. The advantage is theirs. Kiko in a very nasty spot. Something you won't see very often, held late into the round.
He's with the only one there.
That's the problem. The drone's gone through, it spotted him, and he won't quite make it around that corner before it's very much expected. Boaster still up in the spawn with that rotation, able to catch him. And now it's a 5 versus 3. Team Liquid won the opening duel, yet still their opponents have all their players. And it's Team Liquid on the massive back foot.
This surprise element has also faded because him being up here isn't the biggest shock now that they've left this site for so long. Kayak, immediate trade. Nats does well though. He's given them a chance in this round. It looked like an impossibility. Serial trying to
good reposition from him.
Still not able to get the plant in. Nats looking to come in from above.
Dude, look at this round from Nats. What a hero.
This round started off bleak with a 2-player advantage for the side of FNATIC, but Nats leading by example.
Yeah, going up on a top site with 11 HP, it's a risky play, but the wall being up gave him that little bit of room to maneuver, and he spots the barrel through it. This initial fight, though, something that shouldn't have went in his direction. You think for Chronicle, maybe he thought he was already dead, but the shots did not land, at least not in a meaningful way. That sliver of health is ultimately what makes the difference between a terrible start to a map
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come by next.
And actually, them stabilizing and now being in a pretty reasonable spot.
Dude, he locked them in. Locked them in with the slow, so they have to eat the flash. Yeah, I'm not sure you can go aggro. Something that I like from FNATIC though is they did change up their default. Right? Before, everything was meant to go over towards belt. I know that the slow missed. Now everything goes over towards the floor. Those good. Also, we're starting to see what I was talking about, right? FNATIC on the lower buy rounds, trying to make sure that it looks like the comp can go B, but they're actually just going to spam A hits.
Well, you'd have to have the greatest clutch statistics of all time.
Yeah, it's all or nothing, and this time it is nothing. Keeping them on the 1. FNATIC steaming into the
They're against Nico now, so they might go B again.
And their ultimate economy coming online into this next round. The battle for these orbs is also something that's not too easy to be won out by the other side. The immediate salvos coming through.
That's what I thought, bro. I can stand up. I'm getting a stand-up buff.
Oh, man. He's answering back. He sees them get loud. He sees them stand up on the other side, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Fair play.
Having like a conversation with himself. Oh, dude, don't give me that sound. Don't tell me the VOD's dead.
This round should only
the VOD's fine.
build further.
What's going on?
As there's a lot of weaknesses for Team Liquid to play with, and a heavy stack towards B.
Well, there's something about that round as well. It's like you look at the time.
I'm scared, yeah, sorry, it's kind of loud, chat. I apologize.
Come through from Kama with his own flash, then Kiko peaks, and afterwards the flash goes off. So it just
okay, knife goes in, and that does make it look a little bit like they're far away, but low buy, gotta be scared of the bucky.
You go back in history about how good they are on the attacking side of this map. I think it's another one where Boaster is the king of calling. Almost surprising that we haven't seen this map come out sooner in the tournament for them, but picking it when qualification is available, a chance for them to make that first Masters of the Year, one that we have had expectations. Well, they're expected to make pretty much every single one. A stack in the right place though for Liquid, but that's really all they've got in their favor.
Oh, 1 pick for Nats. Rifle now.
Yeah, they double up the guns. All goes in. Keep an eye on. Okay, this flank behind. We had double jet smoke to make sure that we can cross. So they have no idea Kiko's behind, but obviously he's got a bucky.
He's got a bucky.
Also, the Killjoy's gone out of range, so I think. Yeah, it's no matter. It might be a thing anyway.
Cloudburst to get the rifle, and this now. Very doable. Look how low
Archie VLR, thanks so much for the prime, mate. Thanks for doing that.
There, but they're not looking for any of that. They want to fight. That could be a mistake.
10 bullets for 11 bullets.
These players have gone to. They have now fallen back into more passive positions. There go the salvos, and still unaware remotely of where these players are, even going to commit an Armageddon. Just buying a little bit of extra time and crashing.
He at least got the ult out of them, but it's just Teo diff.
Fnatic extend their lead. Definitely a more dangerous scenario than expected with them running into the stack. And now, not only the weaponry, but more importantly, the ults come up for Liquid.
Yes, this is a round that they have to win, putting it all into it. A good attempt by Nats, but again, you just see that position from Crashies. He's got a double spray down, then salvos and ultimate online.
We have like way too high chaotic.
They can at least be happy that the ult was used, that they were able to make this one look competitive, look
Hello,
close.
Boo. Hello, mate. Congrats.
With a classic. Good timing on the flank.
Congrats
good
on
space
Toronto,
being
mate.
taken in the background. Now Liquid call a pause. Again, acknowledgement of where they're at right
Looked
now.
like they had you a little bit worried on Icebox.
4 ultimates in play. Credits down to 0 or 50. Sub 100 on every member of Liquid if nothing changes. And that is not a round that we can approach lightly. At 4-1 down, this is a swing round. This determines probably who's going to have the lead at the half, or if there will be one.
I think as well, going into this half, you look at their previous performances. We're facing off against KC again, a team that ended up eliminated.
5 big boos for you.
They only managed to get 2 rounds on the defense. So that's where I'm kind of looking right now is, okay, how are this team going to be able to form on the defensive side now that there's not really the excuse of, okay, maybe there's a weapon missing, maybe there's an ult missing, maybe this play didn't go their way. They have everything here. Okay, the shield.
They have so many ults. They have to win this round. They can't eco again. It can't.
This has to be the
can't get to
point.
6-1.
An early 3 stack towards the B site for this defensive side.
Probably a lot of talk about A at the moment with what's been going on.
For the orb, with a few players getting that little bit closer for Fnatic, but more so the potential of
So it's looking like a fish ult fake.
It's a very clear early plan, but it's already disrupted, Tom. You see that the Killjoy doesn't have a turret down. That's because salvos are targeting that early on. With that utility removed, there's now a gap in middle. The good thing is they can afford to commit to that on Team Liquid because they have a lockdown. So a little bit lighter on A would be possible. But now, Nats ends up popping his ultimate, feeling pressure before it's even being applied. I mean, a free piece of utility is more or less all they saw, and that's being put into play. Turret back up and online.
Dude, 3-person push middle, so they kind of knew. I'm pretty sure they know the turret's there. Smoke goes up, or they think they mollied the turret earlier, but actually took it away and put it back there. Wall goes up to take the angle. Oh, the battle wall. Battle sage.
Pressured. Panitek though is there to try and hold the line. He's done well and has Nats alongside.
It's like an old Gambit strat, but these are a different wall.
It's still Althea though, but look at the position of the spike. It's not going to be easy, the reuse of that Thrash, just to clear out any information that they can. It doesn't quite catch onto Althea, but Crashy's getting out of this position alive should be very difficult while Kiko makes sure of it. It is ult spam,
Yeah, nicely handled.
the least for the side of Liquid.
I like the idea.
It gets you around, it gets you around.
To be honest, though, that's a round that Fnatic are going to be obviously not happy to lose, but the amount invested on the other side, the panic shown early on, that doesn't
Back to
say
A spam, yeah, they'll go back to A spam now.
response to our playstyle. It says they've used their ults to win a round. A ton used up early on, and hell, we might have seen the lockdown, only that player ended up falling. And I think that was probably an aggressive wall by Kayak, something that we'll see more on the defense than here on the attack, but they get the mid control. He walls himself up, I presume, or
Yeah, I mean, the reason that most mid splits fail is just literally because of this bit here. Most common rotate, they're going to be over towards here. You then go into like a 3-way crossfire of where they might be. So the win percentage of like A splits through middle super low, just purely because of this box here. That's why you don't see it much.
I couldn't keep up with where the shot went. It looked pretty close.
Oh my god. How's Crashy's done a little... Has he got a double pick? Zero doesn't over-rotate. He's got his alarm bot that's about to go off in a second.
Serial here doesn't have an ideal weapon of choice. He should at
This
least
is nice. Molly's going to take down Wingman.
He's being wrapped on. He's got to be
Yes,
incredibly
okay.
careful, and having to give away his position eventually will be taken out.
Really nicely played. They were isolating themselves, but now, buying time for the flank. But
Timing.
Nats is ahead of the curve. If they take
Oh boy.
that kill, the defuse
Dude,
will
Nats
be
every
found
single
for
time
free.
is just
Look how far away
being a
Monster is.
savior.
He needed them to stay alive on that site to buy that little bit more time, and he's walled
Yes.
out by his own teammates' wall.
Get wrecked by your teammates' wall. Okay, 2 in a row, but still. So many deaths that it's money's in there yet.
Yeah, I don't mind the usage from the previous round, and then it still got dangerous here. Like, I think it was again, Nats having to have these sort of big moments to turn the round back on its head, and they got a good view. They got a good view. But you talk about it, those pauses once more. 4-1 down, pause taken for Liquid, immediate response with 2 rounds, still fairly even in terms of what they've got on ult economy, and in terms of the rifles they are ahead.
Okay, force them down to an eco. We've got Sage Res again, this time not fighting heavy over towards here.
4-4 scenario, of course. Kiko's position with the operator is one that definitely there to be expected. But they always still have to be careful. Those 2 ults plus Althea and Crashies with guns. This round's not that far away.
Well, that's it, right? Kiko can find himself a pick with the op or just a missed shot and get out of there, then lock down to recover the site.
If they push close, the Lombok goes off and we jump wingman, it insta-slaps. Is that the plan?
Landing, it might sell that
kind of good.
But again, retake A, something that Liquid will be comfortable
I mean,
doing.
this is something that should be pretty hard for FNATIC, but
there's a bit of a risk of the
you think Liquid just knowing that they're on eco, don't want to play too close, don't want to give them a gun.
Going back towards Crashies, I think just maybe getting more ground than
I mean, this is one of the first times I've actually been able to get over towards yellow, so they're in for it. Oh boy, this could get weird.
Here, Camo goes walking towards yellow. This might be a bit of a nasty surprise, but it has been spotted. Nats going forward gets seemingly caught, but never mind.
Is Nats responsible for every round on the fence so far?
And for the remaining 2 shot, Althea still has a rifle. Close to just to get one with the Sheriff. There's a couple of low players around this position. They do have to be a little careful.
Time though. 20 seconds, 15 now. And Camo still holding that back yellow. He'll fall. They've got the utility here. Sure, no, they've got no utility, in fact. I'll have to deny this just by swinging through the orb. And, well, that was an ambitious play.
A grey round again from Nats.
Maybe expecting them to be low. Not quite low enough. 4-4 now, Team Liquid. It looked like they were trailing and about to fizzle out. They have managed to find their rhythm 3 rounds in a row now. And the beautiful thing about this is Nats grabs those. There is a flash up top, but it doesn't actually blind them in time. He's too quick taking the kills for that support to really matter. And all it does is stop the players further back from being able to get close and have any sort of a say.
I feel like you can say this on most maps, but Icebox Nats, there's high expectations.
Okay, important round again. It's pretty much a 3 and a 2 that come by next.
Already though. Again, early usage of util just to deny any control of the orbs for the defensive side. Not going to allow them to get any bonuses, but...
Yeah, and we're here again. Slow default.
A lot of information being grabbed early by Liquid. The knife, again, capturing multiple players, challenging towards that B side. But it still seems to be the ultimate point of contention. Thrash, Rez, Viper's Pit available for FNATIC, but Viper's Pit up against a lockdown is pretty much the perfect counter.
Be interesting. I wonder if they're saying that they can now go B because they're playing so far back that they can actually get over towards yellow.
Use this orb to creep under tube. That's somewhere that I think it's one of the only gaps for Team Liquid.
Ooh, he probably wanted to ult and plant here as well. Looking for the alarm bot, so they now know it's over towards A. So they should expect like 3-person over towards here. We can see it's 4. We've got Lurk over towards middle if they want it.
And all the while, as you pointed out, Tom, these rotations have come through. Team Liquid got 4 players ready for the fight.
Oh, already. Camo goes swinging in. He was low. Kiko's done well, but Kayak's there with the trade.
He might be able to get a res off. There's one next to him. Yeah.
Has come through.
No pings on this one. Wall goes down.
There isn't going to be the spam.
That's a rough. That's a rough time for the wall to go down. Yeah, I think
There's still a possibility. Both players need to cross, but the operator looking to hold
he can just defuse here, right?
Round that corner. Althea needs to get a move on. In fact, I don't think there's going to be anywhere near enough time, even with that extra little nano swarm. That diffuser will come through. Liquid will take themselves the lead. HERETICS just
yeah, just a little bit of miscoms again. Kayak's rushing to get the res off, but Boast has no fuel on the wall.
A pause called by the coaching staff.
And then they just got to commit to the jaws.
Yeah, it can't be understated. We saw the same thing on Split. 3 health.
As if he hit the guy at the back.
3 health while he was running through that util.
Once they realize that they've got some problems that they think they've got the solution. It seems like they're spot on every time.
For God's sake, man, what are they doing?
As they've called themselves a timeout here at 5-4. This was a lights out start. They looked like they were going to lose the pistol over on Team Liquid, but FNATIC end up claiming it, end up putting it 4-1 in the lead, and since then it has felt like utter dominance from Team Liquid, starting with a round that I wasn't too confident would be repeated. They put in so much so early on, but it ends up working out wonderfully. That lockdown,
it's almost as if you guys should go back to A-hits.
Hasn't even been needed, because the A site, by the time that they come to pushing it, there's like 2 players on the site, and the one defender is often able to at least fend them off long enough.
I'd say as well, though, that something we've noted throughout the series with these two teams is just a lot of what's important is that sort of mental state. I mean, I think Gorilla sort of pointed out as one of his two, as that if that's in a good position and you have the caliber of players, nothing else matters. So using those ults, maybe just to get them back into a position of, okay, we're competing in this map. Because at 4-1 down, they were getting rinsed. You spam a little bit, you go, okay, we're on the board, we can do this now. We have the operator, we have everything we need. And Liquid look like a very different team. And unfortunately for FNATIC, on their own map choice, that map choice that has been a staple of their history. Right now, it's just that.
Here. Placing sentry.
Look back at the first res we had come through. Huge impact second, shut down immediately by Liquid. The rotations were there. There were 4 players in position.
Well, yeah, it was Kayak that got killed. He reses, dies, and then Chronic like, wow.
Okay, what are we going for middle this time?
Getting away with that one.
B split.
Too many bodies to break the wall now.
Good molly.
Challenge under 2. I said it was a gap, but that's in most rounds. Not in this. Camo has his eyes set on the prize.
There's no way Wingman actually locked onto him here.
The back yellow player not even spotted.
It's all intentional.
As the numbers trail in a 1 versus 3, 45 HP for Alpha. And no real chance of taking this across the line. Look where the spike is dropped to. Even if he had it,
guys, you got to start A spamming. It's the only thing winning you rounds.
Yeah, Pad Attack already around.
It feels like they're overthinking it. So heavy.
Have a hold in case he manages to lurk through mid. It is going to be an opportunity.
Like, the comp's made for A spams. The only reason
the knife, even giving them the info, that will be
Liquid won 2 rounds on A was because of Nats.
Just to fight this last man, I don't think they're going to take.
They're definitely overthinking it heavy.
Alfia on the other side.
Great shot.
Will remove his counterpart. A minimum of an equal footing for Liquid, and as said, the 2 times they played this map, the defense has been weak. 2-8, 4-8. Well, this is already the best performance we've seen on the defensive side for Liquid.
It's not slowing down, Tom. That's 5 in a row now for this squad. That's Ultimates coming back online for them. And yes, the same can be said for FNATIC, but now the shift in momentum, it seems like FNATIC are the ones that need those safety nets to be fallen back onto. We've seen disastrous rounds from that attacking side. We've seen success across
okay, back to the classic. But I mean, they have so many ults that Kiko probably needs to try to get a pick early. You might see him WK here.
Look, at least the start of the round potentially a lot more direct.
Yeah, he's just allowed to go aggro.
Go straight back for
it's the same thing that we saw earlier. Alarm bot if the alarm bot. Whoa.
Nobody peeking.
Pre-fire? Pre-fire because his dash is low. Alarm bot goes off and he's allowed to jump Wingman.
Armageddon, Viper's Pit, so much to play with in this round. And the same
okay, question mark created over towards B. We're going to be...
Not quite that caliber. Kiko's reposition, it's just missed. And that would have been crashes. That would have been a lot of post-plant utility gone.
I love that too. He fires the shot on A main, instantly rotates, knowing they'd be that little bit more relaxed about that.
He's back there again.
If they were rotating, they'd go right into his waiting arms. And like you said, he's right back in position, although now the pit is up. Luckily, he's got a shorty to play
with. They popped the mollies early, maybe.
Lockdown put into play aggressively. It'll force them way back.
There's so much going on.
But as you said,
Nats decides to stick in his ult.
Puts in a lockdown. Luckily, they're able to cancel that out. Now
oh man, it's really bold from Nats. No one spotted him yet.
Defense going to be good enough to keep him alive. Yes, it is. Serial buys them that little bit of space, and with the pit up, there has to be a response.
Dude, the balls to do that is insane, man. Dude, Kayak, not again, bro. Wingman goes in. They have no idea. Might be able to hear him. Molly's going to stop.
And now the remaining players need to get on it fast.
Ooh, this gets weird.
That 1v1, that's trying to stick it all the way through the wall. Crashies goes.
Damn, bro, this one's close, man.
Down to the last few seconds.
Kayak, Kayak absolutely saved him. Kayak crashes. The hero plays are non-stop on both sides.
Just to try and outdo each other. No ultimates available anymore for Liquid, and only the singular Thrash left remaining for Chronicle. They used absolutely everything to get that 5th round over the line. And even then, it came down to a matter of seconds, and Crashy's finding 3.
Man, the Nats play there to sit in the ult is so funny.
He was about a quarter of a bar away from taking that across the line.
Oh, this is good. Rifle shot this so that he's close. Yeah. Instant reaction was to get the fish out.
Gekko's ulti, Thrash on his tail. He won't be caught though. Still safe. That Thrash might not be recoverable.
Gonna need a fair amount to do so. In fact,
Hello, Weber. Congrats as well, Weber, mate.
Eco's still just looking for angles to be had, but with 15 pieces of utility
Back to Masters.
being put into that backline. Not really a spot left to hold. Wall already broken, and that's what we see it again. Just an attempt to try and re-aggress before they even get to the site. Spike will be dropped, but Althea responds in kind. Looking for a little more, but Kayak
Yeah,
is
dude,
there.
res as well.
Only one standing camo to face versus 4.
Nice
It's
shot, but here
like
comes the
an
res.
even
Kind of
half,
go go
but
fast on this.
There is still one standing.
Have to get that plant in. Looks like they're deciding to just run it down. It's the right call. They've got the knock.
Ooh, it was a nice try. Well, they spam A hits for the last 2 rounds and they managed to get out on top. Not completely fair because they had ults obviously, but definitely the most success over towards A. I feel like Liquid will be happy with 6, to be honest.
Serious momentum, some wind in their sails, and the second half up for grabs. We'll find out how it goes after the break.
Loser this game, they play Na'Vi first. Okay, let's mute that. Good question, if you got offers to become a coach, would you tempt me? I get offers most year. Again, I reevaluate it every year. I just enjoy doing this too much, man, at the moment. It might change in the future, who knows? But I haven't got bored yet. I just like doing this, man. It's fun. Was NRG bad because of FNS? They were bad because of their meta read, in my opinion. I was thinking their results probably make it look a little bit worse than it actually was.
Well, Team Liquid 6-6 at the halftime, Tom. It's been a good recovery on what could have been a devastating half if things kept up after the first 5 rounds. But those pauses from the coaching staff, they've bought them a leg up. Coming into half number 2, you impressed with what Liquid have put down? Is the advantage in their court?
I don't necessarily know about advantage, but I do think that, well, it's not a bad stat to come out with. 47% on their opponent's map choice, but it's the best defensive side we've seen so far. And going into the attack when they play versus
this was a good defense from Liquid here. I mean, I still think like majority of these were Nats rounds.
But again, if history serves us right, FNATIC normally having those crazy performances over on the attack, they do have an awful lot of stall.
It's 2-1 on the pistols, I'm pretty sure.
I think that's going to be difficult for Liquid to face against.
Saw it utilize the deny map control in the first. Now it's the plants that they'll be looking to push back. Team Liquid deep in with Kiko. He's been getting aggressive on the defense and no change here on the attack. The space taken can already get them a plant. Kayak spotted down underneath. But how are they going to deal with him? It's a risk to go swinging in that
No
deep.
way.
Oh, it almost worked.
Dude, Kayak is too good at pistol rounds, man.
Here in the pistol, It's a triple off the Classic, but still a 2 versus 2. He goes in through the orb, wrapping around, but it's not enough. Leaving Serial on
2-2.
1 HP. But the pistol round this time goes to
I feel like
Team
last
Liquid.
2 games, he averages 3 kills pretty much on a pistol round.
9 on the Sage. It does feel like they're going to be having reses galore throughout this matchup, but it wasn't enough this time around. I'm genuinely shocked at how much he was able to get done with the Classic. Just
dude, that last shot is fast.
as he spins on a dime, but ultimately it's Liquid to come out with an all-important pistol round.
Did I enjoy coaching the other day? It was fun, to be honest, Bacon.
Not much invested.
It was fun.
A single sheriff for Kayak, which, hey, still something you have to fear. You just have to be a little bit
didn't have to do much.
We go back to the
Kind of just owning
first
them.
half pistol. And
To be
that's all you
honest.
need to know. And it seems like the immediate read, not finding anything off the back of that Dizzy, and because of it, they are hightailing it to be.
Who do we coach? We stood in for Bacon.
Too much utility seen. Too many players spotted when that wall goes down, and Team Liquid will run back in the other direction. They've got a lot of space, a lot of control. But the Killjoy on the other side is doing exactly the same, pushing up and making it through A. And in fact, there's nothing spotting for this. Team Liquid want to go back, but they have to make it past Alfier. He's looking the wrong way. And Nats, well, he clears his corners. That is going to be a 5
Liquid
versus
Academy,
4
yeah.
and an A side.
So when Liquid Academy win everything, you know it's that hour that I put in.
Won by Serial pretty much cements this
I'm
round
taking
for
all
Team
of that
Liquid.
glory, Bacan.
The idea from Fnatic, of course, is just try and catch them off guard, but with that perfect lurk out from Serial, there really wasn't much more to be had. Chronicle trying to do a little bit of extra damage, remove a gun or two, but it's not going to happen. Only a pistol loss for Liquid, a very clean round kicking off the second half.
They don't even need shields on most players. They're in a very, very healthy spot economically coming into the next round. And for Fnatic, well, the pressure may be on. 8-6, and a potential leap forward for that attacking side. As we said, you know, that defensive side performance from them is impressive, especially, you know, the scoreline being 6-6 is one thing. The way that they got there is another. They were looking lost.
The face palm. The face palm's legit. Okay, still got the outlaw. Everyone can tank a shot, and we go a little bit aggro for Fnatic. They go double salvo to make sure they can pick up the orb. We got Knife that hits. No, Knife doesn't hit anyone actually, I think. Maybe hit the tail. Dude, what an odd one for the bonus. 3-person kitchen.
But none of them really being able to deny. It comes down to Boaster to try
Okay.
and
A nice second shot.
this season about his individual
Oh, boy.
level going through
Bulldog.
the roof. 2 quick kills, and well, Panitek's sneaky play is not as sneaky as he thinks. Kayak watches him all the way and waits for the swing from
I mean, it was looking pretty good until it wasn't.
Fnatic.
That's my analysis on that.
Yeah, shutting that down before they got too close. That could have been a big problem on the side split as players funnel through Kitchen, but finding the first, second adjusts, and he pre-fires it wonderfully. But Chronicle cleaning up the rest. It was left in pretty safe hands with Kayak. 19-10. You know, back in the day, you talked about this
Said better myself, yeah.
going all the way back to First Strike, and back then we would have talked a lot about the Battle Sages. Kayak, he is reviving that.
Okay, same thing they did the round before. They're just trying to make sure they get tail as fast as possible.
Sage. He was the king. He was the king. I don't care what you say. That guy was the king of Sage.
Oh boy.
An early dink already. I believe that was Boaster spamming once again. In fact, I'm almost certain, because Chronicle's not close enough and everybody else has a Vandal. Leaves them in a little bit more of an awkward spot. Your duelist, the man meant to take space, so desperately low. But with 4 players already on this side of the map, the gamble really is over on the other side.
I like the idea, inside one close insta flash.
Back if he goes down, and
Oh, that's
eventually the man tagged low initially.
that's nice though. Start looking at money. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Looking to make their way back into A, but you can
1
see the
to
only
come by
idea
next.
for Kayak is get someone on the cross.
He spotted them. Even just the information's enough for him with the advantage already in their court. An audacious play from Kiko. 10
I will
HP,
say,
plays
if Liquid
behind a
managed to
very
get the plant
spammable
down here
box.
though, and it's a good plant,
The most
they got a
spammable spot
lot
towards
of
B, the most commonly
after plant
spammed.
util.
Then he takes a fight. Well, they were more than happy to fire right back. Spike given over to Nats.
Definitely think Siro needs to chill out a little bit. He's got double molly. He's the main delay here.
Happy to play the retake.
They want to fight on site.
There. Kayak doesn't want to be the one taking contact, but
Not
look
sure
at
about
this
that.
setup on backside. A high-low coming in from Camo and Serial, and it will be disrupted immediately. The Salvo's doing well to put them on the back foot in this initial fight. And all Fnatic need to do is trade. Crashies goes down as Serial picks up the double. It's Camo to trade out. And
Damn,
now
bro,
Fnatic
that fair play, man.
Kayak having to do it all again, but he's got the res to bring Crashies back into play. A valuable player indeed.
Time's
no
low.
ultimate and no salvos just yet. It's all about the swing.
Oh, that was nice. The comms came in and they still had the wall.
And the defuse needing to be stuck at least a half. Crashies gets
He's got it.
And within just in the nick of time, he'll take it
boy.
across the line with a Red Bull clutch.
Dude, we haven't seen one of them for a while. 1v2 from the Sage, gets it to a 1v1, has res. Dude, how many impact rounds has Crashies had? Sage Valley is through the roof.
What an attempt.
Did they overpeak a Sage with res? Probably.
And Camo to turn that round in their favor. And even Panatek towards the end, I'll be honest, I thought he had it with how little time was left on that clock.
Nice!
Jesus. He's so vicious with his high fives, man.
That's gotta be the first time I've seen that. He's getting hyped, he's stood up and he's hyping Crashies up. Ultimate now online for Crashies, but it might not be used here. Look at the weaknesses for Team Liquid. They have kept their credits. This is a play for the
But I
next
think of the
round.
no drone, I think it's... I don't know. As long as you have wingman lineups, you're right.
They lose this one, but they'll have the money to fight
You
back.
just gotta
That's all that matters.
step by step, slow take map control.
Awkward positions to fight from. Alpha up above has already managed to clear out two.
Rifle down.
Yeah, it will be retrieved by Panatek though, and he's not looking to just sit pretty. He wants to try and clear some ground. In fact, the Viper's Pit's going to be invested. Now, they expected this.
Okay, we're in. We're in for it.
An absolute stinker of a buy, but in a
This is the rounds. You can look at the ult, you see that leaks over too much over towards B, so you know that they have to be playing over towards the site. He is just in a cubby, and that ult is on his head. Can he get back in time? Gets back into the ult in time.
Drops him with the wrap around from Panatek, not expected.
Ah, dude, Paddy might have bought enough time here.
Leaving it down to just Nats, but he's
That was nicely done. God, they went all in really with ults here. 3v4 Viper ult in. And Nats played a bit of a masterclass, and so did Patty, really.
And put 9 to 8 on the board. Team Liquid back in the lead. And you know what? You said it, Tom. Pretty good with the hero rifles.
That was the hero stinger that brought home the Red Bull clutch. I also think you have to look at the importance of that one kill here coming through from Kiko, because it was actually the usage of that Armageddon to force Nats out of the pit. He had to run all the way out of it to get away from the ult, and that extra little bit of time that Kiko bought allows him back into the pit. If he doesn't get that kill, they lose the round. It's almost guaranteed. That one little play, and okay.
Salvo, tag, and then the Marshall got one shot.
Kiko down, hero rifles of their own.
Right there.
This could be a response. Liquid have got to be careful.
Inches away from seeing a battle onto Camo as he was recovering his flash. Battle on the side being given up by Fnatic. They're going to play this one very passive indeed. And it's no wonder why. There's a lockdown in play for this squad if they want it. And they're hoping for over-aggression. They're hoping for a pick to be handed over into their favor. Flash, no, that's the ult.
Oh my God.
Being held and now responded in by Chronicle, who I think has caught one. Yes, indeed he has, but Panatek is still up
Okay,
close.
they still have triple molly for after plant though.
Barely avoided a sliver of health left. Good flash. Patty's blind, goes swinging deep, and they'll get another rifle out of that when that's already
Yeah, and they just use wingman, so wingman can't defuse anymore. Wall's about to go in. Anything to shoot the wall? Nah, it's the good wall as well. Molly's on it though, so it delays for a little bit longer, but there's just nothing here. Yeah.
Falling leaves this round in jeopardy. It's Fnatic's with an easy defuse and a well-fought response. They lose to the hero
Another Sage value round. Sage is doing bits.
That was one where you have those bonus ultimates ready to be thrown in, and I think Alpha firstly did an incredible job just being able to sort of hold the line. An opener as well for Chronicle.
Do you reckon this is a timeout to say you got to fight on site if Sage is alive?
Guess so. Back to after time and time on Sentinel and Controller, of course. But after a huge victory comes a huge fall. Liquid 9-9, and sure, we talk about teams having 2 bites at the cherry, 2 opportunities to make it in towards that international, but there is
the streamer tells me not to pick this agent. Dude,
this point onwards.
Sage is one of the best rank agents, but it's more just you that I'm worried about, mate.
With teams that they've
I've heard stories,
got close with throughout the season, with Foot building up momentum, with BBL down there with them, and even Na'Vi have looked dangerous when going into this playoffs bracket. So there is not really anybody you want to be facing. First time round definitely seems the easier of the lot, and while Liquid, they are going to call another pause. As mentioned, the last one was the start of their 5-round streak. Same on the last map as well. The second one, well, it actually did nothing. Fnatic were able to close out in the end.
But it's a great point you bring up, Tom. Not just the fact that you're 1 game away, but you'll be 2 when you drop down below, but the fact that it's Na'Vi first, and maybe that's the lesser of 2 evils, but then the winner
one of the one of the best rank agents for one of the worst ranked players is crazy.
And I mean, Foot,
Des must be hovering over that, looking for a timeout.
They didn't look too great the last time either of these teams faced them. They're able to best, but the reality is that last game we saw from them, they hit another level.
Poor guy,
they made
man.
the changes they needed to, and now
Can't catch a break.
be an easy game with elimination on the line and victory just
Goose, thank you for that, mate. Are you actually going? Or you? Dude, Goose, I never know you,
and
man.
another to lock in that international event to avoid the lower bracket run of nightmares. That battle not favorable for Nats. That's the gun.
Yeah, that's the hero gun. Ooh. Okay.
He's played so aggressive so far.
2 HP.
A ton of success, even on 2 HP.
Ooh.
He will survive, but the rest of his squad has fallen.
Yeah. Kayak style.
Oh my shot.
He is.
I mean, this would be one of the most insane rounds I've ever seen.
Masters event, his first international.
Hazy with the tier 1, thank you for the 11 months, mate. Thank you for that.
Not necessarily a surprise, but only a matter of time. I was going to say, if they close
It's a crazy off angle from Crashies.
Story is more so when Crashy's position is one of the weirdest spots. I think if
You are actually going, Goose? Oh, dude, have fun.
I would have asked them to check him PC. But that is now just 3 rounds away for Kayak to, well, be another one of the Polish alumni that have made it to international events. He's not going to be the first in that case.
No, but one of the most promising, especially stepping into this roster, as you said earlier on. Big boots to fill, but he is doing that and then some. They are bursting at the seams with this man. Coming in on the Sage as well, an unusual pick, and what a way it would be to book in your slot.
Yes, but that's the kind of walls I imagine you're doing. It's kind of nice in this comp though. You got no one that can get onto the boosted, angles.
Reputation.
Fnatic again have gone for the full retake. I think what they've been doing with Teo, sort of
okay, I will say, Liquid have no idea that the Sages use walls, so they're going to fight heavy on site. Because they lost that round to the wall.
This time they don't have the counter lockdown available to them. Last time out they were able to buy a little bit.
Rose says it immediately and recognizes the value. Yeah, but you're the kind of guy to use it when you got a Jet on your team. Maybe a Jet and an Omen, 2 people that can do it.
They've got no utility. They have to make up for it with the Brawn already dropping Boaster. That's the Viper's Pit out of play, and a lot of the hope
How is that? How is that one hit?
Kayak has a res. He's
Oh,
use it.
I don't know about that
Maybe they would let this
res.
one slide, but no, they want to battle. Kayak with the self-heal, but he's taken down, and now Crashies.
Yeah, I mean, all the other res has been pretty good. That's the only one that's been a little bit questionable. I will say, on defense, it does. You never really have like optimal moments to use it.
I like the fact that Liquid really are happy to just fight them up front. I think realizing that the benefits of their comp, you have those extra flashes, and sure, okay, you do have a few nades that can be used to clear angles, but they're using a lot of those for the take. They're using those as the danger is there early. So instead, when it comes down to the late round, they're like, okay, let's set up in their face. Let's not allow Fnatic to have that retake. Let's not allow them to throw in the slow in combination with salvos to try and take us out.
Chat, this is the round, by the way. 10-10, whoever wins it forces 3 people down to an eco.
The firefights went their way, no clutch to be had. It has been a back and forth throughout this second
Everyone's
half.
pretty far away from ult, boy.
Less about the streaks of rounds.
I say everyone's pretty far away from ults, but they got 2 great ults to defense. Dude, Crashies has another ult already.
On the brink here, Kayak. He's just
close as could be, but Kiko and Serial.
Well, there's that big round, but you had to win. You're going to be saving now.
Battling for
That was fast, man. Dude, it's the most icebox round ever.
Immediate fight swinging the other way.
Just nothing. 1 second. Jules done. Next round.
I don't think he'd be mad not to.
He's not doing too bad, is he? But yeah, he is dropped early on, and that forces the hand. But Team Liquid, they're not happy with just a round victory. They want economic supremacy, looking to push deep and remove some of those weapons, but eventually Nats takes a look at the scoreboard, sees the credits. He will just back off into their own spawn, carrying their own
hit some
rifles
nice shots,
through to the
though.
next, and allowing FNATIC to reset, because at the end of the day, the lead is back in their hands.
Yeah, that's the main thing. It's been even all the way through. This was a round that really just playing into the contact of that A site, not giving the game away, because FNATIC have been quite happy to
Holy, that guy was going for it, man.
Scenarios. This time playing
He was pretty much solo, making all the sound on his own.
The best player in the server currently onto the contact spot, and Kiko just wipes the floor with him. As said, when we saw this map,
okay, well,
for Kiko
they saved the
Jet,
guns.
He's fantastic. Like, it's where he's always
So,
had these huge individual performances.
Wasn't as packful as we thought. We got Molly's going for the turret that isn't there, which means that they might try and do something over towards middle.
Here we go, though. Very aggressive early taken towards middle, but I think that was purely just to break some of the utility and then fall back.
Yeah, put that pressure on, see if there's a response from FNATIC, if there's a head to be ripped off, and if not, settle for the turret. That's an information vacuum for FNATIC. Conscious that players could now cross through that window, move into kitchen, and backstab.
Dude, look at this wall, man.
You'll see that angle held
To be
by
fair,
operator
that's a
players,
sick
they're
one.
usually a little bit lower down. You can see everything. And Team Liquid, they've lost the opening pick. They've lost camo, and that's a lot of not just the ultimate that was in his back pocket, but a lot of your punching.
Yes, by saying learn. I know you do that wall, you miss your first 3 bullets, and then you fall off and take damage. I know that's you.
That's something you might see if a Sage is picked in your ranked games on this map. Kayak just pulls it out in
Again, Desmond, you're trying to argue about the Sage, but we've already discussed it's not the Sage.
Ultimates firmly in their favor for this round, and you can see
You then heal yourself? Dude, that's crazy.
But with Kiko managing to get so far forward, and even
He
hearing
just gave me more ammo,
if
if anything.
down to this fight, and he wins it again. The second time he's managed to eliminate Kayak from this position and give his team the site. The main thing, though, is the time. 17 seconds as they go running in. There's an Armageddon and also the Salvo still online. They could deny this plant.
10 seconds left.
Armageddon's going to win this round. Salvo's already sent through. Here comes Armageddon. It's going to be a deeper plant, but not deep enough. I think it'll actually just about get in. But
Holy, that's so... How though? Oh man, this is going to get crazy close. Liquid got enough money for this one. Yeah, I got to see this one again. There was so much going on.
But taking Steel out there is a bold maneuver.
Yeah, Chronicle bought a knife to a gunfight and won. I think he just ran out of bullets, but even still, what a ludicrous round. But yeah, that was just perfect from Crashies again. Like, we could talk about the kills, we could talk about that he
Dude,
isn't
this flash though,
necessarily
this flash
on
was
the
sick.
feed, but he forced them to reposition time and time again. Yeah, I think maybe just a bit of a blip.
What am I doing, bro?
What am I doing? They fake punched the monitor. Wait, that clip is incredible. It cut at the most perfect time ever.
Bladestorm brought in. Thrash also available. Kiko is just looking to brawl, and he has Nats alongside him. This is not a sneaky beaky lurk. This is a run straight down.
Okay, alarm bot's not really going to do anything there. I mean, they get a free plant here. Visual goes in, clears all this area. I feel like this isn't going to get anything either.
A really good opportunity here for
Dude, every time we get official, replied by official.
Kayak's been caught.
Big jewel coming up.
But while he's busy defending his teammate,
Crashies, Serial.
all the way around. I'm not talking about Crashies. I'm looking at Kiko on the other side as Crashies falls.
Yeah, you got to save this.
This round is very much in jeopardy. Up the steps he goes, his timing perfect, his position unpredictable, and he's not going to go for the knife kill. Neither the ult nor the third weapon in his inventory. As Chronicle is left to his own devices, looking to just carry this weapon through to the next at this stage. The round's already gone. Team Liquid have landed themselves at 12th round, and they want to take the weapon out of
there's
his
the
hands.
guns.
12 to
Got
11.
two people that probably have to go for like
Liquid.
stingers or
a third
Judge or
map.
Bucky close
Weaponry being
on
removed
B
as
maybe.
well. Ultimates being expended quite a bit over the last couple from the side of FNATIC. This definitely puts them in a good spot. And well, they're going to see that pause being called by Milan to try and bring a little bit of semblance.
Yeah,
back
I mean
into
this
one.
is
Of course,
obviously a
your
good
map
pause.
choice and the decider
They
of
got a weird
Fracture,
buy as
clearly
well, so they
a
like
level
need
playing
to
field for
speak
either
about
side.
some kind of plan what they
I
want to do
also
with the
say I love the
two
call
low
for Liquid.
guns.
11-11. You're on your opponent's map choice, a map you've struggled on, a map that you've not reached 10 rounds on so far this stage. Run it down mid. Blade Storm put in. Nat's just sprinting through his own Viper Orb. And the fact that that ends up being
Damn, look at
what
these notes,
takes
man.
over the
What we
round.
got?
Serial having a decent performance there as well.
Ah, dude.
They're playing ballsy, and I have to respect it. Like, this is, again, as I said, like, this is a map that you have had a horrific time on. There's so many that you look at throughout the pool for Liquid where you go, okay, this is where they come in with an advantage. This is not one of them. This has come down to just the sheer grit of the players that are on the other side. They do not want to head into that lower bracket. They do not want to risk Toronto. They want to get it done today.
The timeout pulled in for FNATIC, and worth mentioning as well for Scott and Milan. I think this is obviously one of the higher stakes matchups.
Why have they gone for this?
Well.
Damn, so it's actually the third best agent in the game. That's what we're saying.
They've had their last chance to sit down with the boys.
Oh, nice one.
Course correct. We move into the final round of regulation. Vipers Pit online.
Okay, one last chance. One last chance to make it go to a third map. Kayak again has gone for another one. Is at the back, boosted on a wall. No one spotted him yet.
But Kayak's got a play of his own up on the wall. He won't find the pick, but they do deny
Oh,
the
this,
flag.
that's hard to get the spike now. Oh, dude, they have to just leave the spike, right?
There's a sage wall or something to respond. The response that is there is the usage.
Wow, Camo, man. I nothing but respect for what you just did.
Sent through, and while Camo is going to be caught, there's not really anything that can be done by that. It's just whether or not they can punish him.
Did they check him?
That's the thing. I mean, they can definitely get up there, but they're being slow about it, and there's a player already waiting for that
No
swing.
way.
Camo comes out of the ult, no longer detained and able to take down Alphayer.
He did incredible.
Crashies
What the hell is
straight on with the shorty. It's denied as Kayak tries desperately to pull this back with the position of Kiko. It's too much to handle. Chronicle with it all to do. A 1v2 and a
Oh boy. Man, this is manic, dude. Okay, close map though. Close map. Loads of moments where individuals are going to feel like they could have won some of these rounds.
Time over in this stage, and it is only right we head to 3 and we head to Fracture.
Dude, what a banger. Fracture, at least we get a good map now as well. That helps. It was looking like Pacific. Man, every time there was an ult, like someone had the same ult on the other team and they were just using it. It was like Fischl for Fischl every single time, Viper ult for Viper ult. That's the thing about Icebox. It's a horrible map, but it keeps delivering. I mean, yeah, the 2 seconds of duels are pretty sick, though. I'll give you that. Just the 1 minute of warm-up before you got to wait for that 2 second. Wait, why am I doing this? I don't have to do this. Nats? No, Nats was going crazy in that game. You want to look at stats? That's actually nuts, man. Fair play. That's a crazy map.
front, I make it count. Yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-4.
Dude, what the hell?
Gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold.
God, I feel a bit bad for Kayak, man. He was playing insane. Okay, I'll be back in a bit.
I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I wanted more than
What a brilliant comeback there from Team Liquid. That means we will be heading to a map 3 in this series. I'm your host, Youngsu, and I'm joined by a full house on the desk here, Kakuka, Gorilla, and Billy. Let's just dive straight into the comps because nothing, no changes on the side of Team Liquid, but we do have something here. Currently wrong. Alpha did play this game. He does exist. Can't probably believe.
Oh my God, yeah.
He does exist. But no one else in the world runs this. We haven't seen a Sage here before. Did you guys like it? What were your thoughts?
Absolutely love it. All the TikTok walls that we were seeing round after round, it looked like Kayak had quite a repertoire of everything that he could do with that wall. And in many occasions, Team Liquid did not expect it. So I kind of like it.
I think Kayak was definitely taking a page out in the Tanks book. Hopefully we see him back for stage 2 at one point. But yeah, I like the stage. I think it was quite nice.
I like it. I love the battle stage. The way that he was able to get so aggressive with the amount of walls that he was doing. Yeah, I like Kayak on the stage.
I love the Gecko as well. You know, maybe the stats weren't quite there for Kron, but we understand the idea. But all of this could have maybe worked a little bit better if it weren't for Nats, because Nats is just having one of the best performances we've seen him have. He's so comfortable on all of these maps. These are just Nats maps.
At some point, we need to get him back into the conversation of one of, if not the best player in the world, because to me, the fact that he can still perform at this level with the amount of pressure against the teams that he's playing, calling at the same time, in this high-pressure situations, it doesn't matter. He's always minimum good for 2.
Yeah. I mean, I mentioned it on the pre-map as well, like throwback to classic 2021 Masters Berlin Nats lurking through B, and this time, yeah, it was kind of Serial doing more of the lurking, but Nats still having the impact.
And I mean, he said it himself. He said once he makes that first global event, he doesn't miss the rest for the rest of the year, and he's wanting to make sure that that continues. And being able to pull his team through to the 3rd map, you know, he's certain that he's wanting to make it to
He's won them so many rounds as well. And Billy, at some point, maybe we want to see a similar expectation of Fnatic knowing what Nats does, right? Because on Split, they were catching him out a little bit more, but here, Nats was just doing Nats things.
It's just Nats being a nuisance, and we know this. He's been doing this for the past 5 years, so yeah, definitely could have been punished a lot more.
There was also in one of the replays, we see this round where Team Liquid does not have the best economy, and they decide to go for this quick push onto B and just use the ultimate with all the stingers playing in, and you feel like Nats has to run around, and it doesn't matter. He's so comfortable. He knows exactly what he's doing.
He does. That's what I mean. Split, Ice Balls, they're Nats maps. But before we head on to the next one, let's talk a little bit about this Apex, I guess, technically reunion, but not really because they never played together.
Yeah, exactly. This is what Apex does to you. So if you do not remember, at the start of last year, we were speaking super highly about Kiko, how he was picked up after being a brilliant duelist on Apex. And this year, we had the same conversation, but about Kayak. And this is the first time in history that these two have gone up against each other. And I love the fact that this is going to a 3rd map, and we're seeing this performance coming out of the two of them.
Yeah, that's why I was just bidding at the School of Apex. I mean, it's so nice to see these two youngsters come up against one another. But I mean, Kayak on the Sage, Kiko on the Duelist, it's almost like everything just kind of switched around. But yeah, I mean, it was a delight to watch nonetheless.
It was. I love how the rookies have been performing, right, just this entire split. But for the side of Fnatic, you got to see players like Chronicle and Alpha step up, Gorilla. Yeah. They can't just rely on Kayak and Crashies the entire series.
Yeah, Chronicle had a really rough game. Like, it happens. Hopefully, like, you know, he's an experienced player. Hopefully he can bounce back for the next map, because honestly, like, qualification map, like, he needs to step it up.
I wonder what we're going to see now coming on to the last map, right? We understand that the pressure was very high. I love the fact that this map was so back and forth, because so many times we see Icebox and it gets very repetitive and it gets a little bit boring. But this was not the case at all. And we were hyping up how this is one of the best matches that we have in EMEA in history. And so far it is delivering. And coming on to Fracture, knowing that the teams have not played it in quite a while, that it was something that we were seeing early on the stage, and maybe we can expect some changes in the compositions now that both of them have been, you know, thinking a little bit outside of the box.
Yeah, because we could have gone to Haven, we could have gone to Lotus, but both of them denied us those maps to go to Fracture.
I'm not going to forgive the Lotus.
Yeah, and just with how Nat is performing, and look how vocal he is in these moments, Billy, how do you anticipate Fnatic at least being able to recognize that this man is going to be on North side with an Outlaw or an Op for pretty much the entire time?
He did it during kickoff, he did it during stage 1. If they don't find a way to punish that, I'm honestly going to be so frustrated, especially when you look at Fnatic's composition, right? They usually have Kayak on that Neon, they have Kron on that Breach, right? They have so much explosivity that they should be able to set up these sort of crunch plays to be able to punish that push out coming up from Nats.
Is that how you beat Liquid?
Oh, on Fracture?
Yeah. How do you beat Liquid on Fracture?
I think you just don't peek Nats. I do hope he swaps back to the Cypher though. I mean, I can't remember the exact date, but I think the last time he played the Vise was pre-nerf. So I'd be interested to see if he actually decides to swap back, because it's been so long we've seen Fracture, and I think honestly he had way more impact on the Cypher than what he does on the Vise.
Yeah, how are we going to see him push with a cage and the operator otherwise?
Yeah,
you know?
all the way up, hey mate.
Yeah, exactly. So you can, that's the only way that you cannot dodge Nats, and is when he's peeking onto you with an operator in hand. And speaking on the other side, someone that has been delivering today on the clutches and everything else has been Crashes. With him going on the Deco, if that happens, if we see Nats on the Cypher, I want to see this head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting carried by an import. They're getting carried by an import today. That's why we got to see some of the other players step up if they want a chance for Masters Toronto. Let's take a look at Agent Select, and we will not see any changes. Does that make you feel a little bit concerned at all for Liquid?
Not at all. I think Vise is still like quite strong, especially going into Neon with the Vines. Yes, they're a bit shorter now, right? But honestly, I think that they might, Fnatic might struggle getting onto site versus it. But no, I see no issues.
With Fnatic starting here on the defense, we were speaking about Chronicle maybe not having the best showing on Icebox, but if we go back to like the way that they've always played this map, the retakes have been so effective. So Team Liquid is supposed to know this, and Fnatic is supposed to reinforce it or maybe play around it.
Yeah, I think as well, something that we need to keep an eye out for is Fnatic on that attack. How many times have we seen them let the clock run down and have to rush in onto site? They can't be leaving Kayak to be the one that just is the one running without any sort of supportive utility. However, in saying that, they have been very synergized today. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting stuck into this one.
We started with a 13-10 into a 13-11. I smell an overtime to close out this match, because the winner, Mitch and Tom, will secure their
Fried Gold, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 14 months, mate.
It
Thank
all
you.
comes down to this. Fracture, the final map in the series.
Final frontier.
And we're going to see Team Liquid and Fnatic go at it one more time. One team about to book flights. The other, a couple fights before they can worry about that. A stacked lower bracket awaits the loser.
Chat, any changes to the comps? Surely
Let's see
not.
who that's going to be. As we get into Fracture, Tom, where are your expectations at
Good.
for these
What
squads?
are you asking?
I think both teams
Not a
last
thing.
time they played were stronger on that defensive side, but I want to highlight two players in those performances. I think the desk already mentioned one of them with Crash.
78%, dude. They got some kind of crazy stats going on. Okay, Fnatic on defense, Liquid on attack, 5 ghosts.
Patatek over on that breach had an
I mean,
unbelievable
we've spoken about a good,
performance on this
we've spoken a good amount about Vice, and we can still do it.
Of course, Nats is
So the Vice on the attack, a little bit rough. You can never kind of get that early info if they are going to push aggro, so you probably won't see Fnatic add a good amount of aggro rounds in. Fnatic using the Cypher, a lot of times you can 4-1 and just heavy retake over towards the site, whereas on defense you cut. This guy is probably the best pistol player we got. He might be the best pistol player at the moment. Who's better than this guy at pistols right now? I don't think there's anyone.
That's 3 triple kills in pistols in a row. Yes. Like, even though they lost one of those pistols, Kayak is just so consistent with how much damage he's able to do in this round. But as said, I think Fnatic had the perfect read in this scenario. They had a full setup ready for their opponents to go into dish. And if you're talking about teams and doing their research,
I've looked at all the names. I think he's the best.
You heard Gorilla ask the question as well, something to keep an eye on as the game goes on, about Nats with the nerf coming in onto Vice, whether he would still be playing or whether it will be back over to the Cypher. Certainly a comfort zone for Nats, looking at previous iterations of the
Hero, Hero Bucky.
Now what? The life of Camo, who desperately wants a close range battle.
Yeah, this is nicely done from Fnatic, keeping the distance here the whole time. That Bucky ain't gonna get anything done.
For just a second. Look,
you're gonna try and
yeah, if they'd stuck around an A main, then maybe.
They basically invented that strat back in the days before time, before they were Fnatic.
You think the Bookie is your ally?
Well placed. Doesn't really want to give too much away.
Need to rebuild the train.
In hand at this stage,
yeah.
And, the rest of his team.
Maintenance is happening as we speak. Mini.
He's also not necessarily the player you'd want to garner the additional orbs when you look at who else is left standing. Rolling Thunder, Orbital Strike, or Armageddon would probably be the ultimates of choice. Instead, though, just on a retrieval mission. The ultimate orbs, the goal.
30 seconds left.
And, well, likely just running into their deaths.
Cage trigger. Very much should be 20 seconds left. You definitely don't want to survive in this situation unless you're thriving and winning the round, which, as you can see, is an improbability at this point. Salvo's on their way, and maybe just try to find Alpha here.
Oh boy, there's a world where they run away here.
5 seconds. Time for Patatech to go running forward. Death awaits, and he almost drops Crashies. But in the end, 2 players on low HP. Potential for damage was there, but Fnatic secure a solid second.
Yeah, he's probably the guy you really didn't want to give that ultimate orb over to as well, because that Armageddon, fantastic for retakes, fantastic for plant denial. Like, it's such a high impact art on this map where you look at the sites and how tight a lot of the positions that you're able to plant in, because everywhere else is so open, you don't really want to take that gamble.
I mean, the bonuses are goodbye for them.
A sniper rifle on Boaster,
and looking like Fnatic want to get aggro, and again, this is one of the weaknesses with the Liquid comp, because you're always going to have somewhere weak across the map, or somewhere empty.
In fact, even a few weaknesses here and there for the side of Liquid. They're going to want to get an early response.
It's pretty smart from Fnatic. They don't do something big aggro with a lot of util. They just wait. If there's util going to be here, no util, they decide to late push down. Dude, look how on top of this Liquid are. They know their comp's weak to the pushes. They know what's going to happen. And they're really ready for this push.
Poor Chronicle didn't even get to see them. He has been dropped.
Yeah, just good awareness of just like what's weak about the comp and making sure they cover it up.
Try and make their way through sand.
Oh, Alpha sleeping.
Seemingly caught sleeping at the wheel. That one's all too easy for Nats, and sure, Crashy still survives on the site, and Kayak clings to life, but they need quite a lot here. Camo.
Dude, look at the HPs, 5 and 12. No damage done yet.
The only decision is to just hold on to the weaponry. For Liquid, that's as good as it gets in terms of what they bounce back with in this third round, and very sort of patient play. It was clear they knew what the plan was from their opponent.
No one from Liquid wants to hunt here.
As they walk around
it's just not worth risking the armor rebuy.
Boaster's cam there as well, because you can see he is waffling away the entire time that they're rotating off that site, using this as a mini timeout essentially to try to pad those gaps.
The idea from Fnatic here is a good idea.
Whoa.
It's a good idea. Liquid just on top of it.
He's on his way home. But for Fnatic, This is somewhere 2-1. They came in with weaker weapons. They go out with 2 rifles,
come on.
presumably. That's a great position to be in. And I think it's a good
Should ask him, dude.
to see how Team
He's
Liquid
in odds to stream a fair
Get
amount.
ready for that camo instant blitz out. Something you're going to have to be wary of, especially when you've committed heavy to that north side crunch. South is going to be that little bit weaker. And if they unfortunately push the site where your Cypher isn't, Camo gets a lot of free real estate.
Do you think they should remove the damage report? Nah, I think it's pretty good. I like that they got rid of the info of util though. Like telling you numbers, that was a little bit busted.
Already seeing that continuation of the back and forth. Fnatic have got to be sat there thinking, okay, we could have closed this on that previous map, on our choice of Icebox. We also could have taken it somewhere else. We've seen the depth of map pool. They were the ones that chose to batten out Lotus, not wanting to take it there, a map that's been incredibly strong for them. Now ending on Fracture.
Okay, 2-4 on top of this? Sure, it's only 2 people that can't buy next. But you could maybe argue 3.
That pace is not stopping though.
Liquid certainly not coming in cold after Icebox.
How?
Dangerous position for Camo.
How's he alive?
Yeah, they can't spam him out from there, and Alpha, you're not quite safe to go swing.
Liaise, thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the 5 months. He was definitely in the open for a while and then tucked around the corner. What the hell is that molly?
Forcing him into an awkward spot. The spam's avoided again. I mean, he is in a number of situations where he should be dead to rights. Third time lucky.
Dude goes back to the position that he just cleared, takes the timing through the smoke as well. They look at Camo go, accidental headshot as well. He got info on the other, but he might have overstepped with that. Damn, really, really nice. I feel like Camo's got to take full praise for that.
Liquid neck and neck with Fnatic.
The funny thing is that's always the problem with this Liquid squad. You feel like you're dealing with the problem when you take out Camo, but your problems have only just begun, because while you're dealing with this maniac running around through smokes, Nats is sitting waiting for the perfect moment to strike.
Both had a cool little volley for this corner though, I like that.
Takes the round home.
I like that, but then I didn't see what util the breach had, but you probably got a flash on top of that, because the reaction is this.
Nats even realizing the situation, every single player on that defensive side is currently sat with light shields.
You might go into the smoke, I guess. You got 2 reactions, is that? Okay, Outlaw goes out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people that can get 1 shot. So instead of going for the eco and an Outlaw meta, they go for the light armor. This could really backfire. They think Alpha's playing off-site.
He's looked the wrong way, but he still grabs one. That's all that you can write home about, though, as Team Liquid run riot over the site. Find themselves a plant as a result, a man advantage to play
Did they put tail into this? Looks like it.
If the plant goes the way of Serial as well, that'll be the Armageddon. I said that ultimate impulse plant is utter filth. He's not in the greatest position for it, but it might not even be needed. Crashes with the trade. As said, he carried them last time around, but not this time. It is
nice from Liquid though. Everyone's fighting together when we look at the duels on site.
I genuinely, he just looks
I wouldn't be against Fnatic doing some kind of timeout.
Liquid play more just for his individual ability. Work does the stopper in this round. Anybody trying to find space met Patatek. And while for Chronicle, his doppelganger, it has to just be the save again.
This time they're not being so forgiving. Not letting him carry that weapon
if I'm
through
Fnatic at the moment, I would go back to doing the pushes.
Why not?
Yeah.
I think that's something they tried playing off-site, they tried playing slightly on-site. The pushes were still pretty good against this comp, it's just the fact they got punished early.
And we've already seen it. Once they get going, it's hard to
Problem
slow them down.
now.
Streaking together rounds that ultimately made the difference over on Icebox. Fnatic, they don't want that to be the case yet again. They've seen this story play out before. And it will be an early timeout as they attempt.
Is it your map?
I think it is. I think it is. One and the same, one brain.
We're on the same wavelength. Is there more to come? Okay, it's like listening in and just get a little camo giggle at the end.
Get to see how the pros adjust their in-ears.
I don't
That's
mind.
good to see.
But hey, we're into a pause anyway. 3 rounds in a row, and I do wonder if it's more the manner in which they've gone. Liquid have decided, like, you know that your opponents are going to take space. You know that they're going to get aggressive and try and feel out the map and work out where you're going.
Any of these teams losing in the lower bracket made the lower brackets not
going
free.
Direct into the site, not waiting for any of these lurks, happy to try and challenge Alpha Year's setup, which, I'll be honest, thus far hasn't really held them at the door. And you already look at the credits that are really starting to build up on their side, and the fact that FNATIC now come into this one with what is likely a light buy. Liquid really are starting to run away with this one a little bit. The coaching staff of FNATIC looking to get them back on track.
Get it in early on. As we said, we've seen that from Team Liquid before. So far on the attack side, once push comes to shove, once they make that push towards the site, there is very little to slow them down.
Okay, timeout from FNATIC, and it looks like they're going back to going aggro on this one. It is just a low buy. They got the hero gun, well, hero guns.
From Arcade, 3 players going to take that space. Team
Was this trap play or okay, trap play?
Leaving their vice wall behind to clear that out. And a slow creep through to this B site that's been left mostly open with Crashies trying to grab a bit of information. It comes with a heavy cost. Kayak's on site. This could get dangerous. The smoke has left the planter isolated, but it's Kayak to pick up Kiko. They've now found themselves in a decent spot. The Chronicle's only got a classic. I realize what I'm saying.
Pretty important.
Chronicle with a classic, it's as dangerous as anyone with an op. And with Alfier in a sneaky spot, if he got that, the round flips on its head, but instead it is Nats on the vice. You can question the pick.
Nicely done from Nats.
He's good with the rifle, I'll tell you that. 4-2.
Yeah, dude.
The saying is about
I just can't.
Once, unfortunately, with Nats, you can't.
I can't see FNATIC winning many rounds where they just sit on sites like this.
Even hiding in the corner, he's always going to check, and I think the round kind of died with Kayak. There was that attempt with the rifle, an explosive play, but.
Okay, we've got pings going out, and this time the pings are a little bit deeper over towards A, and we've got a 4-1, so looks like we're going to get that aggro play. Liquid are just spamming B hits until they stop them. This one's probably a little bit easier. You got Vice or Underpass. Yeah, and they're going to get the information of the wall going down.
Try and get in behind them. In fact, it is a double up both times. Both teams, in fact, doing exactly the same thing. And Alfia is
Camo all the way behind.
Just hiding, hoping he gets his comeback.
Eco saved the smoke for this as well.
Dropped in the end. Alfier finally gets his reward, but they don't know about Kiko.
Nice shots.
And they find out the hard way. It's Crashies alone, spotted as well, and a 1 versus 4. He is not fancying his chances. Pause all you like. Team Liquid, they stick to their winning ways.
Yeah, they stick to the paciness as well. It was the second that overdrive went through for the defense. Camo went, well, anything you can do, I can do better.
The strat, the B spam.
Threw that in with the steel garden, which, well, if you're up
I mean,
against
this one's simple with the Visor. You just use Visor, same as Killjoy, same area.
And for Alpha, yeah. Well, I
classic.
think there's got to be a level of frustration, because not only has a player got past you,
dude, look at their money, man. The money's just insane.
Before you even get the trade out. That is I think that was as well. That was Chronicle, right? So that was a lot of your util.
Man, Chronicle had a really tough time as well, because he's the second man on that main push.
Then who became?
Most are getting shot in the back, not ideal. He's the second guy in the main push, and he gets blocked off by the vice wall. So he's already had to wait that out. Then goes running in like, okay, guys, I'm finally here. Here comes a stun. Bam! He's shot in the face by an angle that his teammates cover. That's got to be
the guy just warms up on Rust, man. He's just built different. Just goes on deathmatch on Rust. Warm up for Valorant.
The better team. And you know what, Tom? What we're seeing so far here on the attack, it looks like that might be the case. A big challenge on the cards.
A lot of pings on this one. Are they expecting something different, maybe? Well, they know that the op's in place, so they're going to make sure that they... Yeah, they're expecting the op on this angle, it looks like. So what is this?
Down in the match.
Drone?
Look at it as well. They are grouped up, all 5 players in one spot. They're not lurking. They're not playing across the map. Sure, they've got utility down.
Dude, this is the most B spam I've ever seen.
To send it in as a unit, pressure together. Camo stunned up, but he's up against an operator. It needs to be the quick pick, and Kayak gets absolutely nothing. He's found the opener for the squad once again. The stats might not be pretty, but he is doing his job every time.
And even Boaster went for a jump peek to even confirm that they were there, down to 36 HP. Basically out of the main fight. A spam would take him down. And Team Liquid, 5 versus 4, they're playing aggressive. I'm not sure I like this. It could be a bridge too far. Camo's picked off another though. Now there's no need to go
They gotta save again. They definitely gotta save again. They're up against Brimort as well.
Might be the call. I don't know how Chronicle's gonna get out of there. Smoke's gonna fade. Player already pushed past. Nats is dead to rights. It's a clean kill for Chronicle. A second, but he'll fall. And
Dude, they are, no joke, just running it down over towards B. I mean, they've got a variety of B hits at the moment. They've been mixing up a good amount. Full dependent, but they got a... Dude, every second of the timeout is going to be about this. Got to be about this site.
Isolating Kayak, who was ready to try and find a pick, but they have been just pressuring the same
Liquid, no, the overwhelm's really good, and I feel like Camo's doing great. He's got a lot of deaths, but the amount of space that he's making is so important.
Running straight through. It is a Polish bulldozer.
Good job, nice direction.
It's coming straight through into that site.
And we know what to do, boys. They have
6 rounds in a row.
Another round to get that outlaw out. 3 people can get one shot.
That round. Crashy's trying to find a semblance of something. I won't lie, I don't even think I noticed it go through.
It's been a shaky start.
Reminder that FNATIC chose to play Fracture instead of Lotus. That's true.
6-2 that they find themselves in now. FNATIC called a pause. No solutions being put into practice, at least. Try as
Dude, Lotus would have been a banger as well. Are these not the best 2 Lotus? Actually, wait, Heretics exist. These are like the best 3, two of the 3 best Lotus teams in EMEA.
The A site's already been lost. Trapwire, activate.
Okay.
Good kill for Boaster. They've dodged the ult. Already a decent trade out to start this. Go under pressure, but he's got support. Never mind, he doesn't
nice shots, man.
Anymore. That's the rifle putting in work.
Finally,
okay.
Crashy's in a position where he can do some damage. They've managed to avoid him throughout. Camo, though, still looking to fight spots.
Damn, nice shots as well.
And makes it look easy. From a 4v2 to a 2v2, and he's
Breach
looking
flash
for
if you want it.
a little bit more. They line up, but he doesn't get anything. Now it's left all on to Panic.
Oh my, dude, Crashy's had an absolute round though. He hit some lovely shots again.
Like a solid map for him, but he needed to dig deep to win that round.
Yeah, man. I mean, the only rifle coming into it, he's able to trade out the
they had a
first in main, but
breach
from
flash,
that
but I
point
can't be
forward,
super angry with what was going
he's at
on.
a disadvantage in every fight. He's tagged up, but it just doesn't seem to matter. Boaster does well at the start, but in this 4v2 that Crashy's brought them to with that initial fight, dodging the trade and then taking them out as his teammates fall.
Boys, let's go.
That might put the win back in the sails of FNATIC, and damn, you better hope it does. 6-3
1, 2, 3.
at the moment. And that's
Reset.
the first
1-9 loss bonus. This is it.
they've been able to pick up.
Look at the scoreboard.
I feel like Liquid can kind of end it here.
He seems to be the man at the moment. Well, Kayak has done
I don't know if Liquid can be doing this against FNATIC.
They left them in a
This has been, if you look at FNATIC, every demo, when Boaster has an ult, you'll see this setup. Ready to stun over towards here, ready to brim ult. I don't think you can do that.
This can become a very different half.
Like 80-90% of their breach ults, brim ults are just a punish over towards A.
Well, Nats is always careful, but Kiko wasn't. And now Serial.
Yeah, maybe just getting caught up in it a little bit, because I know that's in the anti. It has to be.
Sneaky positions that he's just been rooted out
Too
of,
consistent.
dropped in early on before he can have the impact. This time he's right on that horse. Serial being burned out of that position, and he's double flanked on main as he's waiting for these players to overpeak in front of him. They're just waiting for
yeah,
their
maybe
teammates
just
to come
forgot
up
about that
behind.
one.
And yeah, it might seem like a lot of
2 failed
commitment
rounds
towards
over
main.
towards A.
Ultimate's
You gotta.
everybody swinging in, but
Everyone's gonna be
just like
thinking
the
that
starter
B
revenge
hit's
of the
coming.
The opening scene, you got to throw the kitchen sink at it. Try to connect those rounds together, get the win back in your sails.
Yeah, I would have it in there. Yeah, I think they probably just forgot, right, Bacon?
If they can equalize this
That's where I'd be thinking. Dude, look at Crashy's compared to the rest of his team. The hell?
In the film where they win round 9 and 10 back to back.
Yeah,
that was my favorite bit.
That's an epic moment.
6-4. Liquid still in the lead, but we've seen this already. The same for Liquid in the last map. It took a big round for them to get back into the game. Nats under pressure, but still seemingly
No way, man. That's nuts, dude. That was such a sick POV to watch.
Camo once again dancing in towards the opponent's spawn. Chronicle, He's tucked in. HERETICS is completely unaware. That will be a plant for Serial. Bear in mind, that is his ultimate online. Well, at least it will be once he's no longer suppressed.
Yeah, I mean, if he can get to heaven... Oh, dude, that's the molly he was doing earlier. This is a sick molly for this corner. I like it. If he can get to heaven, he can definitely win the round.
He's tanking that utility down to 70 HP. Blinded up as well.
Man's getting util dumped.
To help out. He'll drop after just one. The pressure on Kiko, but he delivers right when he needs to. One picked up. Chronicle trying to stick it to half. In fact, he's going to get it all the way there. Forces the fight with Kiko. Kiko sees he's not defusing. Running this clock down. The time.
Oh, it's really well played, man.
The Red Bull
Dude.
clutch found. Team Liquid guaranteeing themselves.
Serial on site. That's insane, though. Didn't even get that into a 1v2.
We've mentioned it before.
Another B site win. Dude, every single round is on B, basically.
Of course, we know that FNATIC can be a different beast. Never down, never out, but we've seen those huge moments from either side. Kiko moving away from the duelist we saw on both previous maps onto the Brimstone, still
Okay, big change up. And this is the first time they're actually going into the 3-person setup over towards Arcade. Last time they did this, they just contacted here, but this time it looks like they're going to drone.
Just that little bit lower. Kayak finally in the right place at the right time, but stunned up.
Well, that tail's pretty good with the salvos behind it as well. Maybe mistimed it slightly.
And even has a little help from Nat.
They're unstoppable when they go B.
He's a man of many moments, Mitch, but
not this one.
Are you sure?
Rolling Thunder, Armageddon online, and they're just sending it. There's no waiting around. They are going to blitz him with utility.
That's insane. I mean, they just hit B every single round that they want.
Talk about a lead at the half.
FNATIC ulted. I mean, they all look good. The tail salvos. They just dodged it well. They dodged it well, and Patty did great.
Bump in the road, but that's all that FNATIC could put up. Let's hope the second half has a bit more promise.
Yeah, I think FNATIC are going to be kicking themselves a little bit there. I do think, you know, that third round where they held for that push, I feel like that was really in FNATIC's brain that they did that. Because then they didn't really play retake over towards B. They wanted to fight the site a little bit more. They never kind of pushed and actually had any map control anywhere. That punish from Liquid was really important on that third round. Bacon, you prefer this map over Icebox or not? I don't mind this map that much. This map diffs Icebox? Yeah, I agree.
Well, we mentioned FNATIC. They only managed to play 2 games.
Mini, why have you snuck Ascent in there?
To last year, somewhere that they haven't had their finest performances of late. It was a time where you think of any international event, you think of FNATIC, but that's faded away, and now they're on the cusp of losing.
People seem to dislike it. Dude, I like it. I like Ascent. It's good.
2 wins in a row needed in an elimination lower bracket run with teams that are leveling up coming into this stage of the tournament.
Wow, there was a year.
This is the third lowest win rate of all agents on Fracture. Interesting.
Nobody else was there to be remembered. Now Liquid look
I mean, I do think that
a best of 3s within the VCT.
I mean, I will be honest. Normally, most teams play a little bit better against it.
And the first time it might happen
than FNATIC did on defense.
Would be to send them
I think that punish round again over towards Dish was just so pivotal. I mean, both are really overfought it, in my opinion.
Has been building towards for such a long time with
3-2 on Pistols, 1-0. And I guess we gotta just watch Kayak with this gun.
One of the greatest rosters of the early Valorant years to now lead this team. They are 5 rounds away from making history in this matchup. And while making the owners of the org very happy indeed, who stand in their way are the masters of the comeback. FNATIC looking to try and turn the tide, and maybe a Kayak 3K will help them out.
Winners of stage 1 last year on the ropes, 4
Crack,
rounds.
mate, you're the duelist, get in there.
Disadvantage here in
Everyone else is entering.
He'd been putting up 3 Ks, 3 in a row, but now he's put to bed early. Damage onto Alphier in this 2 versus 2. Oh, he's almost finished off by Nats, but the wall gets in the way. Still a chance for Fnatic, but time is ticking. They need to force the fight, and Alpha successfully takes Nats out, leaves it onto Serial. He's had a rougher
what a shot.
so far, but this could be his round to bury the
Oh, he's just walking back, man. He's not ready for the peak properly.
bails them out on 15 HP.
Okay, double pistol for Fnatic.
2 for 2 on this map, but they're still trailing by 3.
Yeah, they needed that. They really needed that. Bring the energy back up, but more importantly, just the distance that would have been built between them and Liquid at that stage might have been enough to put this to bed. Instead, a heroic play on low HP.
Okay, 2-0 for 2 overall for pistols.
Thrown into this round. I'm looking at FNATIC investing into the light shields. Clearly confident he can do the damage with the classic alone. And a very aggressive early stack up in towards A. Looking like they're gonna wrap around the world, potentially picking up orbs as they go. Just hunting for where Fnatic currently lie, but after the trip has been broken, information has been sent. Dish completely under their control.
This Vice wall?
Very open A side.
What is it? It leaves a gap in between here that you can't run through, but you can get shot through. So the plan?
Camo who was spotted. Fnatic, they're not fully aware of just how many numbers have been committed on that side. The drone sees nothing on B, but luckily they still make the call to move into this A site. Wide open. Free real estate. It's Team Liquid. They're going to be forcing the fight, actually.
Oh.
The salvo is putting them out in the open.
Oh, hold up.
Goes one for Nats. Not like this, surely, as Camo falls. The weapon to be recovered up top is nothing really to write home about. Alphier again, bailing.
Okay, dude, I mean, Alpha's gonna get his ult.
With a quad kill.
One away.
Fnatic secure this round with relative ease, and you can thank this man for both of those.
I think back to this man's debut playing for Fnatic. He definitely was not on the Cypher. He was playing the Raze on this map. I think it was where we were firmly within that chamber meta, and he took over that duelist spot and was frying just the same.
Oh, dude.
It's been the funny thing is as well, he had 6 kills in that first half. I believe he's had 6 kills in the second half already, and we're only a couple of rounds in. All of them utilizing that trusty ghost as well. That's up top. Guardian in hand, and Crashies was well aware of the potential of that peak. The defense already fighting firmly towards that south side. Taking a lot of control, but it's
this is good info for Camo though. Doesn't want to break the trip, doesn't want to let them know that he's got all this info, but everyone can pretty much focus towards topside apart from here.
Look to Serial to either find one or at a minimum survive.
Dude, the late cross? No way, he broke the trip as the hit happened. So now I'm looking at Alpha and he's got the most perfect time over towards A main as well. Oh boy, money's gonna be crazy after this round. Dude, that was kind of nice timing from Alpha taking the ropes over here.
With ease. That's it. Team Liquid. They even be calling the save at this point. FNATIC can even get out of here. Smoke to try to get him back.
Well, we get a close map.
Problem is, Alphier is feeling very confident indeed. He's just gone to get the rifle and runs right back out. There was a chance there. He saw FNATIC toying with the idea of a peek, but that rifle, much more valuable.
There's so much money for FNATIC.
I think Alpha had that moment of realization of, well, I could run in while having a Vandal, but the Bulldog was willing to be sacrificed. They actually gave him a Guardian so he could run in. The man is just hitting right now. And if there was anything that was going to bring FNATIC back from an 8-4 deficit, it's Alpha hitting peak form.
Yeah, feeling confident like that.
He's now top, by the way.
The fact he's ran back, said, I wanted to push, but I don't want to give him a Vandal. And they go, oh, I got a Guardian, mate. Sure. Not even a moment's thought. He's on their tail. 8-7. And Team Liquid, well, this is the real danger, isn't it? We've seen these timeouts change the course of the game throughout this series. They've called another one now. Panic stations with 3 in a row for their opposition. And coming into this round, it's not like they'll have a ton to work with, but Tom, you said it on Icebox. I laughed in your face.
Early timeout, yeah.
It immediately.
I think
They're good with the hero rifle.
I think it's pretty good.
The thing is, they don't have any ults to supplement. That's the only thing that makes it a little bit harder. Like, you go back to having a Viper's Pit on both
Problem
of
is
the
it? I don't think it's made. They probably haven't seen enough rounds to know fully what to do.
One of the smartest players.
Probably just going to see the Vice start over towards.
He knows he'll have enough to win
Vice start over towards B.
In this case, there's not even anything particularly
actually, sorry,
if
I start over towards A and they'll switch it up.
HERETICS to claim 3 of them, and even then, it's like, okay, how much can you then do with the Rolling Thunder when Alphayear is hitting headshots
Or
every
maybe
time
they do
into
like
crosshair? It makes no difference. It is cosmetic at that point.
This? I don't know, man.
It's more about momentum. I
Where's
think
the hero
that's why
gun?
we've seen Lohan call the pause. I don't think it's necessarily to do with strategy. It's more so, okay, one of the best players of their amazing 2023 run, if not the best, is currently popping off. I'm going to take a pause so he has to sit there for a minute and cool down.
Exactly. Whether that's going to have effect or not is another thing.
Okay, well, how many does this camera see?
Salvos and drones sent
Only
in
one.
to clear that A main to stop
Camera
the push.
only sees one, and the person who picked up the orb is the person they saw as well. So when and if they press tab, they'll see it.
You don't want to see individuals taking fights. You don't want to see Kayak running through sand and looking for battles, because there's a lot of weaknesses, and that's why they are taking this together slowly. The thing is, they don't have a ton of control behind them. They'll probably commit to this A site.
And we've seen both teams kind of do that, knowing that the opposing side has that opportunity for aggression with the Neon, so they are grouping up a lot more regularly. Liquid were definitely a lot more direct with their hits, and while Boaster patiently
No way. The team stun came in.
The aftershock does the damage. The headshot machine still continuing his run of form, and HERETICS, well, it's a nice shot, but it's only the one.
Dude,
FNATIC from
they've got so much money.
I've already brought it back level, and we're only
Pretty much got max money going into this.
Yeah, and the timeout doing nothing for Team Liquid, but this could be the round they planned for, with orbs to play for, with a Rolling Thunder online for HERETICS, an operator coming into play as well, or at least the possibility of it. This is where the defense can look to have a real impact. Change the tide. Right now,
thank you, bro.
It is very much favored to FNATIC. Wind in their sails, attack side heated up, players coming online, Alphayear hitting shots. All of these
big change up. Camo gets the op.
put to a stop. If Team
So
Liquid
probably the timeout was maybe talking about this a little bit.
Either side will be
Whoa, triggers, flash, swing into this, and then they got no info on Arcade though, which is a little weird.
Although based on performances throughout the season, you'd not be foolish to be surprised by that factor. Especially Kayak, but he's having a quieter game so far, luckily.
Yeah, this is nice from Camo though. I'm pretty sure he heard the camera, knowing that the camera went too wide, so we can't see the angle.
Definite opportunities on a map like this to try and take those firefights, but they now have to try and make a decision of where they want to go, and it's straight back into the operator again.
The only thing that they can do to cut that off is put up those flaming walls of Kayak, and they don't last very long. You got to be very precise about where they're put into play. And look how passive Camo's playing. Even around the site, you see the pings go through. Perhaps that's where Salvos will land. Indeed it is, but he's got an angle around it. The stun hasn't landed on him.
Oh, what a shot.
Fired with great success. Rolling Thunder
Damn,
gives
bro.
him a third. And he's forced
Nearly. Dude, he hit some absolute shots. Breacher was nice as well. Oh, my goodness. I was gonna say, don't need to do that.
11 HP. A gust of wind will take him down, and a bullet through the wall will do just the same. Team Liquid, 9
gotta be careful. This is the big round.
Oh, yeah, Camo did incredible work. Like, he looked at the operator being brought up in the last half for Kayak, and I think he dreamed of
that
having
shot
a
was
round
great.
like this. Like, genuinely being able to isolate fight after fight. The early pick onto Boaster, the second one on a player sliding through, and okay, eventually he needed a little bit of help from the Rolling Thunder from HERETICS, but with how much he's been frying, that ult gets
3 people that can't buy
regularly.
next.
The same, though, can be said for the other side. Once more, the combo breaker
Dude, that was just an instant reaction, instant group up over towards B. Same setup, wall, flash. Fawns is here this time.
Have planned. It seems like, again, a much more direct approach. The B site open and Rolling Thunder, anybody on the site would be in trouble. This might just be an attempt to sell a bit of a ruse. Definitely checking on their back, definitely nervous. Maybe someone's pushed up.
I think all that control on the south side of the map and the noise being made, it's an attempt to get this little bit of a push coming through in to Alfiair's waiting hands. But it hasn't come in because the operator's the one holding it. Now that the push comes in on the other side of the map, though, the mistake could be made. Nats could go walking forward as we should see Camo start that rotate to the other side fairly soon. Ultimate already committed, but it will be returned on. Armageddon from both sides. Nats
and the Lux goes out, and does look like Patty mistimed this, or thought he was safe.
HERETICS down and a Rolling Thunder committed to the site. You have to rely on that cross being held by Camo, and he's doing a wonderful job.
Guy did incredible, man. He absolutely melted the man.
To put double digits on the board for Team Liquid. One step closer to an international appearance.
Wow, the second one. The second one
this year.
And while Camo, he has been the reason they have 2 rounds in this half. The loss with the operator surviving on the site. This time his teammate gets mowed down by a bunch of utility, but he's not there. He's waiting to try and wrap back in. Moves himself to the top of the board for his squad, and well, FNATIC now are going to pull in a pause of their own. They used the Rolling Thunder, they used the Armageddon in the last round, and now their credits also start.
I do like how everyone's playing A main though. Like everywhere, I see a lot of teams that when they get spotted over towards A main, they're like fight it heavy, but against the double stun, breach Neon, I like that both these teams fall all the way back over towards site.
Their run, FNATIC buried them. One time Nats was under an IGL, the next he was the IGL, and both times losing out. You can only imagine
Neon? I mean, Neon's in a 6 spot though. Like Neon still looks incredible when someone's like really good on Neon.
Of the round by round play, a game of inches.
The whole Neon nerf is like perfect. They actually found the most perfect level.
I don't think this man is ever going to doubt the resilience of FNATIC. We recently had our
Nats is currently 15-1 in first bloods, first deaths.
But one that was definitely up there was a mech versus
That's
FNATIC
crazy.
split, which I think it was down to a literal millisecond.
That's pretty insane.
The difference between
0.05, I think, was it?
I don't even know. I think it was literally like 0.001 or something stupid. Like it was as small as it could possibly be. Well.
W keys forward, goes back to the position if they didn't insta-push. Oh boy.
He is stuck in the mud, but he has some support, or at least did, now completely isolated. The utility is enough to finally...
The rest of the team is kind of joining. Nats just gets out of there on 8.
8 HP too. FNATIC with a good chance. A solid early fight. The wall tripped, baited out to start this off. Kayak's got a big battle up in
not
heaven.
Expecting that one.
And he's won it too. With Nat still clinging
really important
Joel.
We got to be catching this one. Oh my goodness, that was so close.
But it has managed to evade him. It just now went on the rope to south.
Oh, what the?
HERETICS cleaning up Kayak brings this back into the realm of possibility. Nats popping the ulti's 8 HP though.
Wait, it's really good.
Pistols could take him down with ease.
Now they can't push over towards site. They know he's. I mean, they know he's close.
To reposition, to set up, to deny this main aggression.
That was the goal. Doesn't want to allow
Dude, there's
them
so
to
much
cross.
delay in this choke right now.
They're not going to do it when they don't have the guns.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. They're now going to make their move. Nat's incredibly low, already dealt with. HERETICS isn't much healthier. It feels like a lot of this is going to come down to what Serial can do on this cross. First goes his way, but he's also tagged. The HP firmly in the favor of the FNATIC players as they finally make their way towards the site. But as one of them is planting, the swing is going to come out, but nobody connecting. In fact, Crashies will
Yeah, they both kind of didn't commit, really.
Injured, but he had to correct so quickly. But again, he's there when FNATIC need him most.
Gosh, he's doing sick,
the plant
man.
had to be stuck. Most likely would be. So you've got a 2v1 there, and they even try to bait out the bait and switch, doubled up, but it doesn't work. He's able to adjust for both.
Yeah, it should have been a trade there for sure.
51 HP in the end, but it's enough to bring them one step closer to Team Liquid. 1 round away.
It was Boaster he was defending. Of course he was going to win.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can't buy next.
He was never going to let Boaster fall.
At 9, 10.
He sprayed it. He didn't say it. I'll tell you that.
10 to 9. It has been a back and forth series all the way through. Well, see you later now.
What's that? 16 to 2 now. First kills.
With his utility still down on the ground, is going to find absolutely nothing. Kiko has primed. That orbital
stun goes in, ult goes in, Boaster. Oh, dude, there's a little bit of spam there as well. That really helped it. I think Kiko connected like one shot there that slowed Boaster down fully as well.
I don't know if we'll see it. The rifle should be enough. Camo's looking for an opportunity, a pick to be had, but nothing offered up. If he had his ulti, it would be popped. But he's going to have to do it with the operator instead. Crashies on another one. It's a wall bang through to Kiko. Serial does well with one. And the tap there, putting pressure on. Someone has to swing, and it's Alpha.
Oh my god, it's a nut shot.
Go the other way. It's all onto Chronicle.
Holy, hit some crazy shots, man. Camo looks crazy with the op though. You just see him descending it in, retaking with the op. His gauntlet running. He had a great shot. Looks great with an op. FNATIC's, yeah, FNATIC's econ's okay. There's only one person that struggles. Anyways.
Camo has managed to do the things he's doing, like running into the site with an
yeah, it just looks like he's playing a different game.
Gonna play a running towards him, dives in to steal the rifle, and then flips back and gets the last kill as well. He is having a game and a half.
Nice! Let's go!
And I think, well, Paditech might be very excited at the potential of joining his ex-teammates in Heretics. They're the squad to make it through earlier in the day. Already.
Oh my god.
A few pieces missing, but it doesn't seem like an immediate pop of the ult.
There goes the round, and they got to save these guns because they don't have any money. What was this? There's two people hiding from the camera, then late swing?
That is a blink and you'll miss it round. The attempted push of B main out of the defensive side is met with an immediate shutdown.
Alfie, I thought we forgot about him for a second. That was what it was. He was like, did I just hear the word camo?
Oh, man. It's going to be a tight margin. Serial under pressure, trying to defend this weapon. And
they need it.
Yeah, we mentioned that, oh, well, FNATIC, they won't be down and out of it economically. The only player that had a disadvantage was Kayak, but he had his ult to fall back on. That might not be quite the Blade Storm, but in his hands, it might even be better, being able to slide around and laser beam you. And for Team Liquid, it's not the same boat. If they lose these weapons, that's going to be a big disadvantage for the next round. For now, at least, they're holding on tight. The stun already subsided. They won't go down to the utility. Now it's just a formality. Weapons carried through. A full buy possible for Team Liquid. And one final hold for this squad. That is nasty.
I barely caught it the second time. Well, Liquid, the pause comes through once again. I feel
last
like
time
a
out for them.
record, but it really is ludicrous how much impact we've seen from the coaching staff on either side in this series. It seems like the game can spin on a dime. The second these pauses are called, Liquid managing to have an incredibly effective first half, even after the early start that was there for the side of FNATIC. Oh, well, there hasn't been a player within the server that hasn't had a round. It really is.
Yeah, why have you turned us into a cult? Why are you all banishing for sacrifices for Liquid?
Prospect is you then talk about the turnaround time. The immediate
we weren't a cult, but now we're a cult.
Look what we're doing. Need to have to head into that matchup versus Na'Vi, and you better bet everything you have that the Na'Vi players are sat there watching, taking notes, picking apart everything you're doing. Angel and Happy as the 1-2 punch.
Yeah, I think we broke it.
The big brains.
I think you actually broke it.
Team, so
why is Bacon just randomly timing
really
people out? They click vanish.
Thing to
What's happened?
What could be 1 or 2 rounds away from Toronto, straight back into a series versus a squad.
There's a cooldown. Oh, okay, it ran out.
VALORANT history. Toronto awaits for
God's sake.
The other
okay, what do they get? Extra hero gun to help the 2 that they saved?
Never able to take A BO3 off of FNATIC.
Surely they don't go heavy dish against a tail.
It was coming. What a time it would be to reset it in a match like this. It's not quite elimination. It's not quite revenge for stage 1 and 2 last year. But it will taste just as sweet to lock in those flights ahead of FNATIC and watch them play that double lower bracket matchup.
So Liquid didn't actually buy. Like, it looked like they had the credits to do so with the 2 guns saved, but they've taken a lighter purchase. But they do still have one ultimate online and the other close. Immediately straight through the ultimate. Well, that's about as easy as a
This is a weird one. Do you want a gun on your eco? Sure, here you go, mate.
A mistake. That was Crash's ult that he tried to get.
Yeah, no, he tried to run through his own teammate's ult. Now they all they know the one pushed away over towards here. Both has no idea. Guess the comms are crazy. Oh my goodness, what is this round? This is... I don't know about this round.
There's nothing the Chronicle could do. Just goes to try and fight, but it's too little, too late. 12 to 10, Liquid, 1 away.
What?
What have I just witnessed? That round was a crazy idea from FNATIC to get
the hero pass and push against what you know is going to be a low buy is insanity. That couldn't have been the plan.
My wall worked when it has to work now. It's perfect timing.
I was in locking him out. I got the info so that he could creep round behind, I guess.
And he even chases him down. That was the thing. He knew that the player
This
was
is the wall.
isolated because of it.
He gave him a little gap here so that he could walk behind.
That could massively cost them. I don't know if they were playing off the element of surprise, but the only person who looked surprised was Kayak. Maybe the direction of the ult caught him off.
Okay, 2 chances for Liquid. 2 Toronto, 2 Masters chances. Hey, he's about to ult his teammate.
But this time Kayak has been able to find the opener. Crashes in
Do they
the
keep
corner,
going? Oh my goodness.
Doing the work. Chronicle immediately trading things out, and although the weapons were weaker, he's now found an upgrade.
Off the air. This is his moment to step up. He's found one, but not ready for the second. Kiko drops him. The fallback from main a little quicker than expected. And the 4v2, the almost certain victory, now put into question. They fake the steps. No, it's a full rotation to the B site.
They're actually faking this.
That's the idea here.
Okay, does Liquid over-rotate or not?
Nats is already leaving. Kiko is sitting on the site.
Man, they might not expect Kiko here.
It's going to be an isolated fight, but he's realized great read from
If
Nats.
Kiko sticks on site, and I'm pretty sure he's just sticking top of site, they might have no idea. Especially if they see Nats here and he baits this in. Oh, this is... This is...
Plenty of flashes, stuns, a Molotov as well. An orbital strike, 1 away. If Boaster gets the kill, it feels like the round is already sealed. As Kiko sits in this back corner, it's not necessarily checked on, but even still they dance past.
There's no way it went down like that.
Trading from the side of FNATIC.
You gotta give it to Kayak though. He did good to send it in here. Kayak had a good slide.
Well, previously in some of these rounds, Tom, you've seen
Adza, thank you so much. Adza 9 with 24, dude. Thank you for 2 years, mate. Appreciate the 2 years, man.
Different now. They're sweating, realizing that this is slipping out of their grasp.
Good job, boys.
Through
Let's
their
focus
fingers.
on the last round. They have too low money, boys.
And that's exactly it. Focusing up for the final round, knowing
Did my
that
job
Team
for
Liquid
me.
will be a little bit shaky. There's weaknesses here. Now look to exploit them. Nats' ult could bridge the gap.
Yeah, and more so Camo's. I think that's why Camo has the rifle. 1 kill, he gets his ult. Maybe he can
dude, we got a
juggle that
punish
off.
set up for this
Instead,
though.
He's going to be up front, even setting up a stun. They're looking to try and just put him into position, but after the initial denial, nothing found by either side. A stalemate.
Yeah, but this disadvantage goes to Team Liquid here. They're keeping 4 players towards this side of the map, and FNATIC have to re-aggress. They're going to do so with less of that punchy utility. Deep flash, orbital strike put into play, though. That's going to force them forward. It forces Camo into their waiting arms. He couldn't get out of there,
nice
and had
Brimo.
to go in deeper. The stun is perfect from Kayak. Sets himself up for success, and the round should be theirs. Serial, he had a shaky start to this map.
Whoa.
A chance to recover it all. It's just Nats, 1v2, an ult to be used, to be put into play right in the final round. And that's going to delay the push.
Yeah, they have time. They didn't need to run it down into the site. They didn't need to take the fights without their weapons. maybe he thought they were more committed than they were, and because of that, they're able to fall back and look to refight
Wall and
this.
Forms.
Razorvine's still there.
Yeah, it's going to delay him a lot.
They've known it's there every single time. But Nats has already repositioned. Chronicle's going to get
Holy dude, the
Maybe was
2v5.
a little bit deeper, and now 15 seconds. There's not really any time for Boaster to run it back, but he will land this shot anyway.
Jesus.
The IGL, Boaster keeps them in the map.
What a time to step up to the plate. The time could have solved the problem for them. The Razorvines, the walls set up perfectly. And he was there
Dude,
just
what a
in
shot
time
this was.
to catch them. Serial gave them that chance. You've not seen that side of Boaster for
Holy
some time
man,
at
Boaster's
all.
giving it.
FNATIC, they've dug deep when they needed it most. And now, overtime locked in.
You would have bet your house on Nats from that position.
Man, that's I-Series Boaster. Oh yeah, what the? Chat, we'll speed up until it starts going down.
From that position. Boaster stuck behind the wall. You look at the scoreboard and you'd believe that that was it. That was Liquid going to Toronto.
Dude, I actually haven't seen Boaster like that since an I-Series, man. That's so funny, bro. He's actually giving it.
FNATIC have been on the back foot all the way up until now. But this is where they do their best work. Both players stunned. Actually, a somewhat isolated Kayak. He has support from Boaster, but it's a little bit further behind. Needs to find
Crazy timing. Nats just decided to go through. His Kayak decided to get out of there. It's a great shot from Kiko.
So is Kiko to level the playing field. Chronicle manages to answer back north side.
Okay,
Late
Kiko
coming in. Very
is
late
going
indeed,
for a
and
big
that's why
play.
FNATIC pumped the brakes. They've got the advantage, and they're going to let these players, Crashies and Alpha here, try to carve out some control of their own. Not wanting to go up the rope and into heaven. They're waiting for a peak. They're waiting, knowing Team Liquid will look for information, and knowing their utilities coming online
that's
soon.
nice.
Come into play at exactly the right
Damn,
moment.
that's nice,
and with
man.
Panatech falling, the round is there for FNATIC.
Oh,
Boaster's
boy.
on his feet again. They were just moments, seconds away from defeat, from watching Liquid break the curse of BO3s in VCT, book their tickets to Toronto. And instead, it's FNATIC who are close to filling out those forms.
It is one round away. And while if there wasn't... if there wasn't already a back-breaking round throughout the entirety of this map, seems like maybe round 24 was the one. One round is all that FNATIC needs to book that spot. It's been a turnaround since kickoff. Not the performance they were looking for. Crashy's rise to prominence, and Kayak, no doubt, becoming one of the best duelists we've seen in the league. But Liquid still stand in their way. Let's not be silly. This has been a back and forth series all the way through. This is not done until one wins by 2.
Dude, it's like the first time they've played the Vice over towards A.
Far from over. Team Liquid still have 5 players standing.
Dude,
Most of
Nats
which
is just
towards
solo
this A
site.
but they're sending
Scary.
2 back to B. FNATIC have pumped the brakes to great effect. They've baited out the wall. They didn't push on the back of it. 50 seconds on the clock.
Boaster has one smoke left. The hell is that stun?
Stuns go through, so do the salvos, but Nats still has a safe angle. They might not expect that. They've seen him now. Boaster and Chronicle finding
Big Joe
2.
coming
This
up here
could
for
be it.
Patty.
The final domino set to fall.
Ooh.
Team Liquid dig deep with Panatech on 1, but he's immediately traded out. It's Camo who has to find success. The spike right in front of him.
my.
And now on the floor, Alphayear has to move back to get it. Camo in his way, but it will fall.
Holy bro, this was such an insane game. Boaster's going crazy. Oh boy, man, what a banger of a game. Dude, that's gonna feel rough for Liquid. Dude, but this is more than Boaster celebrated for for Jam, for Masters. Going crazy.
They were dead and buried and came back to win a title.
In this series, there's been multiple moments where it looked like they were done. It looked like the bleeding was too severe, with Liquid pushing them all the way to the limit.
League Valorant? Oh, this was a solid best of 3, man.
This one has to end
An absolute banger.
God damn it, she was right again. There's a reason she's on the analyst desk, but dear lord.
Dude, this was
I think
so
everybody
close.
on that stage was sweating. The problem for Liquid is they now have to get back up tomorrow and do it all again.
That lower bracket run is going to be tough, and knowing they were seconds away from success, Fnatic faced defeat. They stared it in the eyes and managed to bounce back as only Fnatic could in a series, in a round. Everything can change when Fnatic are on the stage, and they've done it again.
I think as well, you look back for the coaching staff, the changes that were made by this roster, the gambles that were taken, putting the assistant coach into the main role, bringing in a new guy, bringing in a guy from across the pond as well. But everything has paid off for Fnatic. They are back on the international stage where they belong. And now look to fight versus the rest of the world. And that's the thing, with the resilience they've shown, with the pauses taken at the right
Dude,
moments,
what a sick last map this was.
little bit of flair. And then add into the fact that you have their IGL winning them rounds.
Okay, we got every team apart from one.
Well, that is all from us for today. Still plenty
We're gonna find out who their last team is.
but we will be going off to the post-fun,
I mean,
as they'll take you home.
Heretics Fnatic. Could be feeling not too bad about that.
Qualification games we have ever had in VCT EMEA. Now, FNS, do not turn off your stream.
Tragic.
Roaster and Crashies will be joining me.
Tragic, my goodness, dude, you're doing this so consistently recently as well, Tragic. Thank you so much. Chat, you know what to do.
You have to feel sorry for Team Liquid, but
Let's get the slug oiler spam going. Thank you so much, Tragic. 50. You got yourself up to 395 at the moment, Tragic, man. You're going kind of crazy over there. Thank you so much. Thank you. I do appreciate the support.
Could win the resilience that we've seen.
Liquid for lower.
Bringing it back on Icebox.
I mean, it's going to be a run.
For Fnatic. They have a brilliant start of that second half on Fracture. Things starts going on the Team Liquid side. We have massive plays.
BBL play for Na'Vi than BBL probably.
Series all throughout. And then when it matters the most,
oh my goodness,
Boaster stands up, and Alpha is the one saying,
Tragic again. Thank you so much. Anyone that got gifted, please at Tragic. Make sure you say thank you. Tragic underscore.
They cannot throw the next round. I do think
that's
we
some
spoke
crazy
about some
stats,
of the
right?
players that needed to step up. It was the Kayak and Crashy show all day. Yeah. And like you said, when it really mattered, Alpha and Boaster, they're like, hold on, let us have our moment as well. I don't know what we're going to get for the rest of playoffs, but I don't know how we're going to
What is that?
We've actually peaked.
Like, honestly, this day, like the performance that we saw from BBL and from Heretics has been brilliant. I think this might have been one of the best days of the year so far here in EMEA.
We are going to get Boaster and Crashies in just a moment, and I honestly never thought that one of the things that will make me most emotional in my
Pinky
entire
career as well. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Thank you for doing that. First gifted ever. You went for 10. I appreciate you. Thank you for that. Chat, you know what to do.
That is
Plug oiler spam.
I don't think anyone expected him to qualify
Miss_Pinky_. If you got gifted, thank you for doing that also.
And especially if you think about and we look back at what was happening at kickoff, right? Like many questions, how is this going to perform? But all throughout
I appreciate that. Thank you again for the 10 gifted. Thank you.
And now into playoffs, the clutches that you
Best match you've seen the last week?
Oh my goodness.
Dude, playoffs are delivering. America's had some nuts playoff games, so it's cool that we get some good ones as well.
Yeah, I know Tom was joking about it, but when
Is it gonna be one of those where like every Liquid game's just gonna be intense?
He's not gonna let his boyfriend down, you know? He's got him. But I couldn't believe he actually did that. Shout out to all the fans, by the way. We're starting to fill in a little bit. Thank you for staying. We will be joined by Boaster and Crashies in just a moment. Don't know where they are. Usually they're not this late.
I mean, probably.
Well, I mean, it's they're celebrating.
Yeah.
Toilet,
hugging.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna like cope really early, like giga preemptive cope. But the last time. Before we come.
Okay.
Please sit down. Why are you not sitting next to me? What is this? What is this? Holy moly. Oh my god. Okay, before I ask you guys any questions, I just want to give you the floor. Bloody hell, that was really fun for us to watch, but there was a lot of emotions from you guys towards the end. So just tell us right now, I hate asking this question, but how do you guys feel right now?
For me, it was like, so this year I didn't put any expectations on winning or like qualifying for events. I just wanted to enjoy playing the game again. But when it got to this game, man, I really wanted to qualify for Toronto. I played like an absolute dog. I was like so much energy, I didn't know what to do with it. But yeah, I mean, I feel good. I'm qualified. I'm back at Masters, baby. FNC's home city.
Yeah, FNC's home city. I think he's watching still, but Crashies, honestly,
That's
I don't
messed
know
up.
if you felt the same way, not expecting to win this year. And I touched on it earlier. I don't think anybody expected you to make it back, first of all, from an EMEA team. Second of all, to an event in North America.
Yeah,
so
true.
Has this smashed your own expectations?
Yeah, definitely, especially how kickoff ended. It was pretty rough for us and me in general. I just reflected a lot and just really went into deep thought about what I could do better to make this team succeed, because I know how talented they are and they deserve to be at these events. So a lot of emotions I'm going through right now. I'm super happy that I was able to qualify with this team. I love them, they're like my brothers, and an event in North America obviously means a lot to me. So yeah, I can't wait.
Well, you got carried by an import, Boaster. How's that feel?
I get carried every year, so it doesn't matter to me.
How was it? I assume that the tension was very high in that last map, especially those last timeouts you're having when the pressure is on, when the clock's ticking, when you're having a team that is performing really well in front of you. What were those two last timeouts like? Do you remember them?
They were stressful.
Yeah, that's for sure. I just
remember
remember
a lot of thinking.
There you go. You gonna go?
Yeah, but just a lot of thinking. Credit to our coaches, Balon and Scott. They've worked really hard to also make us succeed, and their timeouts today were really good as well. And yeah, it was just like a lot of emotions in those timeouts, trying to stay composed. And yeah, I mean, just crazy, honestly.
We are used to seeing you guys, vibe out, sometimes weird out, you bring us that. But I don't think I've ever seen you on that stage give it seriously. There was no smiles. There was one round where Bear and I looked at each other. We were like,
it was angry Boaster.
Yeah. Why was Boaster so angry towards the end there?
They're a team that's like very good, but they also have the most annoying comps on like Ascent and Lotus, and it really like angered me when I was watching it back, the anti-strats, and I was like, these guys running these annoying comps, and they're just a team that obviously got to Bangkok as well, and so I wanted to win because I felt like they were gonna win. So then I wanted
They were the favorites. They were the favorites, yeah.
And I don't know why I went into Angry Boaster. Like I said, I think I've been bottling it for this whole kind of season. Like just if I'm the calm, positive Boaster, then like we can make it. And today I just couldn't keep the calm, positive Boaster. I think it was the energy balls. Roberto's balls are too good.
Honestly, I've never seen him that energetic. He was like screaming at them and just hyping us up. Like he played a really important role today, keeping our like confidence and energy really high. So
energy,
yeah, I mean,
sorry.
yeah,
sorry,
okay.
sorry, my intrusive thought.
Shout out Boaster.
You were mentioning the Lotus. When we were coming into today, both of you had the same band, the same pick. Did you see any surprises? Was exactly how you expected when you see them be, choosing Team A and banning the Pearl and picking the split, kind of like doing your thing for you?
No, we thought that we would be Team A, and then they'd like wonder if we'd ban Pearl or not. But I guess they didn't want to take the risk, and so they ended up banning Pearl, and then they picked split, and I was like, I know that Yautsin guy tweeted that he's never lost on split ever, but like to play us on split, like I've liked split since the start.
Yeah, it would have been third
yeah,
match.
that's true.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was happy that they picked that, and then we chose an icebox, a little bit of a spanner in the works, but it was looking okay in scrims. Like we're looking pretty juicy, but in the officials in real time, like when the heat is on and the pressure's on, it's like little things can make the biggest difference. And we look like noobs stacking. Like we were on B, behind yellow on attack side. They've probably fully rotated. Like in scrims, we've got an insert, we've got lurkers. In official, we're just like, let's all cuddle. Like,
yeah,
what's
but
going
what
on?
about Kayak? Like Kayak was giving it on the stage.
He
we
was.
absolutely love it.
We do have the comms real quick, just to remind people if they forgot, because that felt like so long ago. I have never seen, you know Kim Serov, who works with us. I have never seen one of our producers so excited about anything in Valorant in his entire life. He was in our ear the whole time saying, they're geniuses, I've waited my whole life to see a comp like this, I love it so much. So whose brainchild is this?
Not mine.
I think it was like there was an old comp that had quite a good win rate, which was like Sage, Killjoy, Viper, Gecko, and one other agent. And so when Teo, yeah, probably Sova. But so when Teo came out, we just thought, we were actually running the old school chamber comp once upon a time, the G2 one. But I don't know, we wanted to change it up because we felt like we didn't have enough initiation.
Who's we? Whose idea was this?
Ben, Milan, and myself. Like, I really wanted I wanted a Sage for sure. And then Ben and Milan and me got to the drawing board and we ended up making this one. And then we saw G2's comp and Sentinel's comp and it was kind of similar. So we were like, oh, maybe we did cook. It was just, yeah, it was just today. Normally it was looking juicy, but today it was nerves. First time. But Kai played really well.
Who gave him the walls? Was it his own?
I think it's his own, right? He's cooking.
The Jenny wall. The Jenny
many
wall.
different ones. I was like, damn.
He just plays it so loose. It's so funny to watch him play Sage.
Yeah, we made him duelist because we're like, Kron, you're planting with Gecko. Kai, you could do whatever wall you want. Just peek however you want. Just sometimes for retake, we might need that wall, so sometimes hold it and stuff like that.
This pistol round, by the way, was incredible.
He played that to perfection. You know, this is how you want your Sage to be playing around. He plants and then gets the kills. Yeah. How good does it feel as we watch Kayak basically have the live round that we always expect him to have?
His first international event.
Yeah, that's what I mean. How good does it feel to qualify with a player like Kayak, who, admittedly, I mean, you've all been through it, but you're veterans. You know what it's like to go through it. Yeah, that. But yeah, you know what it's like to go through it. But Kayak, particularly, even before he played a first official, was kind of going through it. The community won the kindest when he first joined. So how great is it, do you think, for him to prove everybody wrong and also to go to Toronto with him?
So from my point of view, it's just like amazing to play with him. He's such a good kid. He's so wholesome. He works really hard. He's just a great teammate overall, and like he had a lot of pressure.
My guy think is recording.
Just because of the narrative of like the stage stuff, and during kickoff he proved
recording
that,
on his phone, right?
Here to compete and play with the best. So I'm happy I can compete with him and go to a LAN, his first international LAN as well. So it should be pretty hype for him.
I'm gonna elephant in the room and look ahead a little bit to Masters Toronto. Now, Austin, Billy is gonna be there. The man next to you has one of the best records, I think, against Billy out of every team. I believe you always top frag every time you play Billy.
2 live games against Billy.
So how will
you save me?
Yeah. So on the off chance you do end up facing them, because I think that's what the fans want for multiple reasons. I'll ask the both of you, how are you feeling about this potential matchup?
Keep them away from me.
Let them come to me. Let them come to me. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
But surely you want to avenge, you know, your teammates a little bit as well.
I'm good. They can have that.
No,
keep them away.
You don't want to, like...
I mean, maybe with Boaster on my team, he might have the secret sauce. Maybe we could beat him. Maybe avenge that, what year was that, 2023?
Yeah.
It's already forgotten for him.
I forgot. It's a way past my brain, but yeah. It's whatever.
You'd rather not play Billy?
No.
Oh, they're going to be heartbroken.
So what team would you like to play that is going to Masters?
Definitely G2 and Sen, just because I come from that region. So I think it'll be a fun, stylistic matchup against those teams.
What about you, Boaster?
Me? Yeah, Sentinels, they knocked us out champs, so I want to beat them. Obviously not same roster, but them. Paper X is there.
Yes.
My boy.
Go on, send Jason a message.
What's up, Jason?
Is that it?
I can't get personal.
Oh, you can. We're not gonna stop you from doing that.
My son, you know, I said to you yesterday. Actually, I said to him after every game, "You got this. You got this. I'll see you there hopefully tomorrow." And then now is obviously today. And I will see you there. So don't forget, bring the Korean skin products. I need some.
All right. Thank you for that. So it's a Paper X then. That's who you want to play.
Yeah, I like playing Paper X. They're fun.
That is a banger. I mean, Benji also said Paper X. You're gonna have to get in line here.
With all the internationals they've been missing.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get in line. You're gonna have to get in line.
Actually, Gen G.
Why is he putting his hand up like he's in school?
And Texture's not screaming down the halls anymore in the hotel rooms.
Wow.
Keeping us up.
Wow. Okay. Texture gets mentioned a lot on our show. I think our players really love him.
Almost as much as FNS.
Is that just me? I think I'm the only person that brings them up. Will you meet up with FNS in Toronto?
If he comes to Toronto, maybe I'll let him in. Oh, I can let him in the venue.
Yeah, you let him in the
venue. Make sure you ask me for permission, huh?
Go get lanyard in for him to come in.
Oh no.
To be fair, I might give him a little message, you know, ask for some cheeky date ideas for me and Crashies to go on, you know, that joke.
All right.
Wow. I mean, if he didn't turn off his stream before, he's gonna definitely turn off his stream now. One other question, because there is still a possibility that you face some of the teams in the lower bracket, even though you're through. So I'll start with your immediate matchup first. It will be a rematch against Team Heretics. What things are going to be different this time around?
I think just the energy in our team. Like when we played them the first time, it was very obvious to us, and I feel like everyone watching that we didn't really play our game. It was just something different that day, and I really think that we could beat them this time. They're obviously a very good team, probably the best team and the best core that's been in EMEA for a while now. So yeah, I mean, I think it'll be a good game.
Who is the final boss? I mean, they have very, very good players, but who is, in your opinion, the final boss in Team Heretics?
Neilzinho. Sorry. You're gonna say Neilzinho?
I can't say the player because I don't want to big him up, but I think he knows. I think he knows. The player knows.
We
need to
build the desk.
Oh, okay. I always think Rian's is good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I really think
hear that a lot.
He's a class player.
Do you think he's better than? Do you think he's better than Trent?
I think they're very similar players. Playing against Rian's and watching him play, and also like seeing Trent's career kind of come to fruition. They remind me a lot about each other. So I think I don't know who's better. I think it's very close, but they're very like definitely similar players.
I think he is. Yeah,
I'll take Trent then.
You're the second person today to say that.
I felt Rian's on the server, and I've played Trent twice
Didn't
now.
need to know that.
Oh, you'll feel Trent again.
I feel like Leaf is the one I feel normally for that team.
Can you define what that means by feeling them on the
I know,
server?
they're like, oh, this guy again, getting a double kill, getting an annoying kill. Like, Trent is good, obviously, and he's like a class initiator, probably one of the best in NA as well. But I think, I just think, obviously, I played Rian's more as well, and it always seems to be like, if we're gonna win, then Rian's just does something. And I'm just like, this guy again, why does he always have to play well against us?
But Crashies has been doing that for you this entire day and this entire
It's his map, Fracture. Don't worry, it's my map. It's my map, guys.
What I say, I have us on Fracture.
I got you on Fracture.
Yeah, what maps do you have your team on?
Oh.
I was going to say Icebox, but I didn't, so...
Haven.
Sunset?
Haven.
No, Sunset.
You got your ace on Ascent. Does that count?
Yeah, but I haven't done anything. Did I get an ace on Ascent?
Yeah.
I did, yeah.
You've only got him one.
Yeah, we'll just say Ascent. You better watch out, everyone. Oh, no, Pearl.
Oh, yeah, wink, wink,
Yeah,
wink, wink.
yeah.
Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow, because again, you might face one of these teams next week. We got BBL taking on Foot and Liquid taking on Na'Vi. So very quickly, with the Foot map vetoes, did you feel like they gave you the win just through map vetoes? Because everyone is saying that they trolled, but they kind of stand on business and say that they did not.
I mean, I'll take if they're gonna pick Lotus, I'll take that every day of the week.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with these teams.
Yeah,
they keep
that's
picking their strong maps against us.
Today.
Yeah. And how do you feel about that Turkish derby?
Yeah, he's not wrong.
Oh, BBL versus Foot. You know what? BBL's not qualified for an event. So I'm kind of going for Wuttigen and co. You know, and we practice them a lot. They're really annoying to play against, but I think they show really good passion. I'm not saying Foot don't, but I just feel like BBL, I like the kids.
But Sociable's 29, but yeah, I understand.
Yeah, I like the kid.
Technically to you, still a kid. And Crashies, what about you?
Yeah, I agree. BBL have been very good scrim partners to us. I think their gameplay is pretty crazy, and I think they play really well together. I also enjoy playing Foot. I think like their core is enjoyable to watch and also enjoyable to play, but my heart says BBL.
All right, and obviously the other match, Liquid versus Na'Vi. We're rolling back the years. Yeah. Liquid Na'Vi.
Liquid should win, I think.
Yeah, I think if they can reset and rest up, it's really like they got so much adrenaline going into this evening, and it's going to be hard to sleep. I couldn't sleep after our, what was the game we just, Foot game. Like I couldn't sleep, so it really depends on how much they recuperate.
Do you like the double sentinel stuff that they've been doing this past days? I don't know if you've seen that Angel going on the deadlock and whatnot.
Yeah, that Lotus is going to be absolute mayhem.
Yeah, because I think Liquid does that too, right?
Yeah, they have the same comp, but just with Euro, I think, or Jet or something, I can't remember.
Yeah, they're going to be running around, aren't they?
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Liquid got the Whaley, but I think, what do Na'Vi have? The Rays.
Do they have a, yeah, it's Carl on the Rays.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely mental. I don't have a, like when I was thinking about how I was going to play the comp, the Deadlock, Teo, and a Cypher, it's just like, we got to watch out for traps, you got to watch out for, they've walled. Okay, we have to break the wall.
So
we've lost our lurk timer. Yeah.
So
definitely.
Good choice.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm still a little bit, my brain is not braining from that fracture. I don't know how you guys are doing this right now. But thank you very much for joining me. Thank you, Kukuka, as well. We normally end this pretty weirdly. You want to give us a dance? No, I'm not going to ask you to do that.
No.
You're going to...
You already kissed me on the forehead.
What, did I? I did do it, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You didn't hear that,
I think you need
though.
some sleep.
I don't care. Yeah, I think Poojan is the one that's going to care a bit more. All right, then. We will... I look forward to the TikToks you're going to be making in Toronto. Thank you very much for joining me. We will be back with more games tomorrow, and everything's going to be on the line with elimination. So make sure everybody has
that was a funny interview, though.
Thank you to everybody coming out today here as well.
All right.
And we'll see
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Appreciate you all being here today. Thanks for sticking around for the interview as well. We will be watching all of the lower brackets tomorrow. We got games tomorrow. And remember, Pacific Final is in... Dude, what's the time? Pacific Final is in 11 hours. You're around in 11 hours.
There is little to be done in that.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Tragic and Miss, again, thank you so much for the gifted. Thank you. Did I miss any? Rando Jen, also, I miss your gifted. But again, Tragica, Rando Jen, and Miss Pinky, thanks so much for the gifted. The enter. Chat, who did we decide on raiding? I wasn't looking. Can we raid Sarah Frags? For sure. Nail, man. It said underscore, right? Dude, where's the underscore on this? Okay. That's right. Okay, thanks so much, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate you all. And we'll see you all tomorrow for the games. Again, thank you for being here. Thank you. Bye, everyone. Bye. Oh my god, both man. Okay, YouTube chat as well. Thank you so much, guys. Subscribe if you can, it would help me out, and I'll see you all soon.